Hello everyone, welcome to the show. Just make sure that we do a quick tech test, make sure you can all hear me okay. Let's get a confirmation in the live chat quickly before we go on. I'm continuing with the Chromium screen sharing setup with the local HLS server. Came up with a great idea of doing it a better way, which I'll look into. I've talked to Outreach about it briefly. Alright, yes. YouTube is saying I'm live. Driven says that you can hear it. That's good. Okay, fantastic. We're good to go. So, I had an idea today. We're going to do something crazy. Oh, what's happening, Bright? Well, what's happening, Bright? What's going on in there? I guess I'll just chat for a while then. The streamer started Spurgs. They're talking about pasta. I don't think Oozlu is silent, Git. Can you guys hear me? Just make sure that at least someone can. If so, then we should be good. Yes, in Discord. Okay, good. All right, well, take your time. Take your time talking about pasta. It's fine. Go ahead. Whatever. But you're going to miss the content vote. Right, so the idea today is we're doing political tests, basically until people stop paying me to do more. I'll do at least 2 or 3, maybe just one depending on how long it takes, without people paying anything. And then after that, it'll depend on how many contributions I get. And I will do some sort of marathon stream. I've already been up for quite a while today, so might not last a full 8 hours, but should be able to go for at least 4 or 5. We'll see. We'll see what people want to do. Maybe I can force myself to go for a lot longer than that. However, before we do that, we're just going to do one quick section of whatever you guys pick. Just one section, fairly quickly, of whatever you guys pick. And bear in mind, I have some memes. I probably have just the right number of memes for an entertaining beginning of the show. So I'd probably recommend going for memes, but you guys pick whatever you like. And yes, Driven says you have to do the autism test. I've seen lots of people in Cabal doing that. I'm happy to do that as well. But I won't be starting with that. I think I'll start with 8 values. I might do the politicalcompass.org test, which is the original one with the 4 colored squares. But it sucks. Like, it's definitely not as good as 8 values. From what I remember, it's like 5 years ago now I last did it. 4.5. It's been a long time since I've done it, and I feel like at this point, like back then I was always only just very slightly left of center on the left to right line. I think now it probably has tipped slightly over to the right, but still probably only slightly. So we'll find out what happens. Triggering Wes with pasta talk. Oh, okay. Well, if you were triggering Wes, that's actually a very good reason to ignore me. I mean, it's one of the best reasons that I can think of. That compass test is shit. Yes, it is. Git. The reason I would be doing the politicalcompass.org test is as a point for comparison between that and my previous tests. I will also show you, at some point, either before or after we finish each test, I will also show you, for comparison, old test results I have, which are on here somewhere. But I haven't, as I said, I haven't done one in several years. It was either 2017 or 2019. I think it was 2019 I last did it. I have records for. So it has been a few years. Right, let's see. Should I make it so that people in live can't talk even when they have monitor, just so that they don't end up getting distracted? I don't know. I think maybe that would be it would have some unfortunate side effects. Now, what have you voted for? Right, 11 of you have voted for the full spectrums of the autist thing. I will do that test. I'll probably do that second after the first political one, especially because a lot of people want to do it. So I think probably it makes sense to not count that vote for the initial content section. But I will do the autism test. Okay? We will do that. So the second highest in there is the Italian flag. So, please welcome to the show, the pasta man himself. Where's ping me when you're ready to come on, and we'll talk about pasta. We'll talk about whatever the hell was going on just before the stream, because that's apparently what the chat wants. And then maybe we'll give Wes, if that doesn't last, we'll give Wes a choice of what we do next. And reminding you, I have some good memes. We can just cover some memes for a few minutes. Pasta la pizza. Get the Italian on. As he dies here as well. Or was briefly. Oh yeah, she's still there. While we're waiting for Wes, actually, if he's going to ping me when he's ready, I'll tell you guys, since Di's also here, he's probably quite interested in this project in general. I told you recently that I found a new piece of software called Natron, which is really good for doing VFX, so visual effects. And I've been working on a new Wizards in Space intro. You guys probably remember my Series 2 intro, which was quite widely liked. But I had a lot of issues with it I wanted to fix. And unfortunately, the software I used to make it is very unreliable, DaVinci Resolve, and it won't load the old project file. I still have the project file, just won't load it. So I've had to basically start remaking it. I'm using software called Natron, which I found very nice. And sadly, I've had a few issues with it recently that sort of made it unusable for me. So I guess can't find any good software these days, right? Except I've fixed all the problems. There was some issue relating to caching that was fixed by changing a setting in threading, so it works now. It works very well. I still am loving Natron, although it doesn't do any 3D, so I'll have to render stuff in Blender, like the ship that I've got. So suffice to say, I want to get the intro ready for Wizards in Space, and when I've done that intro, I'll probably start going through Series 1 and 2, making them into really, really condensed episodes. Condensing it only to the good stuff. And I think I should mention that in Series 1 and 2, there was a lot of parts, not lots, but some parts where the players were criticizing me, or there were like jokes that didn't land and embarrassing things were said once or twice. I will be cutting them out, not because I'm trying to hide them. I will put a link to the original source, the full length one, if I can find somewhere to upload that. But I'll be cutting them out to just make the episodes as high quality, condensed as possible. And I'll release all of those before we start the next series so that people can catch up properly with the story. I'm still not sure what I want to do about where I'm leading off with the story, because there was Season 1, and then there was Season 2 Mission 1 and Season 2 Mission 2. We got about halfway through Season 2 Mission 2, and then it stopped. And we just before a really good bit as well was about to happen. So not sure what I want to do with Mission 2. I might either cut that out as if it didn't happen, or continue from there and write a bit of other story, or I can get it finished quickly and then go on to a new story. Not sure. Yes, an uncringe compilation, right? So yeah, that's the current state of that project. I don't see Wes pinging me. Oh, thank you to Yiz. Let's hope that appears. So it hasn't been. There we go. Yiz says, I'm on the road driving for work like usual these days, but saw you were live and wanted to drop you a lady. Is that an expression about the £5? Love me, wizard. Love me, Cabal. Thank you. Is it actually a British expression because of the Queen? I haven't heard that expression before, if it is British. Thank you, Years. You watched all of Season 1, Git. Well, you're caught up, and everyone else will be able to watch the refined version when I release it. I'm actually liking Natron so much I might use it as a video editor, even though it's definitely not designed for that. It is a VFX program. It doesn't have... you don't, like, drag and drop clips onto a set of tracks and it just, like, puts it in its length. It's a node graph. You drag a clip into a graph of nodes and you can link the source to an output into another node. It's not the same at all, but given how powerful and flexible and well made it is, I might just use that for video editing. I can do so much more cool shit with it. So, Wes, it does not appear to be here. And so I can't really talk about Italy without Wes. I have no material. So I'm going to make the executive decision to go with the next highest story. And that is news, which is kind of a shame because I do have some news, actually. Well, no, not really. I don't really have any news. I could probably find some. Maybe what I should do is I should make the Cabal Monarchist Party happy, and just for this particular vote, just say fuck it, I'm doing the memes instead. And then after the memes, we will go on to the political compasses. Tell you what, I will say this. You guys are going to have a lot of control of today's stream because I know one of the tests I'm going to do that I was going to do anyway, and you guys have already determined that we'll be doing the autism test. Well, maybe do that second. Probably do that second. So I'm going to overrule the vote this time, and I will only very rarely do this. I'm going to do memes. And then I'll move on to the actual compasses, the test. I'll start with 8 values, then we'll do the autism test, which you guys already voted for. That was the top vote for this test, for this vote. And then we'll do other things depending on what you asked for. I know there's hate values. There's one called Specker, which I don't know if that's still good. There's others. There's something about triangles other people recommended. So yeah, there's lots of things to look into. Yes, that's pretty much what's happened, Doughty Bill. Though the reason for me cutting her out of the story is not anything really to do with the story, although I'm making no commentary on how much of a benefit she was to the story. And also you're forgetting Doc in that picture, which maybe is an indication that you have done what you're accusing me of there with Doc, even though he was in it and he was a pretty important part of it. So, yeah. I'm with the original players, Trig, Die, and Doc. I'm pretty sure I do want Trig and Die. That's pretty much for certain. Doc, I'm happy to have him on. The thing is that he's not going to have very consistent time for a while. I think I don't know how much of this is private, so I'll be vague. But at some point in the near future, he reckons he's likely to have much more free time. So I think at that point I'll be quite happy to have him on regularly and a more reliable setup, so better audio quality. At that point, I'm more happy to have him on regularly. But maybe before that, I will either have a stand-in doctor or have him on optionally, or not have a doc at all and just have 2 players initially. Not sure what I'll do with that. I did see it, right. Maybe I'll look at that too. Yes, that's true, Doughty Bill. All right, so let's look at some memes. Tell you what, I will give you 1 vote opportunity, contingent on whether she wants to. Chat, press 1 if you'd like Die to come on. And Die, ping me if you want to. Right, let's look at the memes today, shall we? I've got 9 quality memes. First of all, who is your favourite Austrian painter? Egon Schiele? Otto Mühl? Karl von Blas? Ernst Klimt? Or other? I love it. It's just fantastic. All right, let's bring Di on and see what she thinks of this meme. Di, your opinion on this meme, please.
What was the meme?
Oh, I'll share. Hold on.
Yeah, sorry.
There you go.
My mind was elsewhere.
Did you see this one already?
Oh.
So, Di, who is your favorite Austrian painter?
I mean, probably pick the other option.
Yeah, I think he does fall under the other option. He's not a great painter, but, you know, can't fault him for his resolve. I see Wes is back. Wes, you missed an opportunity to come on and talk about Italian things. So how are you?
It wasn't really him talking about Italian things, but us asking of like, would you consider pasta a noodle? was where the conversation was and stuff like that.
Given Wes's expertise with food, or his feigned expertise with food, and the fact that he's autistic enough to have a solid answer to the sandwich problem, I expect he has a solid answer to that kind of question as well. However, it takes a lot longer for him to give and explain that answer.
Me. Yeah, I have to be
than it does for everyone else to ask new questions.
He'd have to convince me, because I'm just curious.
Fair enough. Well, maybe Wes will answer in chat. Next meme. 1920s Soviet poster. Quote, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat." Red square says, sounds reasonable. Blue square says, sounds reasonable. Green square says, no, that's literal slavery. You can't force people to work. Yellow square says, sounds reasonable.
Oh, these are awful.
What are awful?
This meme.
What's wrong with the meme?
It's not. It's just like, oh, left fat. Stupid.
It's literally Vor. She's very popular. As a representative of the left, he's actually quite appropriate.
See, I don't watch that faggot.
No,
so I wouldn't know.
No one does. That's the problem. He gets really high views, but I don't know of any people that watch him. And that's not just some joke about communists not being people.
No. But we've gone past that phase, though. Like, you know, after in the past, I was done with that nonsense.
What do you mean?
Do you know what I mean?
I don't. I wish I did.
Maybe maybe I'm like talking on my ass. I don't know.
Would that be a first, chat?
Probably not. Probably not.
Well, your new mic sounds pretty good, I have to say.
Oh, that's good.
Are you going through voice meter or not?
No, not in the moment.
Sounds all right. There's a little bit of static in the background, but that's not too bad.
Oh, that'd be fine.
Yeah, but I'm still happy to help you set up the audio thing because we can, one, fix the static, two, boost the bass and stuff.
I've been trying to get Trig to do that, right? And every time I see you ping, I'm like, oh, Trig, do you see Uzulu pinged us earlier? And his immediate response is like, ugh. Yeah. For some reason, he's dreading like going through the nonsense of fixing the mics, and I kind of am too. Like, I'm not in the right headspace for it at the moment, you know? I
know that when I do tech support, I can be quite intensive. I was going to really try my best not to be, because
literally, you'll have two fucking retards, and Trig's not going to want to admit he's a retard either, but he is. And the two of us are going to be there like, oh shit, like, I didn't follow what he said like 5 steps ago. I've already forgotten everything that I'm supposed to do. Like, everything's fucked. Everything's fucked. Like, I have to start from the beginning.
I do know how to be kind with instructions, so I can...
no, but like, how are you going to deal with people just completely failing instruction?
Well, you can always ask a question. You can say, I got stuck.
Oh,
It's good to know that you weren't just ignoring me, though. Like, that's not the first time that's happened where I've pinged you or someone else about something,
I saw it each
and I thought
time,
I was just being ignored. But it turns out you were discussing it as soon as I did the ping.
Yeah, every time you did it, I would like go in because Trig is playing fucking Factorio like he's a drug addict.
Oh,
like,
I can see when I ping and you guys are online, so I do know it's either being ignored or not responded to anyway.
Trig pretends he doesn't mention it. Trig doesn't say shit, and I'm just there like, hey Trig, did you see the ping we got? Because it's me and him. So I have to be the one to be like, hey, you know, we could do that. And every time he's playing Factorio and he's just like, ugh. Every time, that's the noise.
FYI, the pinging you about it shouldn't be taken as me like trying to press you into it. It's when I had time, and also some people in Cabal requested that I show them. So it was when I had time and when it was a good time to stream something in Cabal. I thought it would be like a good
there's been 1 or 2
event.
times where like I've been asleep and I'd seen it the next day. I was like, oh well, that's fucked, you know. Like it's a bit late.
Well, the thing is, we don't have to do it with both of you at the same time. We can do one at a time.
Yeah.
But honestly, your mic sounds pretty good. Like this would be perfectly fine for Wizards of Space. But if we add the setup, then one, to give you lots more customization,
I'm more mellow at the moment,
two, it will cut out the static.
Well, yeah, like I'm more mellow at the moment too. We'd have to see if I get like really loud and excitable, you know?
That's true. Trig just won't shoot the alien.
We're doing it like the Cthulhu D&D with Doc and a few others as well.
Cool.
It's been fun.
Nice. Alrighty. So I'll just quickly comment on this meme, even though Di for some reason didn't like it. I've been thinking about. I don't think I'll try not to go into this in too much detail because I have been thinking about this quite a lot, or in some detail at some point. But the whole idea of work. We should
take this test.
Which test?
The one on screen, the one with the colored.
I was
remember we did it years ago.
We discussed doing that. Yeah, that test kind of sucks. Like a lot of the questions are bad.
It does, but I remember I've taken it. Yeah, I've taken it twice before, and I've seen it move quite drastically before. So I'm real curious if it's going to move like across or what.
I probably will do that.
I know there are better out there, but I'm just saying for a quick one.
So how deep into Blue Scare are you, Di?
I'm not into Blue. Funny enough, like I'm actually. You know, I'm not going to say.
You're in Green Square, aren't you?
No.
You're the last person I would have expected to be in Green Square.
I'm not in Green Square. I don't know what you're talking about.
Is that why you didn't like this meme?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
Look, Di, you don't have anywhere near that much stubble, okay?
No, because like the thing is, I remember when I was like a bit far into green, right?
Mm.
And then
I was there
after,
too.
yeah, and then after that whole nonsense, I was like, I'm kind of curious, and I'd drastically moved across to the line, like I'm at the edge of the green now.
Same. Yeah.
At the top right, like edge around that area, maybe further down. I don't know.
I was a little further down than that.
Yeah, I'm there. Last I checked.
And last I checked was years ago, so it probably has changed a bit.
It's been years as well for me.
Yeah, you and I might now be a little bit in purple or yellow square.
I'd be curious if I'm just like drastically somewhere different, or if I'm still in green. That'd be funny.
That would be interesting. Because as I said before, like with me and probably with you as well, the issues that we discuss relating to the culture war, we tend to line up with the right wing because those are the relevant issues. But the other issues that aren't directly relevant to the culture war, we probably still have fairly leftist positions on them. Yeah. I don't know about you, but I think I do. Not all of them.
I mean, there are some things where it's just like, I understand the concept. Like, if that was done in the way you would expect it to be done, like, yeah, I'd agree with it. A lot of the time, it's like, I've realized there are more around it, and you can't just be like, oh, that would be a good idea to do something without really understanding the repercussions.
The long term, yeah.
I think what's changed for me is like understanding there are more than just, hey, we'll do this, we'll put this law in place for this good thing.
That's something people tend to learn as they grow up.
Way more. To get that good thing, what do we lose, right?
Yeah.
Like I've started to think more of like that way. If you can
achieve something by a long-term, passive, bottom-up route, it'll be much better than doing it a short-term, top-down.
But it's not even just that. Politicians are they're lying out their ass, right? So nowadays, it's just like you really have to be paying attention, whoever you're putting your vote in for, or what you're actually looking at, or something that looks great on paper, but what are you really letting them do?
Yeah.
Because they're so easy, like with a lot of the COVID nonsense of like, you see that title and they're like, oh, they're getting rid of this. But then you see that they've approved other things and they're ignoring what they've approved and just showing you what they denied, right?
Yeah, that being discerning in politics has always been the case, but I feel like it's ramping up at the moment. The last 10 years have been an insane cycle.
Yeah, no, like the thing is, they're doing their job. Like if their job is to confuse people, right, and make things as horrible and like as hard to understand as you can. Like, what are you voting for? Who are the people you're actually bringing in? What are their policies? Oh, you don't know, or you think you do, and then they can just lie. But then you actually look on what they're voting, and then they try and lie about what they're voting to you, and hiding what they're approving. It's like you have to dig.
I think one way that I think I could summarize the state of the world right now, which really gets at what you're saying as well, is corporations learned how to use Soviet-style propaganda. Everything else from that, almost everything else that we see in the world today as a problem, except maybe China's influence, but that's similar, is the result of that. They learned that over a period of time, but especially in the last 10 years, they really ramped it up. They've learned to use Soviet-style propaganda as a tool to improve profits, to literally manipulate society to make them more profits, rather than just trying to convince individuals to buy their product. They're manipulating society to make it more pliable to corporations in general. It's kind of the next evolution of the corporate setup. And I agree with the libertarians. I don't think that's endemic of a free market. I think it's endemic of a market with manipulation by government. You know what I found? They wouldn't be able to do it without corrupting politicians. But the force of the money they have and the influence is just so powerful that they can corrupt any politician. Almost any.
You know what I found out as well? Is that any like green party, like that green energy parties that like every country has, they're like, environment friendly ones. They're all evil. They are all fucking evil, those people, because they get in, right? They feed off of your like sympathy of like, oh look, the earth is falling apart, all the animals dying, we can make a change, do this, do that, right? They get in. And all they do is make it harder for people like proper farmers to how many cattle they can own, taxing food dramatically, right? They're not actually taxing the companies like the factory farm people or anything usually. It depends who's involved, right? Depends whose name is involved and how much
Yeah.
they'd be getting taxed.
Generally,
Because if you have a politician mixed up with like factory farming, like you guarantee, like he's hardly getting taxed for anything. Because he's careful, he's a politician, he knows the people he's in. Like this is out here now.
I think if you go, one way I would explain that is if you go too hard on truth/principle, which are the same end of the dichotomy, then you lose out on victory/pragmatism. And that says nothing about how good the principle is. So if you, for example, with them, you go hard on like environmentalism, on high like fair weather moral issues, environmentalism, kindness to animals, beyond a baseline, etc., etc. These things that aren't strictly necessary for society, but they do make rich people feel good. Then, if you go for that, you are going to miss out on pragmatic concerns, which is what you're saying. You're going to weaken the market. You're going to weaken productivity in general. But that's even assuming. I mean, that's not even questioning how good those moral ideas are, how good those principles are. You lose out on important practical things for what? So that some rich people can feel better about themselves because now they feel like they've done something good in the world, which offsets their guilt about being wealthy.
That's not just it. That's not just it. Some of the times they're just straight up lying to you and they're not helping the environment at all.
Yeah, of course it then gets to that level because they're so easy to corrupt as well.
Yeah, no. Like PETA and a bunch of these other environmental activists have intentionally stopped farmers in Africa getting extra cattle to walk on, because they have this thing where they walk on the earth. Having the cows shit and walk on this earth over and over and over again has shown to actually produce more lively crop for them. And it's helped the soil immensely. And the biggest thing they need is more cattle and more animals to be able to do that. Like there's a great video on YouTube of this guy, like 40 to 60 years of his life is that work. And he has a garden in like the middle of the fucking Sahara. Like his whole work has brought life back onto that planet.
About that. Or maybe you did.
You know, I brought it up before, but he's shown evidence. And these people he's talked about, like the whole PETA, the whole green energy, everything, they have hindered him in every aspect of it. And he is actually doing something good for the planet. Like, actually. And there's many things like that. Like, they all claim it's for free shit, but like their idea of fixing stuff in Africa, for instance, is just putting a bunch of like solar panels. A bunch of solar panels to get all of this fucking like, you know, sun and all the maintenance and all the dead ground under it that you're just going to kill by doing that. You're not even trying to save the land. It's just all money and farming, like equipment and everything. It's nonsense. It's just profiting. They just want money.
Various methods are being used to accrue power and maintain power with the wealthy. Deception being commonplace is one result of that. When you have a system like that, yes, you can supercharge some areas of that system, but because the accountability pattern is ruined by the lack of truth moving around, you just get abuse and corruption and evil spreading like crazy. That's the situation that we're currently in. It needs to be unmade by people essentially realizing that that we cannot go on like this, and that's probably only going to happen when they can't afford bread, sadly. Hopefully it doesn't get that far, but it might have to. Sommervox says he doesn't like you as a guest, and the reason is nothing, no reason, except that you'll die.
Oh.
That's okay. Sommervox, with greatest respect, almost everyone in chat likes Die as a guest.
No, you don't have to lie to me. You don't have to lie to me. It's fine.
So I tolerate having her on the show.
No, like you don't have to lie to me. It's fine, guys. If you don't like me on, it's fine. I get it. I get it. It's fine.
So this meme in the background here. He-Man's saying, and remember, punks are nice people pretending to be bad, and hippies are bad people pretending to be nice. Until next time, friends. It's kind of reminded me of what you said with the Green parties. I think that also comes back to what I've said recently. This is not a 100% applicable principle, but this applies a lot. When someone's chaos is on the surface, they tend to be more ordered inside. And when their order is on the surface, they tend to be chaotic inside. When with superficial things, it's much safer for that to be the place their chaos lies. But with the serious stuff, the long-term stuff, with the basis of their being, that should be ordered. and the chaos should be available to be controlled while being dynamic on the surface. Something I say about Trump is his chaos is more so on the surface than most politicians, but it does seem that he is pretty ordered at his core. Di, for example, is manic, but she's also reasonably intelligent, especially for a woman.
Don't stop lying. What is this?
Come on, Di. I think you would agree that you're more intelligent than most women.
No, I know shit. I don't know fucking anything. Intelligence? God, you. Oof. You've not been around many people, eh?
Yeah, as someone who says, I did say reasonably intelligent.
I don't think you're intelligent.
Wow.
I don't think anyone in here is really that intelligent.
I wasn't talking about me. You brought up me.
But I guarantee you think you're more intelligent than me, right? But in the way I look at things, I don't think anyone in here is like truly intelligent. I think we all just like think a certain way.
Hmm.
And it might we might not be stupid, but you never know. Some decisions, some things you say later on in life, you could look back on and just be like,
Well, it depends
what you mean. That through.
Depends what you mean by intelligence, because I think intelligence. Someone with 160 IQ might make worse decisions than someone with 130.
Do you remember Eliza said she was 134 or some shit?
I don't know. I don't really care. Because having simple IQ, simple power of the brain is not a guarantee of being wise, of using it well. And so I think maybe even if you can say that the people in here aren't among the most intelligent, I mean, few of us are like active research scientists, we may be among the most wise. I think that's pretty important.
I don't know.
Maybe more important.
I think it's the folly of man to think they know anything at this point.
True. And so that is a way that you get wise, is by constantly rechecking yourself.
This is how I live. Like some days people say stuff to me, I'm like, oh my God, that's, I never thought of that. I realize that, God, some people, man, like they make crazy stuff. They do crazy things. Like that's pure, like they're smart enough to found a calling and they create something out of it. They create a legacy. Like great people. And even then it's just like, I don't know. This day and age, I think people throw around the word intelligence a lot.
I don't know. I don't know if that's new.
It's just a problem every generation has.
Yeah.
Every new generation thinks they're smarter than the old generation,
And in some ways they are. But wisdom is one of the ways that they are not, usually, or almost always. The young have
life
trouble
experience.
with that. Yeah.
Life experience is a big thing.
The range at which you can simulate the future results of an action is one of the things that I've noticed most reliably correlates with age. And it's very, very important because you can, as you were saying earlier, it's easy to say, okay, what could we do to have this effect instantly? Well, we'll do that then. What could we do to make sure that no one has too little money? Just take the money from the people that have plenty and redistribute it to the people that don't have enough. It's a simple action, a simple response to a problem.
To get there, it's not simple.
Well, that's part of the long term. One, to get there, and two, what happens afterwards. There's so much bullshit that is not considered by people that tend to come up with that initial solution. That is part of the reason why socialism appeals to the young. Because once you consider the long term, with just the short, immediate term, it seems compassionate and easy. But once you consider everything else, once you consider the practical implementation issues of it, the long term, which more so adults can do than children, or the young anyway, it becomes completely catastrophic to the point that you get to the point, if you study it enough, you realize this is literally the worst way humans could possibly set up a society.
I'm sure there's worse, but it's not great.
I'm not sure there's worse. I think there's probably something fundamental to how opposite socialism is to reality.
We could have blown each other away a long time ago.
I think socialism's a good way to get there.
There's worse.
Well, if we're talking about a society that is intended to be good.
Right, now I'm I'm talking about like in the present right now. Like it's not the best and it's getting worse. But like I still think there's a bit of hope there. Like we can hopefully change something.
Yes. So Theo said, there's a name for those green parties, watermelon socialists. Green on the outside and the same commie red inside all of them have.
Mm.
It's mostly true. And then Years said, all that ridiculous blather about us not being intelligent sounds like something a dumb woman would say. You've been called out by another femoid, Di.
I mean...
Frankly, Di, if you think we're not intelligent, that probably just proves you're not intelligent.
Yeah, true. But I also don't take another woman's opinion to heart, so...
Fair enough. But hold on. Years counts as a woman when she's criticizing you as a woman, but also counts as a man because she's intersex when you say you don't trust her because she's a woman, which means you have to trust her.
Oh, no.
Mm.
Oh, that's just mental illness and deformity.
I mean, it is technically deformity. I'm not sure if there's a mental
They're not a normal
component.
Functioning person at that point, so why,
Technically. But she functions
like
pretty well
in
in
reality
practice.
is what it is. That's not saying she's doing bad, I'm just saying.
Right. Next meme. Brexit means Brexit, folks. We're leaving. I don't think this is new, but it was quite good. Anyway, next thing. There's a lot of furore around Boris right now, and I get the feeling it's all artificial. There is material at the core of it, but I feel like the actual rage over it is artificial, and I feel like it might go too far. It might result in Boris losing a lot of power and influence, which, as much as he has probably a bit too much right now, the alternatives are not good. Anyway, next thing. A new version of this meme with, again, Vorsh. Boobs and ass can live in harmony, but then there's Vorsh with his child fetish.
Why does everyone talk about him, man? Like, I've never watched anything he's done. I've only heard everyone around me talk about him.
And I think maybe part of his success is because people talk about him as if he should be successful, but I don't think that accounts for much of it. And even then, that only really applies to the biggest figures on the right talking about it. I don't think it applies to me. But anyway, we will move on. I will mention that innocent till proven guilty, I have no evidence that Vorsh is a pedo. Just lots of
he's just a
indications.
Retard. So from what I've seen, he just is a massive fucking retard.
Pretty much.
It's just I have no interest in even getting to know or watch. I have no interest.
Yeah, I pretty much don't either. He is a good emblem for a corrupt edifice, though. Next thing. Had that bit already. do you feel this, Di?
What is this?
2022, sitting at your computer being sad. And you think back to 2016.
2016 was the literal worst point for me,
Kinda.
in it.
There were a lot of...
when I think back to 2016, I'm like, God, that time was terrible. I'm
It
glad
was a
I'm
time
not
of
there anymore.
change. I mean, I know for you were going through some specific things at the time, but 2017 for me was the silver age of Cabal and the golden age of my YouTube channel, because after that I lost interest in making edited videos. Streams are just much more my speed, but they don't gather as much of an audience. So, but they gather a better audience though, smaller but richer. I find. But yeah, 2017 was a pretty good year for me. But I'm in a happier place where I am now.
We were in a lot of different Discords during that time. You were hopping between them for a while.
I
everywhere.
I probably frequented one or two more back then, but I was still running Cabal pretty heavily. As soon as Cabal became popular, I didn't want to use any other servers even back then.
I just remember in every server I went to, it's like, Uzulu has his own color in this one as well. I always saw you there, and it's like, yeah, he's in here. I swear at times you only joined to see if you'd get the role that you wanted, and then you never used it again.
I don't remember doing that, but maybe. Now that account is gone, sadly.
Yeah.
Never mind. Cabal prevails. Moving on. Yes. The state says, why do you need privacy? Nothing to hide, nothing to fear. The citizen says, agreed, which is why I'm leaking these government files online. Then the state gets angry. Not happy with you. So there's this is true. According to U.S. law, at least in effect, if not necessarily explicitly, leaking classified U.S. documents is not protected by the First Amendment. There are a few other things that aren't as well. Just why I always make sure to say free expression is what matters, not free speech, because there are things that count as speech, but not expression, by what I mean by it, which does need to be defined, sadly, and somewhat proximately, which we do restrict. Incitement to violence, libel and slander, which are not restricted absolutely. They can just be restricted in effect by being sued for them, essentially. But there are restrictions on speech that I think are amenable to reasonable classical liberals, just not on expression, which I define differently. And I expect that the definition I would give ultimately would appeal to almost everyone in Cabal, but there may be some variation on some key issues. There probably are some people that would say no, absolute free speech, and let the cards fall where they may, and I could even respect that position. But I think the cards would fall in such a way that some things would be found necessary to restrict. Maybe not as many as in your opinion than I would recommend, but still probably a few.
Of course, the government doesn't want to admit to crimes, guys. Like, it's. I always just find it interesting, though. I think somebody was telling me that if you go and you steal something from someone in America, you have to like put that on your taxes.
Yeah, that came up recently.
That's crazy to me that you go into someone's house, steal a bunch of shit, give the tax people that information that you did that, and the tax don't care. They just take the money. They don't care that you stole it, as long as you tell them. It's the mafia.
I expect the reason that's happened is people that steal things are not going to report it for their taxes. So that's a non-point anyway.
But reason, they do.
No. But if they do, that's silly. And maybe there is corruption there. But I think if we're to find
in America, they do. This is what I'm saying to you. It's crazy.
I don't know if they actually do. My point I'm trying to get to here is that they probably add that so that they can get people on an additional thing. If they steal and they don't file it for taxes, then they can go away for longer. Now, that is an optimistic outlook. Maybe that's not the reason. Because this is the US we're talking about, which at the moment it has a lot of corruption. Maybe there is some other reason. But that is a positive angle that one could take, and I think that probably does explain it. Because who the hell, if they steal, is going to report it on their taxes? And then if they do report it on their taxes, the IRS should surely arrest them for that, or get someone else to arrest them for that. It doesn't make sense. The only thing that makes sense is to increase the sentence for not reporting the taxes as well as originally stealing the thing. It's probably just a technicality that the IRS put it there, but it's being used, therefore, to increase the sentence, and that's why it stayed. So yes, it looks stupid on first look, but I expect it's not used the way it actually looks like. Someone says IRS shouldn't exist, and there is certainly an argument for that in the US.
I think they're just all money hungry, and they don't care where the money comes from. They just take it from you.
If someone is going to admit that they stole goods,
yeah, right, they're stealing from you. So they don't care that you've stolen for somebody else as long as they get money, because they're stealing.
I think if you report it to the IRS, so you're half right.
They'd probably give you a high five. They gave them free money.
No, they would take your money, then they would still get you arrested. Why not have both?
I'm sure it does happen, but I'm just saying maybe if you're black or something, they might let you off.
And again,
and then you can go and get more money, if that had been and they can keep getting you, and you can just keep reporting it, and they'll just keep taking the money off you.
I wouldn't be surprised if in Democrat cities that has happened. I mean, the whole thing about if the value of the goods is less than $950, the police won't do anything about it. That's only in Democrat cities, which is mostly where the inner city black gang crime issues are.
Oh, that base store owner that put his prices up to the like everything in the store was like $925, so legally it could be reported as stolen. And then they had a little thing that you can go up and take it, and then the prices was back to normal for people that actually wanted to shop.
Like a loyalty card or something that reduced it by $950. Yeah, a technical workaround, but stupid that he had to do that. And a silly way of doing it, but I understand why he did.
They're doing a similar thing in Ireland. They upped the price of alcohol, and no one's happy. No one's happy.
In Ireland, of all places.
Yeah, I know, right? So a crate of like Heineken, let's say, would be like €30. And it went up to like 47.
Jesus.
Yeah, big increase. People not happy, and so like they had problems with people just putting the original price on the table with cash and just walking out with the crate, like just refusing to pay it. And then
I can
they
understand
had
that.
a store owner that was like, "Here, you can buy these glass cups things for €30, and then if you take that up to the desk, you can have a reduced price on the alcohol. So basically, you're paying the same price for alcohol as you would before the tax." So they started doing things like that because just no one was like, people were walking out and like just paying the normal fee.
Yeah.
And then so the stores did that so they could have it on record, and
I don't think that I do generally disagree with what's called morality tax, which I heard that said in Cabal recently, and I think it works for what we're talking about there. Same thing with sugar and fizzy drinks and smoking and other things. I don't think I have an absolute disagreement with that policy. Just almost absolute. Like I would say almost always I would disagree with the way they're doing it. Because usually it causes other problems. Like banning sugar, well then xylitol becomes more common. Xylitol's fucking
people
awful.
that say to ban shit, people that say to ban shit really don't understand the topic they're talking about. Like they really
even
don't.
A soft ban too.
Like
if the need is still there, then a different equilibrium will be found, and it might be worse than this one. If there is a need, you can't just ban the thing. There are exceptions like this comes into the same category. The thing that the argument is often made, well, if you're against banning, then we shouldn't ban murder. They are on the same scale. It's not a categorical difference between the two, but I'm sure that we could find ways to differentiate them that justify
smoking drugs and killing someone is not the same.
It's not the same scale, but categorically I think they are the same in terms of banning being effective. Yes, some things should be banned, even though there are still people that want to do them and will do them. But there are other things where if it's a assumed harm to the individual doing the purchasing or people that they are responsible for, then I don't think it should be. And that maybe is an important distinguishing factor between murder and the purchase of items. It's still categorical in terms of whether banning things is okay, but we do need to make that qualification that if the ban is merely to protect the person buying it, or the hard ban or soft ban, then that's not okay. Maybe that's the correct standard.
No, it's ridiculous. Like the whole thing is like not even from that point it doesn't matter either way, because if you just look at it in a logical point for like fixing the issue, right? Someone's an alcoholic. You put the price up on alcohol higher to dissuade people from buying it. But an alcoholic doesn't fucking care if it's priced more. He will buy it. He will steal it. He will buy it. He will go on the black market. It doesn't matter. If he wants it, he will get it. Banning stuff does not fix the problem with addiction and people having stuff and wanting things. Just look at weed. Just look at weed.
It possibly banned. Just drives.
Everyone smokes it almost. Like people can get their hands on it so easily. It's stupid.
Yeah, we shouldn't be banned. I do view that as class warfare. But with your example of the alcoholic, yes, if they're addicted to something and there's the prices on it go up, all you're doing is essentially driving that person towards destitution. Mm-hmm. Yes, maybe
go there.
Maybe they figure out I've got to do something about this, and they power through and somehow get round the addiction.
And I understand.
And some of them might do that, but that's only going to be like 5% of the total. The 95% are just going to have a harder life, which might lead them to more alcohol.
Yeah, some people are going to say, "Oh, they don't care. That person's put themselves in that issue to begin with, right?" But the issue here is the government is saying this is a solution to a problem, right? They're saying if we do this, it'll help these people, and that's just a blatant fucking fabrication and lie. In reality, they're putting up the prices. People will still pay or steal. Like crime will go up because people won't be able to afford stuff, so then they start stealing. So just shit gets out of control rather quickly with this nonsense. If you're not actually careful, like this is not helping the situation.
I agree.
We're looking for solutions.
I agree with you, but perhaps an argument they would make is that it more so prevents people from getting on board the idea, the thing in the first place. It more prevents people from starting alcohol.
That's not going to happen. That's.
I don't think it would help with the young, for example, who have other people buy it for them or something along those lines.
Alcohol prohibition. We've literally seen in action what happens when banning alcohol. And that did not do anything to help the young people stop.
Yeah.
It just worsened it.
I agree. Certainly alcohol is one of those things that...
It's the same with the cigarette ban in New Zealand. They're trying to ban cigarettes for a certain generation. I guarantee you that's just going to make them want to smoke more, and it's also not dealing with the problem of nicotine because you have vape pens now.
True.
Like, vaping is just a thing now.
Then again, if they get into vaping, at least there's no long-term lung damage issues that come with smoking or cancer.
As we know, there's plenty of people that have reported there has been lung issues.
Yeah, but that's because they're getting the cheap shit from China. That shit needs to be banned or regulated or something.
Right, but
it's a new thing. It's not regulated well.
Yeah, that's the thing. The vaping thing is new, like cigarettes was, and we have plenty of statistics and whatever now on cigarettes that we don't do on vaping. And either
vaping doesn't have to be as dangerous as cigarettes kind of do have to be. It's just that there are some things that you can do with vaping that are as dangerous. But as I said, there should be regulation on that because it's actually literally about people's health.
They're going to start regulating it, and the first thing they're going to do is start getting rid of the flavors.
Well, yeah, that's the
what
thing.
They always do.
I think that shit that is directly dangerous being imported from China and sold to kids, something needs to be done about that, and that can be on a collective level. However, we come back to the issue that was mentioned in chat, that government is a solution looking for problems. Sometimes it is. Yeah, sometimes it gets that far, and the problems they look for are the ones that give them more money and power, which means they're just a bigger solution with fewer real problems, looking for even more tiny problems or making them if they don't exist. It's a really fucking bad cycle, but we do need some sort of collective authority in a nation. There are issues that do have to be solved that way. So there does need to exist a government. And one of those issues might be the shit coming from China, the low quality vape that is giving people conditions. However, of course, with the current state of government, I don't trust them to regulate that properly. They'll find some way to fuck it up. So we obviously get to the point where we do need a collective authority, and that is maybe one of the things it should do. But the one we have is crap, so we need to fix that first before we can rely on it doing anything.
It's never going to work because the reality is these things can and will be bad for you, right? There's no getting around that. Like vaping, while it's not as bad as cigarettes, there is going to be a setback because you are inhaling smoke into your lungs, right?
I think it's steam.
Steam, whatever it is, but you're inhaling these things into your lungs that are not supposed to be there, right? So you have to understand, you're always taking on a bit of risk when you're doing these things regardless. And most people understand that as well. But the government is trying to go about that, we're doing this for your own good. Maybe somebody doesn't want that. Maybe they want to enjoy life. Maybe they want to smoke. Maybe they want to drink.
And that's why I
think people have the right to do that. I think people have the right to go and drink and smoke if they want to. They end up destroying their life. Sure, it's not the best.
So they can have more weed, of course.
Everything. Yeah, it's all the same. Like everything in moderation.
So it comes down to the ultimate dichotomy of having either a totally libertarian system where people learn better what is wrong, but they have to go through that period of experiencing it and it being bad first, and many of them may stay in that position. So you essentially have a more volatile system where a lot of people know well what the problems are, and a lot of people maybe know, but they also have an addiction. They're also in that culture. They also exude the problems with those things. Or you have a more regulated system where very few people by comparison actually get into it in the first place, but very few people know why they shouldn't. The latter is more so the one employed in Europe, particularly in the UK for this comparison, and the former is the one more so employed in the US. The US is therefore, generally speaking, in my humble opinion, more volatile, but also more free. Worse bad times, better good times. The UK, however, is just more stable, more flat in both regards, and I think both are viable options, but I do often find things in the UK where I think this should just be free. It should just be liberal, like the US would do it, and it would be better. There are some areas where it really should be.
Can I tell you some stupid things that I think that were done to try and dissuade people, right? One of the things that's law in Europe and the EU and whatever is when you're buying cigarettes, they have to put these like really disgusting images on the packs, right? And they also like banned the flavoring of certain like tobacco and stuff like that. And I was talking to an American, and I was telling them about like the cigarette boxes, and they were so shocked because they can still, in many places you can get like flavored tobacco, no problem. They don't have to have these images on the box. Like, people know cigarettes are bad for you. They don't need constant, like, look at this dead fetus on the package. Because what people just do is they get desensitized to it, so it doesn't work anyway.
Yeah.
They're still getting them. The horrible images isn't dissuading people.
It might dissuade people from starting it in the first place, but probably not very many.
No, it doesn't. Like, it's just... I think, like you said, the best way is, like, tell people what to expect with drugs, what to know. Are fully aware of, like, the worst things that can happen. Like, that's good information, and we saw that did work for a time, because less and less young people started smoking. But there's been a massive resurgence since the vaping now. And because there's a lot of people that went from vaping to smoking, and smoking to vaping. You know, it's back and forth. More people went from smoking to vaping now.
I know,
but it's still an issue.
I know at least one example where vaping helped someone quit smoking. So
there has been used.
I generally have a positive outlook on vaping because it doesn't have to be dangerous at all. Even as you said, like, vapor in the lungs that's not supposed to be there. We breathe in shit all the time that shouldn't be in there. If you ever smell a bad smell, that's going into your lungs. So it's not inherently dangerous. And if it's just flavored vapor, if it is just flavored vapor, that should be fine.
I think people need to mind their
business. Put in there as well.
I think people need to mind their business, is what I think. If you see someone smoking, well, they're smoking. Don't harass them.
Well, even
it's the same with the government. Like,
even in a libertarian country, there is still horizontal enforcement. There is still cultural enforcement. People don't mind their own business, and perhaps it's better that they don't. There are reasons for on a collective basis that they shouldn't. But we would tend to come at this from an individualistic perspective because that's mostly what this culture war is about. But I think we shouldn't lose sight of. I mention this a lot, despite the fact that we are generally fighting for the individualistic and generally right-wing, generally nationalistic, etc., perspective of things. We shouldn't lose sight of the inherent validity of the opposite just because their current instantiations are crap.
You know, it's just I've seen people go up to, like, these nurses outside the hospital because they're not allowed to smoke go outside and have a smoke anymore. They have to go outside the gates of the hospital now, right? I've seen people go up and, like, lecture these nurses on how smoking is bad for their health, right? And, like, this is a nurse, likely been working for, like, 20 hours, like, looks exhausted and is just trying to relax, knowing full well that smoking's bad. Like, it's a nurse, they know. But it's just like I could not imagine going up and just, like, harassing someone like that. That's just they just want to be left alone.
You do it all the time in Star Trek.
No, it's like, I wish people would just stop that. Like, I don't like that shift. Because people never used to be like that. At least around here.
I think that's fairly normal, but maybe it's got worse. I think the ideology that we've been studying for the last 10 years, it has been a big help to people like that, the moral busybodies, moralizers who I've had an issue with for a long time, and it's part of the same reason I dislike elves, because they always exhibit that same sort of attitude, especially Altmer in Skyrim, you need to be annihilated immediately. Yes, it's that attitude, as you said, the moral busybodies that I don't like, but I still recognize they're probably necessary in society for some reason. I'm sure I could explain it if I gave it some thought.
Not this many.
Yeah, probably not this way. It has gone overboard, I would imagine.
I think we need to calm it down a bit on this moral busybody bits.
It's not just women, but it is mostly women, and I think the society being.
Man, I don't know about that. No.
Really?
I don't. I have seen some fucking retarded men. Like, the feminists. There's a lot of, like, feminist men. And like, fucking incel-esque mentality about stuff where they assume they're saying something, like, what they're saying is correct because they've taken an extreme view.
I bet they're doing it. I bet they're doing it because they think either the woman in their life will respect them more, or the woman in their life has conditioned them to think that it's a good thing to do, or they expect to find a woman because of it, or they have a general sense that women will approve of them doing it.
It's not even just that. I've seen a lot of men, like, the whole, like, alpha mentality, right? I've seen a lot of men pretend to have that mentality and fail miserably and just come off as, like, rude and an asshole.
I think that's okay, because at least they're trying to do something worthwhile. Like, if it becomes trendy to be manly, society might genuinely improve, even
They're
if a
not
lot of
being
people fail at
manly.
doing it.
But no, but they're not even being manly. They're being a little bitch.
Well,
And they don't realize
maybe
it.
it's still better than them idolizing being a pussy rather than
No, but
idolizing being a
they
man
are
and just
pussy
failing at doing
because
so.
of how they portrayed themselves. So they failed miserably.
Yes, which is cringe, which should adapt them to emblemize the trend better.
Dude, sometimes there's no helping, though.
Yeah, but as I've said before, like, you can fake it until you make it with alpha.
No, you
signaling.
can, but that doesn't happen often.
Maybe what you're talking about is autists who maybe can't use that path, or it's so unnatural to them that they're always going to look cringe doing it. But there are a lot of other people who probably should do that, who maybe you'd never notice are using the trend.
It could be like the online shit as well, because like there's just a lot of fucking fags on the internet, like everywhere you go. Like the men you talk to, they're either bisexual or have sucked dick somehow. Like they're the worst. I like, and they say it with no shame either, and it's like, you're literally the problem. Like, you are one of the many problems, I think.
Well, that explains why you spend a lot of time in Cabal, because most of us aren't like that. But that doesn't explain why you spend a lot of time in Trig's server, because he is.
Right, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm not in his server much anymore.
I am joking. I didn't actually know that you weren't, actually, but I assumed that you were.
No, but it's just, it's the sad reality is, it's like, I just can't stand being around faggots. Like, I really can't. The way they talk, their mannerisms, like even their opinions, it's just like, it's, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I was around them for so many years of my life when I was younger that I just can't, like.
Yeah, maybe.
Like PTSD, like dealing with them. I don't know.
Let's go on to the next thing, because this is supposed to be a political compass stream, and we're spending a long time on these. Yeah. It's good conversations, but still. So, the state of the vaccine. At the beginning, it was makes you immune, keeps you out of hospital, it's safe, and government says so. So 4 reasons to do it. And then, makes you immune was gone. It doesn't make you immune. It offers some protection. But still, government says so. It's safe and keeps you out of hospital. And then, no, it doesn't keep you out of hospital. You can still get it just fine. In fact, it's hard to say whether it actually helps, but you can still get it. It's safe and government says so. Oh, and now we learn about the side effects. All we have left is government says so. That's where it was always going to end up.
Yep. I mean, what was it? Every last year, everyone, the shit they said, they were called conspiracy theorists, like everywhere you went. And then it's just everything that was said last year has been finally approved this year. So strange, you know?
Yep. Right. The effort it took to do this as well. Like, this is not just a Photoshop. Someone had to paint this. And they were that dedicated to the idea of building a system based on very rigidly structured lies. It's so much effort when you don't have to do that at all. It's completely unnecessary to run a society. Anyway, moving on. Now, who in chat knows about Johnny English? Do you know about Johnny English, Di?
I remember the name. I can't remember anything about it.
They are a series of either 2 or 3 sort of entertaining the British mock spy movies with, as you can see, Rowan Atkinson as the star. I rather like them.
Oh, Mr. Bean, the character in Mr. Bean. Oh.
Yes, Blackadder. I rather like the Johnny English movies. I recognise that they're sort of cheap comedy, but they're pretty good for cheap comedy, honestly. They're above average. James Bond also good, but obviously it's a different kind of show. But compare Johnny English and James Bond. Johnny English is from MI6, but so is James Bond. Johnny English is badass, and so is James Bond. But Johnny English can get hit in the balls multiple times without fainting. James Bond can't do that. Not that we have any empirical data, but I suggest that's probably the case. We should watch Johnny English and Cabal at some point. Chat, I want you to so press 3 if you don't want to watch it, but press 1 if you do want to watch it and you've seen it before. Press 2 if you do want to watch it but you haven't seen it before. So you're basing it on the recommendation I've just given. A lot of you have already seen it, apparently. All right, yeah, no, we should definitely watch it then. As I said, it's pretty cheap comedy. It would be more so as a laugh. There wouldn't be a whole lot to learn from it, but that's fine to do sometimes. So we'll see it at some point. Yes, I think that there are at least two of these movies. I don't know if there's 2 or 3 though. As I recall, they released another one years after either the first one or the first 2, and it was still good. It wasn't just like a crappy money-grubbing reboot. But that's my taste in movies. A lot of people disagree.
I mean, we know about your taste.
That's true. So, that is the memes I have for today. We shall now move on to that. That's a news story. We'll come back to that maybe. That's the only one I have for today. We'll now go to 8 values, assuming that still exists. I think it does. So this is the one I said I'd do first. We might do political compass after that. So chat, to remind you of the concept here, Di, you'll love this. This is extremely Jewish. And I say it's extremely Jewish as a compliment to the people who tend to be particularly well suited to matters of money. But yes, it's a particularly Jewish idea of me. I'm going to do 1 or maybe 2 tests, regardless what happens in chat. But then, depending on how many contributions there are, I will just keep going until people get bored, doing these political tests and doing the ones that chat asks for as well. I may specify specific amounts, or I may say, oh, that's not quite enough, or something along those lines. But I will. This is supposed to be kind of a marathon stream where I'm trying to raise a little money for myself by doing a lot of things that people might find interesting. I'll start with 8 values, and then people have already asked to the autism test, and we'll do that one next. I think maybe, did you take that, Di? Did I see you post one of those in chat?
I don't remember. Okay. I can't remember.
It's the
I'll do this
circular
test
one.
with you though, because I'm curious.
That'd be good. I have my previous results as well, which I guess, chat, I'll show you my previous results in comparison to the results I get from doing this one. All right, you ready, Di?
Mm-hmm.
I expect if we go through this, I will give quite a lot of explanation for why I'm giving each answer. Now, usually when I do that, some people get upset and they just want to see the results. I don't view that as very helpful. I think it's good to explain and justify and talk about these things, especially because a lot of them are things that most of chat will disagree
either, because I'm but the thing is, should I disagree or agree with you when we go through them, or should we just do the test?
Well, you fill out the test as you.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
That's what you mean. You bring up issues. You're welcome to, yeah. We might end up discussing it for a long time. Maybe we should be mindful of how long we're taking.
I think maybe we should just do the test first.
No, because we'd have to figure out which questions we disagreed on. No, I think I'm happy to discuss each one. But let's just be mindful of how long we're taking. Try not to take too long on each one. Let's try to make it brief.
I'm going to do the test on my I've already gone through a few questions.
Okay,
so I might.
That's fine. All right. Okay, let's begin. You're presented with a series of statements. For each one, click the button with your opinion on it. Question 1 of 70. Oppression by corporations is more of a concern than oppression by governments. I will just go with neutral on that because they're both a concern pretty much to the same extent. Oppression by corporations, I think, possibly requires oppression, government cooperation with that. Not necessarily requires, it can be done otherwise, but it's there are, as long as you have social mobility, it can't really last. As long as you have an active market. So I think I would do a disagree because governments are still necessary for the long time oppression by corporations. So I would say slightly government oppression is worse, but corporations still viable for oppression. Oh, Git has contributed. I'll have a look at that in a minute. Yes, Git, we can. I think hate values is the one you're asking about. We'll do that one as well. So I will do a disagree on that one just to make sure I got the wording right. Oppression was more of a concern. Yeah, oppression by governments is slightly more of a concern, but they are both a concern. 2 of 70. It's necessary for the government to intervene in the economy to protect consumers. Yes, but not much. It should be very minimal. An example of this is actually, copyright is not really to protect consumers, and necessary is not necessarily necessary, no, but it certainly helps. There are some things where should it be allowed for corporations to just lie to people about what their product is? Probably not. Should the government restrict that? There are problems that come along with that. I wonder what people in the chat think. Press 1 if you think the government should be able to prevent people from lying in adverts, for example, and press 2 if you think they should just completely leave that shit alone and let people sort it out themselves. Fraud. Oh, this is a good point. Yeah, this would cover fraud. I'm sympathetic to people that say that it should be left completely, but I do lean slightly on the side of, yeah, some things should probably be restricted. So I will agree with that. The freer the markets, the freer the people. Generally, yes, but there are issues with that. I think the freer a market gets, the more likely it is to corrupt a government, or the freer it is at the start, but then it gets less free in many ways. Or at least the people do, trapped by their own minds because of propaganda. The US has a more free market, but it also has more free corruption than the UK, for example. I think it's just a matter of volatility. The freer the markets, the freer the people, yes, but the much more risk there is of other problems. So I will agree, but it's a very contingent agree. It is better to maintain a balanced budget than to ensure welfare for all citizens. Generally, yes, because you can, long term, things can work themselves out as long as you have an active economy. Now, issues for people that don't or can't work, a lot of them are just lazy, but I think a lot of them are also people that it would be worth supporting until they can. It's hard to say, because maybe it's a personal experience thing, because it took me a long time to get off the ground, essentially. And I think there are a lot of people like that. A lot of people who aren't really suited for doing something useful, but because they have the time to work it out, they end up doing something much more innovative and different later on in life. So, but I think that probably only applies to a minority of people. Generally, I will say agree. I won't go into the great details, but I won't go a strong agree for that one. Publicly funded research is more beneficial to the people than leaving it to the market. I think probably a roughly equal amount of both is a good idea. So I'll go neutral. Tariffs on international trade are important to encourage local production. It can go too far, like with the EU. It definitely can, but yes, this protectionism can be used. Should be used sparingly. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Strong disagree, because that is essentially the exactly how you get communism. We can have a tiny bit of this, but really not much at all. It would be best if social programs were abolished in favor of private charity. No, I'm okay with some social programs. Private charity, I don't think will solve all the problems. As I've said, like, we do need collective authority. There are some issues that can only be solved by collective authority, or at least can only be solved properly, or anywhere near well. But private charity is preferable where it can apply. So I will go with I'll go with a neutral on that one. Taxes should be increased on the rich to provide for the poor. I'm still not sure how I feel about the difference between a flat tax rate and a progressive tax rate. I think I'd maybe be okay with a slightly progressive tax rate. The people that have earned more have generally also benefited more from the system, and so maybe owe more towards it, but that's not a great argument. I don't have a really good one for that. So I think I will actually go with a neutral on that one too. Inheritance is a legitimate form of wealth. I know this is one where people would immediately say yes, but it's not merit-based, but at the same time, if you allow for this, it definitely encourages people to value the family more, to save more, etc., etc. So I'm going to go agree, but it's not a super clear agree. Basic utilities like roads and electricity should be publicly owned. Yeah, I would say, would I go strongly? And basic utilities, yeah, I can go strongly agree on that. Maybe problems do arise, but I think maybe more do if it's private. Government intervention is a threat to the economy. Strongly agree, but it is still necessary sometimes. It is always a threat to the economy, but sometimes the threat is actually worth it. Those with a greater ability to pay should receive better healthcare. I'm okay with the way the UK system handles this particular issue, where we have both public and private options. That I think is good. What I would change about the UK system is I think that and this is contingent on many things, this is an early idea and I'm not an expert, but I think a better system than having a national healthcare service would be having just national health insurance, so that everyone is guaranteed access to healthcare, but you can obviously try and mitigate the problems that come with that. And I think that's a better system than having national healthcare service, just guaranteeing people access to private healthcare where they would otherwise have access to the National Health Service. That probably is a better idea, but I know that there are problems that come along with that. So I will go with an agree on that. Quality education is a right to all people. I will go for a strongly agree. on that. I don't think I need to explain that either. Probably most people agree. I think the thing is, right, should it be a right? It's questionable. We are talking about children having access to something that will really shape their entire life. I think I will go with a strongly agree, but I definitely recognize the concerns of positive rights on this one, but I think because it is children, I think that's probably acceptable. The means of production should belong to the workers who use them. Strongly disagree, because if that were the case, as I've mentioned before, one of the simplest arguments I came up with recently against socialism is if the workers are upset with being employees and want to be the employers, the employers get free access to exploit the workers. They have a better life. They're part of the bourgeoisie. Then the workers can just become employers by starting a company, right? It's that simple. Oh, wait, no, it's not that simple. There's loads of other steps along that way, and every single one that the socialist mentions as a reason why that couldn't happen is an argument against socialism. The risk, for one thing, the investment, the expertise it takes to manage a company, as opposed to simply making a product with your hands, managing a company is more rarefied talent. And so rewarding those that do it mean that the people that can do it are likely to, which means you get a much more fluid economy, more social mobility, more freedom, more competition, more quality. Everything gets better. So I strongly disagree on that one. The United Nations should be abolished. I don't know enough about them. The thing is, with international efforts, I would regard an international communication network with maybe some formalization of how that's communicated as a much better idea than an international institution. So I will go with an agree, but with the caveat I don't know a lot about it, so I can't say with great deal of confidence. Theo, however, can. I respect that, but I haven't looked into it as much. Military action by our nation is often necessary to protect it, obviously. Even when we're not at war, sometimes. Well, obviously, that should be kept to a minimum if we can. I support regional unions such as the European Union, which, the thing is, the United States is also a regional union. So the problem with the European Union is, and so is the UK actually, the problem with the European Union is not so much that it's a regional union. It's everything else about it. So I will have to go for a neutral on that one, but I definitely don't support the European Union. The European Union is just a crap union. But unions, not necessarily bad. The US and the UK are both pretty good examples. They have their problems, but they're both working fairly well. The EU, however, is a terrible example, and that should be abolished. Or defeated, either way. So no, the issue is not regional unions. The issue is the European Union. So I'll go with the Soviet Union is another good example, Theo, of one that was bad for different reasons as well. It wasn't because it was a union. It was because it was the fucking Soviet Union. So neutral on that one. It's important to maintain our national sovereignty. Very strong agree on that one. A united world government would be beneficial to mankind. No, not yet. Maybe when we go multi-global, but even then, it's questionable. So strongly disagree for now. It's more important to retain peaceful relations than to further our strength. That's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. Peaceful relations come from the stalemate of the relative power of each nation. It's also contingent on other nations' ability to defend weaker nations and maintain that equilibrium.
I didn't like some of these questions because it's like there's a lot to take in here. Like, this isn't a very simple question.
I am sympathetic to the question writer because there's a lot of nuance that they want to try and avoid, including to keep the question simple and punchy and quick. But this is the first example I've seen where both yes and no are misleading because the nuance is important.
It's hard to be impartial on these two and not like make it obvious that some questions are leading.
I'm going to have to do neutral on this one, I think, just so it doesn't factor in. Wars do not need to be justified to other countries. It's hard to say. Generally, they should be. Like this has been a tradition among civilizations for hundreds or thousands of years. The idea of casus belli, having a reason to invade, and the question is need. Like, other countries should not have authority to tell you cannot do it. I mean, they don't. You could just say, no, I'm doing it if you have the power to. And maybe this is one of those cases where regulation defeats competition, because this would allow the most powerful countries to have war carte blanche and everyone else to be restricted from doing it. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's a better situation, but it isn't fair.
I also think people deserve to know when they're being dragged into shit. Like, that's a whole, like, war, you're dragging the whole country through. Like, this is a bunch of people. Surely you'd want to hear their say in the matter as well.
Well,
and in this day
it should
and
be
age,
democratically accountable
with
as possible.
weapons as like destructive as they are, like I think people should be informed on what's happening and going on. Because if you have a crazy dictator that wants to blow up like a fucking city with something, I think it's best to know that, like, for everyone to be aware.
Yeah, but I don't know if that really comes into the question. It's about justifying it diplomatically to other nations. The thing is, it's better if it is, because it reduces the number of wars and increases the justification of the wars that happen. But there's no way to enforce this. This is just a diplomatic
because
preference.
everyone thinks they're right. That's the thing. Every country in it is like, no, we're right. Because that's how war is. Somebody, like, it's two opposing views on something, and they both think they're right, usually.
And nations are they're never going to say, oh, you don't want me to go to war? Well, then I won't. They're going to say, oh, you're threatening to go to war with me if I go to war with them. Well, then that changes things. It's always about the practical, because it has to be, and that's fair enough. Among nations, that is the realm of maximum tactics at that point, maximum strategy. It's not about principle above the realm of nations, which is arguably why nations are a good thing, because it allows us to have principles in a nation, because outside of that, it's the Wild West.
Well, it's in the treaties that, like, all that nonsense with World War I and why it got so bad. Because, like, someone, they started a war, and then everyone else was dragged in.
Europe was primed for war. A lot of countries wanted to try out the new toys. But part
everyone
of it
was
that,
dragged in. Like, literally, they were dragged in.
Yeah.
Trig would lose his mind, because he'd love to talk about this topic. He's done a whole thing on it.
This is a silly question. So I think I'll go with neutral again. But with the justifications I just gave, I'm going neutral essentially to erase the question from the test. Military spending is a waste of money. Strongly disagree. Sometimes it can go too far, but the thing is, I'm not even sure that the US has gone too far. As the world hegemon, it probably is appropriate that they spend obscene amounts. Probably a lot of it's wasted. But then even waste can be useful, because the waste can be spent on something that might have been the next big thing, just wasn't. And someone has to research it. Might as well be the world hegemon, which is also a free nation. It's a pretty good situation to be in. So I don't hugely begrudge US military spending, but a lot of it probably is just uselessly wasted. So, but no, military spending is not a waste of money. It's vital. Probably a lot more vital than most people realize.
Is put more money into giving them proper food.
Sure. Feed the soldiers better.
That's one thing I see as a common issue almost everywhere, is the soldiers get really shit food.
And that is something I feel strongly about, that veterans should be supported.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Speaker Harlan says the wizard wills it. Thank you, Speaker Harlan. And the multiplier's gone up. Carl Childers is not too far off being knocked off his spot, guys. We could, if someone sends a contribution in the next 5 minutes, they're going to multiply it times 3, and then that will resume the multiplier another 5 minutes. I might change that, but for now, that's how it is. So, international aid is a waste of money. Largely, mostly, it creates complacency, but at the same time, if you didn't do it, there will probably be other problems. Like, for example, you can't really not do it because people get so fucking sympathetic. And the thing is, you're always going to have a charity industry where, yes, they may be doing good work, but ultimately they're doing it to get a cut of the donations. And sometimes the cut is not obscene. Sometimes when you see like 50% admin fees, 50% directly to the people that need it, the admin fees make sure that they know who needs it and they know how to fund the people that need it. And a lot of charity work does concern itself with long-term actually solving the problems in the places rather than just looking like they're solving it, like giving people water directly. But a lot of them don't, and a lot of it can't really. I think maybe the issue is that there are some areas of the world and some people living in them that just can't really pull themselves out of poverty, especially not with situations like China and a bunch of other powerful countries around them. Like there are some places in the world, very few, but some places that are essentially Neolithic. We're not going to wait thousands of years for them to catch up. And so what's the alternative? Either you press gang them into being modern citizens, remove them, which I'm not advocating, but it is theoretically an option. Or, leave them, I don't know. It's a very difficult question to answer, and international aid is a stopgap at best.
Yeah. I mean, out here, the most aid I see usually is from the Catholic Church, funny enough. like out here every Christmas they give those that are like can't really afford food on Christmas like boxes of food for like every year through the school, and like if your kid's in school and then you go to church, they if you're known in the community, like you can go in and they give you extra stuff. If you're struggling, like that's one of the main institutions out here that I've seen actually helping the local community was the church. Like they were going door to door, like at times for people to make sure everyone was all right.
Religion can incite people to do good things. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Eb says, how many trillions of international aid have gone to Africa? How civilized is Africa? And you're not wrong, but more than you might think. There are a lot of cities in Africa. There are a lot of countries that actually are fairly prosperous. It's just a lot of them really are shitholes. Most of them are shitholes. And the aid that's gone into Africa, probably no more than about 10% of it has gone in a way that's actually produced meaningful improvements. That's a total speculative estimate, by the way, but we can't really know, can we? So international aid, generally waste of money, but that's not to say we should get rid of it completely. Probably a lot too much of it is, but you can't get rid of it also. Like the sympathy of people it's an industry, because there are people, a lot of people in especially Western countries who are guilty, and companies who are able to guilt trip them by showing them pictures of starving African children, even when that doesn't represent any more than a tiny proportion of the people of Africa. International aid has done a lot of good. It's just it creates complacency.
Those ads. I still see those fucking ads. Like they still have them. Like whenever I go on Twitter on my phone, I see the ads that are it's always like Meta recommends this, and it's like a fucking like dying African child and asking you for your money.
Yeah, like you don't get expensive adverts about sympathy without there being a cut that someone thinks is worth it. Like they're not just paying for the cost of the charity. They're not just paying for cost. They're paying profit for the charity, which again, I'm not saying is wrong even, but it is an industry. Charity is an industry. And so you could say there is now no longer any international aid, and they would just come back again. It's a natural need. However, I realize that's not quite what the question is. The question is international aid. So when a nation sends aid. So, okay, judging that, it's a bit easier. I think that is one thing where, because it's a different country, that the nation itself should not be sending aid. In fact, I would probably argue that the nation itself, its budget should include 0 international aid.
It's not that simple though, because if you have a bunch of countries that are like pals with each other, and something terrible happens, like a flood or a volcano erupts, and you're selling a bunch of stuff between the countries, and then you don't help them during that kind of time of crisis, when they would the whole thing is they would be helped as well in a time of crisis. Like it's that kind of understanding and agreement. I think it depends widely on where the money's going. Because like if it's to help a bunch of people after a massive like just a volcano eruption, like like so many houses destroyed, so many people dead, a tsunami that can happen.
Here's an idea, right? 0 international aid in the budget, but every time a country wants to aid another, you do a referendum. And I know that would be awkward. It would be annoying to have to do constant referendums, but
you trust the government to do that? You trust them to do an actual correct one like that? You think they're that organized? That would never happen.
Well, then if it doesn't happen, then 1, there'll be diplomatic issues for countries that don't support each other. And 2, there will be no wasted money for international aid.
Well, no, just why we have people in place that is like, oh, we signed this, and therefore it has a clause or something that, like, if some natural disaster happens, we have to help them. Like, they've already signed a contract. Like, there's a lot of the time they've already signed a contract or a treaty or something.
Then the contract would have to be existing ones. Maybe you could let them be enforced as they are, just to maintain those agreements. But future ones would have to allow for the country to call a referendum. Most of the time, the referendum will come back with yes. And I know that most of the time people wouldn't bother voting for it. But at least then it does go to the people. Then again, you could argue that you could do a referendum for any issue, but the point is you're supposed to have representatives who are supposed to deal with this. So it's more so a matter about trust with the representatives.
Do you remember, Ursula?
But if you're just talking about emergencies, maybe that is something that we can define, but there are obviously problems with that too.
But do you remember this story that went around? I can't remember what country it was, but they had promised to like plant like a certain amount of trees as a give back to another country for something. And it was only recently that like decades later that they came back and gave them a paper being like, we finally planted the trees we said we'd plant. Or we finished our end of the bargain. Like there's a lot of that as well still in place. Olden time weird stuff like that I think is quite fun and funny.
Well, I wonder if anyone in chat can think of an alternative solution to Dai's criticism that
if anyone has
nations,
a story,
nations should help each other in times of emergency. Because we could just say, yes, you're allowed to do like an emergency bill that just contains payments to other countries which are allies for emergencies. But then you can redefine emergency. You can create an emergency out of nothing. Or there might be a time when something should be counted as an emergency, but technically doesn't. So it is a good point that probably countries should be allowed to do that. But I think for normal circumstances, a nation should not be giving tax money to other countries.
Yeah, or what would you think of like if a community in a different country like decided they wanted to help people and they all came together and like collected a bunch of money to help people in another country that's after like a flooding or stuff like that? What do you think of that?
Well, that I would view as the same thing as charity was sort of talking about earlier. You can't really stop that.
But as I'm saying, do you think that would be better than having the government get involved? Or like, would it be better to have communities sort that out that want to help?
Yeah. The thing is, as I said earlier, like collective welfare, I think there should be some welfare. There's a lot of issues with it, but I don't think there should be none. But that's for the people of your own nation, the people that the government is actually partly responsible for. People of other nations, that's not the same thing. The government shouldn't be concerning itself with them. That I'm fine with being handled with private charity. So maybe that is an answer to the problem of nations should help each other monetarily. Perhaps a government could help the process of a charity getting money for a certain thing, but that would require the government getting in bed with the corporation, which just happens to be a charity. So there's probably problems with that.
Evil always finds a way.
So what if the only charity that applies for a certain thing? Well, I guess the problem with this is no competition in the market should be stronger. But if the only corporation, the only charity that applies to a certain thing is massively corrupt and no one has a choice but to give to them if they want to support it, the answer is competition. That could happen with any corporation. So yeah, I think I'm going to have to say agree on this one. Not a strongly agree, though I'm not far off a strongly agree. But I think maybe it is going to have to be my position for now that there should be no international aid in a nation's budget. But I'm sure that there are circumstances I haven't considered. So I'll go with agree on that. My nation is great, the question says. A very subjective question. It should be written from a non-subjective perspective, I would expect. But it's essentially asking... I
actually like this question. It's simple. Okay. It's simple and to the point, and it tells a lot by your answer. Well, like it tells like I understand there's a lot of nuance. Like my nation is great by this standard, but they've done some of this as well. But like, what do you think? It's a personal quiz. I think it's a good question.
It's just trying to ask, like, should you love your nation? Even if you are also willing to criticize them, should you still lionize it and try to, make it the best it can be rather than just switching between nations?
Do you think your nation is great?
It's not bad. It's among the best, despite the fact that it's got multitudes of problems.
Yeah, so you would agree then?
Yeah, I am going to agree with the question. I'm just okay. So if the question is, should we support our home nations or should we support nations in general? Strongly agree. Yes. Just the question maybe should be worded differently, but yeah, I'll leave that for now. Research should be conducted on an international scale, the question says, and I think it can be. Yes, I have no problem with nations doing research agreements, so I'll do and agree with that. I wouldn't necessarily say it should be the main form of research done, but not much of a problem if it is. I'm sure that this is something that I would.
If that research is used against us, is the issue? I think depends what the research is. Like
if it is,
if you found out like something horrible and then push that on the whole of the country, whole area.
The research should obviously maybe not so obviously, but it should follow standards that would be acceptable in every single country that cooperates in it. But then, of course, who's going to enforce that if it's international? It should be democratically enforced, but then democratic sort of falls apart when there's multiple nations involved. It's less strong when there's multiple nations involved. So, yeah, so I'll just go with an agree, because I see no inherent problem with it, but yes, like most things, I can see where problems could arise. Yeah, Oz, Wuhan is an example. Like, obviously, any of these tools could be used for evil, and Wuhan's an example of that. But generally, international research projects are they don't have to be used for evil. They can be, like almost everything can. So I will do an agree, but not a strongly agree. Governments should be accountable to the international community. Only a bit. They are primarily accountable to their own people. They're only diplomatically accountable to other nations. It is in the interest of the people for the government to maintain good relations with other nations. That's really the extent to which it should be held. They shouldn't be accountable. I mean, for one thing, they never are. Because as I said, on the level of nations, there is no one calling the shots except other nations. That's the top level. They are all competing at that stage, which is why it's a wonder that we don't have more wars. The only reason we don't is because of the untold destruction that almost any or some nations can cause with nuclear weapons. That's why we've had peace for so long. So governments are accountable to nuclear warheads. So again, this is another question where it's like, what I say doesn't matter. They're exactly as accountable as they are in practice. Marsh Man says, Cabal prevails. Like me, compass tests a lot more useful when you actually explain why you choose something rather than just yes or no. Thank you, Marsh Man. At least someone agrees with my policy of actually doing it properly. Thank you for the contribution. I greatly appreciate it. I will do a neutral on this one to erase the question, because either answer I give is misleading again, because they are anyway, but not exactly as the question is written. There shouldn't be any expectation that they are officially accountable, because they aren't ultimately. They're only accountable by the point of a sword or nuclear warhead. You
sound like a fence sitter to me.
On this question, well, the question is wrong. So that's why. But no, I strong opinions on this one. I more disagree with the question itself, so I'm just going to erase it by putting neutral. I know that's not quite the same thing as erasing it, but it's the best I can do. Even when protesting an authoritarian government, violence is not acceptable. No, the thing is, I believe I'm right in saying that some of the, or most of the, or maybe all of the establishing documents of classical liberalism do say once your rights have been violated, violence becomes acceptable. And I think that has to be the policy.
Yep.
But obviously, when you do that, you acknowledge that you are breaking laws. At that point, you become antagonistic to your government. Usually, you should be cooperating with the government to a reasonable extent. Yes, you do. At that point, you sacrifice the assumption that you are a free citizen. But you're doing it for the cause of making the nation free.
You have to go all in. Like, nah, we're like, this is war.
Yeah, essentially.
You know?
Yes, so I agree. But obvious caveats apply. Like, at that point, your nation is your enemy. Or your government is your enemy, for the sake of your nation, arguably. You don't get to say afterwards, I'll return to civility. That's it. You're all in, as Dice said. So yes, I will I will strongly disagree on that one. Yeah. My religious values should be spread as much as possible, it says. And I will probably go with an agree for, I'm an atheist, for those who don't know. Very convinced one. I, in fact, claim to know there is no God. I'll go into that maybe some other time. I'm very convinced of my atheism, and I don't think I will ever change that. However, I do greatly understand the practical value of religion. Probably more so than almost any publicly speaking atheists.
I think this is the one thing we will always disagree on, because I don't think we can claim to know something.
Do you know
something like that?
Do you know that I am not an AI talking to you right now?
I mean, I met you.
Yeah, but you don't know if an AI has been established since then.
No, an AI wouldn't be as awkward as you. Like they would have.
What if it's a really good AI?
No.
Do you know that you're not a brain in a jar?
Yeah.
Yeah. but you haven't got absolute evidence. You're not absolutely sure. This is something that's often brought up.
I'm positive. The one thing I am positive of is my existence. I am
Right.
here in some way.
The ultimate nature of your existence, whether what you're seeing and perceiving now is the top level, you don't know that for sure, but you can claim to know for practical purposes. The thing is with God is that the religious argument always brings up the idea that, well, you can't prove he doesn't exist, so you can't say you know he doesn't exist. That's not the standard that anything else is done by. Yes, I cannot say that I can disprove any God. However, I can reasonably disprove all gods I'm familiar with. Mostly just the Christian God, because that's one I know best, but the same thing applies to Muslim God and various others. I know how they were established. I understand the psychological patterns that lead to them being established. They look exactly like humans established them. So yes, for practical purposes at least, I know God does not exist.
But you're not adverse to thinking that, like, it might not be a god, but might be something else out there.
Alien life certainly can exist, yeah. I know that's not exactly what you were asking, but I think that's the answer.
No, but that's what I'm curious. Like, how far, like, where does your ability to believe stuff stop, right? Where it's like, is it just pure on, like, the universe is so massive from, like, in science perspective, we've learned more and more over time, and it's like, just the statistics of there not being something else out there.
Well, okay, here's the thing. If you have infinite monkeys and infinite typewriters, they will eventually write Shakespeare. But if you have infinite monkeys and no typewriters, they will never write Shakespeare with a typewriter, physical limitations aside. The point is, even if you have infinite time and infinite space and infinite, permutations, it needs to be possible to happen once for it to happen ever. Still, even with infinities. So if you have infinite space, infinite time, so infinite multiverses, for example, yes, there will be lots of Earths. Exactly the same as this one, because it's possible. It happened once, so it can happen again. But there might not be any gods as they are perceived in religions. Yes, there could be aliens that act in many ways like gods, but that's not what I mean.
Right, but you could say the exact opposite, though. Because of everything you just said, that doesn't mean, like, there could very well be because of the infinity.
It would have to be possible first. And I'm not saying it's impossible.
It's not possible?
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that none of the theories of it are true that I know of anyway. And I strongly suspect it's impossible, but I don't claim to know that it's impossible for a god to exist. But I claim to know there is no god as far as it's described by people.
Reality is just perception. Right, I think if one day you went out and you saw something fucking weird, or like a god talked to you, or something happened, you might start to be like, hey, maybe stuff is a bit strange, Like, if it just depends on what you've gone through and what you've experienced. Like, everything that you know. If think you don't. Like, it's just simple.
If I saw God and believed when I was seeing it that it was God, when I come out of that state of seeing it and believing it's true, I would be duty bound, reason bound to say it wasn't God, it was a delusion, because that's infinitely more likely. I know of exactly 0 gods. I know of many, many delusions. It's much more likely to be a delusion. Even if everyone on Earth has verifiably the same vision of the same thing that claims to be God, it is still more likely to be a delusion than an actual God.
You know what you are? You're a great Cthulhu protagonist. I think you could get far just by your sheer willpower to be like, no, there is a logical reason for this. And you just won't lose your sanity because of it.
In a Cthulhian world, there are different rules, but there are still rules.
As I'm saying, I just think it'd be very funny. I think you might go far just by your sheer, like, stubbornness to, like, no.
Maybe.
I'm just crazy. Like, you'd be seeing shit and you're like, I think I'm just insane. Like, this is what I have to come to terms with. Like, if I'm experiencing this, I'm crazy. Like, that's what you would do, and you would just stay sane thinking you were insane. Like, that's what would happen.
That's actually not a bad idea. So I've been doing a lot of work on running campaigns recently, but maybe I would play one. Yeah, maybe we could try that. Maybe you should run it.
I think that would be very funny if that's how you played, because you're just like, you see shit and you're like, God, I'm just having a fucking fit again. Like, I'm just seeing shit.
I don't know
Even-
if the storyteller or DM or keeper, I think it's called in Cthulhu, would allow me to say, I know it's a delusion. Maybe that could be a special thing we agree before the session that I'm allowed to do that.
No. It's been shown in Cthulhu. You can do that.
Fair
like,
enough.
that is your pure, like, power of the soul, you know, where you're just like, no.
Okay.
This is not true. Like, this, and just that alone might have power, like, to just
Maybe we could do
dispel
that.
something.
So, chat, press 1 if you'd like to see that. A campaign with me as playing as a member of a Cthulhu campaign, and I play someone who's so reasonable that he doesn't, or so logical, I should say, that he doesn't ever assume, that he doesn't ever buy the delusions. He always assumes he must be insane.
Yeah, I think it'd be very fun.
Mm.
Because you will just take things in strides, being like, yeah, I'm not surprised I'm seeing this shit. I'm insane. Like,
I mean, I've seen, like, tentacle gods, clearly the rules I thought applied don't, and so this must be part of the new rules. It kind of fits in. It work through. I don't see why more people don't do that. If you do it properly, it's unstoppable. Of course, if you do it wrong, it's really fucking bad.
yeah, right? Like, just, like, talk to a schizophrenic and just be like, you know, just deal with it, bro. Like,
just don't be schizophrenic. Just don't be insane.
Like, just be like, nah, you know, I'm crazy, sure. All right, that's fine. Like, just great. We give great advice.
Recognize that you're schizophrenic. Like, if you can analyze your actions as being schizophrenic, maybe that is a good way to defeat the problems that it can cause. Like, if you hear voices and you're like, wait, I'm hearing voices. I know that's not normal, and I don't see anyone around me talking right now. Guess I'm just hearing voices. I just hear what they have to say. I'm not going to follow what they say, but it might be interesting. If you just, like, ration your way, or logic your way through schizophrenia, I know it probably doesn't work this way, but I wonder if someone could do that. If they could just purely logic their way out of it.
It's problem solving. It's like, you know, you're schizophrenic and you're having a fit and you're just like, yeah, I'm just crazy. It's about how you deal with the fact that you're having this crazy spell. Because, like, you can be aware that, like, you're going crazy right now, but that won't stop it from happening. Right? Like, if somebody's hearing voices and they're like, I'm hearing voices right now, I know I'm having a fit. Like, they can try and recognize that, but it might not stop the voices getting louder and shouting. Like, the voices still go on, and you just have to figure out how to deal in that situation. You know? It depends on the mental illness, I think. But you'd be surprised.
Some, like, Cthulian threat coming through my mind, and just like, you will die. And it's just like, oh, hey, are you Cthulhu? Pleased to meet you.
Yeah. No, but you'd be surprised on how much, like, the advice is just, like, acceptance. Or it's like, you know, you're an alcoholic. Just stop, bro. Just one day, just you know, it's willpower. You're a smoker. Just
a lot of those things kind of do. Yeah, it's definitely a good idea if you can find a mechanism to help your own willpower. And I know personally how difficult it can be to just say willpower, but yeah, it does just take that.
I prefer someone to say to me, instead of, like, giving me a long-winded explanation as to why I should quit something, if they just were like, no, just quit, it's bad for you, just quit. I'd take that much better than, you should quit because this and this is the reason, and you know it's bad for your health. It's like, no, just quit, bro. I think it'd be a lot better.
Just quit.
Yeah, I think if people just said that, it'd be a lot easier.
Maybe. I think most people don't work that way. They need to be eased into things, but I understand what you're saying. All right, let's speed through some more of these. Just quickly, though, Oz says, minarchy is the way, and I'm very sympathetic to that idea, but with some variation that you're learning about as we go through this. So I'll continue my explanation of this question, but I will try and be quick. I recognize the practical values of religion, and I don't have a religion, so my doesn't fit, but the religious values of my culture, I think they're the best religious values. Would you disagree, Di? I think, are you Christian? I can't remember.
Catholic.
Christian values of various denominations are the best values, are the best religious values that I know of.
Well, like I said, I just
there
gave
are some
a
good values in other
as,
religions, but
no, but like I gave an example as like in my area, like one of the things that they've done is actually help the community, and that's more than anyone else has done for us. And just on that alone,
Yeah.
shows that they're actually helping more of the community, because we're out in the sticks. We're like in the middle of nowhere. No one comes to help us.
Lots of religions do
But the
good
church
things,
does.
but Christianity seems to have a unique way of creating high trust societies, which is something very rarefied, and it appears to be the correct way to do it, because the only group of people in history, as far as I know, that created high trust societies, Europeans, are also the ones that did the absolute best out of anyone. And now any society that's successful in the world has done so directly on the backs of the policies and measures that the Western world, that the Europeans implemented. Every successful nation is that way because it adopted ideas, many ideas from European culture. As I said before, and correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but the furthest anyone else got, the furthest any other kind of culture got, as far as I know, Japan made it to like late medieval. Pretty much. And then they adopted a few ideas from the West, a few technologies from the West, just before World War II, and then they got nuked twice, so they decided, fuck it, we'll just adopt everything. It was working. It was slightly better. Having suicide bombers was better than just having katanas, so we'll just go the whole hog, adopt everything, and then we got anime, so Japan, good. But yeah, am I wrong? Did any other culture get any further than medieval?
The way you described that, I think you were a bit wrong.
I'm not a historian. I really got some of that wrong. But I'm concerned about if does anyone else. Yeah, does anyone else know if there's any other cultures besides European that got further than like late medieval? So I will go with agree on this, but with several important caveats. Our nation's values should be spread as much as possible. That's still kind of yes, but the thing is, we are competing with other nations, and our values are good. Should they hold them as well? And it is also good to have, I know you hate the use of this word, but diversity, using the word correctly, not simply to mean anti-white. But biodiversity is a very important thing. You can't have too much of the same strategy. You end up stagnating or meeting one crisis and then everyone dies because it was the crisis that would kill them. Instead of some people surviving because they deliberately varied, deliberately from an evolutionary perspective.
You have the same problem I do, Zilla, where it's like, in principle, this idea could work, right? But we have to live in reality, right?
Yeah.
And what actually has happened by this kind of thinking and ideology.
Principles are very important. They maintain long-term societies, even though they may not be beneficial short-term.
Because we're not letting people integrate now. They just come in and they spread their own nonsense. And we're really seeing the repercussions of that. We really are.
Advocating for a principle that is then misunderstood and applied wrongly, so as to try to solve a long-term problem, but actually it creates so many short-term problems and doesn't even solve any long-term problems, like mass immigration. Advocating for principle can lead to bad ends because the principle can be really fucking bad. But that doesn't mean principles are bad. It just means that there are bad principles. So I'm not sure about this one. I think with religion, it does bear well to be spread because it gives a large buffer zone for the religion being encroached upon by other religions. But a nation is a more assured area of values, not completely, obviously, as we're seeing today, but it's a more assured and it's a more integral area of values where the same values are maintained in the system, rather than religion is less dependent on nation. So this is less of an agree, but I will still slightly agree. Very important to maintain law and order, the question says. You could give many examples pointing out this, but it's quite a simple one. So strongly agree, but obviously caveats as that can go too far. I think I'll just go agree because it going too far is a big issue. So I will go agree. The general populace makes poor decisions. Yes, but that's not an argument against democracy. And that's a nuanced position on it that I have heard no one else make, but I've been saying it for years. The democracy is not for making good decisions. It's for reflecting the will of those who ultimately hold the nation's power, which keeps it adaptive.
I mean, in this day and age, it's just like about a bunch of propaganda and tricking as many people into your side as possible.
That's not democracy.
Right,
in just the same way.
That's what democracy has turned into.
So has capitalism. So has
that's
everything.
What you're saying. Like
in much the same way as paper or digital media is just about creating propaganda because that's all that it's used for these days.
Right,
It's
no, but
just
but
it's a
the question
tool,
is asking
and the
him,
propaganda
like,
and the corruption has spread to everything. But it would have spread much
yeah.
more effectively, probably, if we had a system that was less accountable to the people.
Mm-hmm.
But not certainly. And so ultimately, what you get is democracy means that the only way to become an oligarchy in a democracy is the higher requirement methods, the more complicated, the more difficult methods of corrupting the people, rather than just corrupting a set of barons or a monarch or assassinating someone or whatever else, which is a smaller scale problem. This one, this system protects against more of the simpler attacks and requires much more complex attacks in order to be subverted. It's just that we are seeing today the result of successful implementation of those more complex attacks. So it speaks badly of democracy, but I'm afraid to say it is the best system we have, and not by a little, actually, by quite a lot. And I can successfully advocate for its quality, and I do hope that we maintain using it. And again, I will clarify that by democracy, I mean in terms of a broad spectrum of everything that is called democracy, and I do advocate primarily for republic, parliamentary
Right.
democracy, or something more refined.
But now let's look at reality. And democracy has decided that if you're going to get a vaccine, you're going to get it against your will. Because democracy has decided. Like, that's the kind of situation we're in right now, where the majority of people can put in a law and that you have no way of stopping it. Like, they can hold you down and give you that thing.
It's a situation where the elites have corrupted the public opinion, lied to them repeatedly in very advanced ways, and then the public opinion has thus reflected up to some extent, but not as much as I think you'd expect, through democracy to justify the abusive actions of the elite. Now, in the US, they had to do that by rigging the election, which is a massive step, and I hope they will fucking pay dearly for that, but they haven't yet. So that's the extent they had to go to. Democracy was such a problem for them, they had to sweep it out the way just to get that effect. So that is an important argument in favor of democracy, because it was working. Even in its corrupt state right now, they just had to go above and beyond to make it not work. But I agree with you that, yes, democracy does have the effect of re-justifying the elite's corruption by the elite corrupting the people and then making that re-justify. But again, that is a very advanced strategy for maintaining and accruing power, and any other system would make that easier than this one. I mean, imagine like a monarchistic system where the elite, which is the barons and the king, have bad intentions. Could happen easily. Could happen just as easily as a democratic system with the elites having bad intentions, maybe even easier. They don't even have to convince the people. They can just do it.
So
they may choose to, but they don't need to.
This is a bad portion of democracy that just happens over time.
It's a bad
democracy
time.
Makes mistakes.
We're at a bad time right now, and democracy is merely the medium in which we are swimming, and it's the best one we've found. It's not democracy's fault, but democracy is involved, just like capitalism is, just like everything is.
I'm just playing devil's advocate, you know?
Yeah, I understand. A lot of people in chat take up against democracy, and I respect the debate, but I haven't heard any good arguments beyond the ones I've just covered, essentially. I haven't heard any that even slightly sway me. And it's people get condescending over the democracy issue. And maybe I am too. I don't mean to be, but I mean from the other side. They get condescending over it because the left likes democracy, especially because they think Biden won legitimately. And it's been a thing for a long time. It's a traditional thing. And people tend to like to try new things whenever something goes wrong. And the idea of a strong leader makes sense with a strong nation. People like Trump think of him as a kingly figure, etc., etc., etc. These are all bad reasons to advocate against democracy. Just because it's the thing advocated by your opponents, just because you can currently see how democracy is being used by your opponents, and a few other things like that, doesn't mean you get rid of it. The nuanced position is, yes, democracy is good. It isn't the problem, and actually it's very helpful. It's preventing a lot of other simpler problems. We do need it. There's no other system like it that works anywhere near as well. But it has problems, like everything does, and problems can flow through it, like everything. So I'll move on. Yeah, Daddy Bill, but also after a lot of other things happened. I mean, the genocides were always the result of socialism, which, I mean, Daddy Bill, correlation does not equal causation. Simple thing to say, but socialism was pretty much always required for those genocides. Or at least all the big ones were socialist, national or international. And I mean, a lot of those weren't really properly democratic either. But it's also worth noting that the longest period of peace in human history also coincided with democratic governments, and Nietzsche's conception of widespread nihilism also coincided with those genocides. Lots of other things did too. The Industrial Revolution, at least as far as industrialized warfare, nuclear weapons. All kind like local genocides would happen more when there's less international war. So lots of things happened around that time that might have led to that, not just democracy. I think you'd need to indicate the path from democracy to genocides before you can make that argument convincingly. Right, let's. I'm sure that we could talk about this more, and we have talked about it at length. But let's try and get through the test.
You said you wanted to have a democracy discussion before with a few people.
Yes, we were going to do that, weren't we? Never got around to sorting that out. I guess in the same way that Trig doesn't want to do the mic, he's also reluctant to arrange other things.
He starts on democracy. Oh, that'd be fun.
We have had a talk before, and I think with all due respect, and I have approached him about this, Scrump is very condescending about the democracy thing. Trig is much less so.
Oh no, I didn't say Scrump. I said Trig.
I know, but Scrump is.
I'm not asking to invite his boyfriend.
I mean, I would say that one or the other of them isn't gay, but actually, you know what? Never mind.
But yeah, no, it's become a situation, hasn't it?
Why are there so many people on our side who like femboys? Though tomboys are obviously the answer.
I blame Scrump.
Maybe.
Ever since I was, that lad fucking brings the worst around, man.
Jade says, I wish to see the wizard perform space democracy in a game of Star Trek TNG, Birth of the Federation someday. I haven't heard of that game, but I don't know if you know this, but I've been working on a rule set recently, which I'm now calling Maxima. And Dai is going to be in the, not necessarily the first, but the main campaign I'm going to run with that, which is Series 3 of Wizards in Space, which I've been working a lot on recently. Some cool stuff incoming for that, as well as just running it better. So I could run it in that.
We just didn't show up for that. Could you imagine?
I would find someone else. You are disposable. However, I have been thinking that I would probably at some point like to play a Starfleet captain in a Wizards in Space like campaign. So if someone else wants to run one, and there's several people in Cabal who would be good at it, Wes probably being the primary, but there's plenty of others too.
I don't like change.
This wouldn't be instead of. This would be as well as.
Okay.
Me playing in a campaign takes a lot less work from me.
I told Wes I wanted him to do a Cthulhu campaign.
Yeah.
His last one fell through. I think it'd be really fun playing a Cthulhu game with you as well. Get Trig, me, you, and someone else.
Yeah, I'd be up for trying that. Jade says, I still want to know if the rule set can be applied to a setting like SeaQuest DSV and call it Wizards Off the Coast. That's pretty good. I don't know what SeaQuest DSV is, but yeah, my rule set is designed to be applied to anything. It's written to be completely general. So you can add expansion, which is a type of extension that adds a new narrative setting, which is what that would be. I'm currently working on a Star Trek one, and Wes is taking part in the work on that too.
We tried Ginger in as well for the Cthulhu one that Wes would do.
Sure.
I'm just deciding that Wes has to do it. So like Wes. You do the Cthulhu games, like the ones we've talked about before. Like you've mentioned some really cool ideas that I think would be very fun.
Wes, I don't think he's actually in chat right now, but he might hear this either.
Well, this is the only nice thing I'll ever say to him, so he's missed it,
Well, if you're going to be in a campaign with Wes, then you're going to have to say one or two. You're going to have to be, Dude, tolerable.
If he fucking kills me off first, I swear to God. If he kills me off first.
All right, let's continue with this quiz. So I'm going to go neutral with this one because either answer is misleading again for reasons I've just given. Physician-assisted suicide should be legal. Yeah, I would agree. I reckon you probably would agree with this as well, Di.
Did I say that? What's
physician? So euthanasia. Physician-assisted suicide should be legal.
No.
Really?
Oh God, no.
No, sorry. I misjudged what your answer was likely to be.
Yeah, no, I think that's very retarded.
Okay,
I think that there's too much evil that can happen at that.
I am assuming that this comes with the consent of the family, and I suppose obviously that could be abused, which I suppose maybe is why you're saying no.
I know someone who basically this comes back to when you see relatives around you get really old, right? So there's this one dude that lives close to me, and his wife they were like in their 80s. They got really like old, and his wife died. and he got very old, and he had to have a nursing home take care of him, and he started to lose his mind because he was old and his wife was gone. And during that, the nurse assigned to him managed to convince him to sign over the deed to the house while he was not in a right mind to it. And she got the house, and then he died. And the family was just left there like, what the fuck? You know? And that happens all the time. All the fucking time with old people that get senile and old, and then they come in and they can just like write down anything. They don't read, they don't understand what's going on.
Okay, so if they had added in here with the consent of family, maybe I would, because I was assuming that, but if we don't assume that, then yeah, the physician could have any number of reasons to want to assist a suicide, quote
that
unquote.
happened in England, where that Polish dude got brain damage according to the hospital, and then the hospital was like, we're going to just take him off life support. And then there was a video of him crying to his family saying he didn't want to die. The family were begging them to stop. The Polish government even said that they would like take him back to Poland and treat him there. They said no, took him off life support, and he died.
Jesus, I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
I wonder if there was something else to the story, because I don't think there are many English people who would, for no good reason, let someone die. There must have been some massive campaign of deception or some other bullshit.
Where they tried, Trig's grandma, they basically tried to murder her. And he's somebody close to you, and he can tell you the story of what the hospital did in efforts to murder his grandmother. Like, the nursing home was the ones trying to save her. Like, they put her in this end of life care against the family's wishes. Like,
well, I did
I'll tell you all about it, but like, it was crazy. Like, they straight up murdered her.
As I said, with this question, I was making the assumption that it was done above board.
People listen and follow the law. Yeah, no, people don't follow the law.
Yeah, but if that's the case you're making, then they wouldn't follow the law against it either. At least
you make this legal. You make this legal, and there's going to be a whole lot of people that are suddenly able to kill their relatives.
I wouldn't make it legal only if the physician agrees. That's essentially giving the doctors carte blanche to murder anyone in their care.
What about if the doctors like disagree, but the family agrees? And it's like, no, this person has told me they want to live. As a doctor, I don't want to kill them. And then the family's like, no, take them off life support.
Maybe that should go to a judge. There's probably problems with that too. So,
it's a rough one.
Yeah, okay.
No, the reason I know this is
different than I thought, because I was making an assumption about the question. So
yeah, they tried to bring this law up in Ireland. Like this, they tried to make this legal, and there's been a massive debate in Ireland for it for years. Like, this is a common like discussion in Ireland.
The problem, Achilles, is that the consent can't be acquired in some cases from the one who it's happening to. Obviously, if the person who it's about, the person who they're thinking about committing suicide, is not okay with it, then it is murder to do it. Obviously. But if they're not able to give an answer, then the family, even if there isn't a family, maybe if they can verify any friends, that's still better than nothing. But
in Ireland, suicide if you tried to commit suicide in Ireland, right? You know what the law was? They'd kill you by hanging. And you might think, that's really retarded. Somebody just tried to commit suicide and your punishment is to kill them. But the way and reason that was because suicide was considered one of the biggest sins. So to save this person from committing a big sin, they want to die, right? So we're going to kill them, therefore they won't be sinning by committing suicide. That was why that was done. What do you think of that? Because that's the same, it's a similar concept of like, the doctor is going to kill you because you've said yes. But if you're not in the right mindset, as we know now, or you want to survive, and then the family can just decide no.
There's two issues with that. One, death by hanging is probably a very unpleasant way to go. And two, what if they attempt... Yeah, but it's probably very unpleasant while they're doing it, though. Two, what if they attempt suicide and then regret it Like, there are stories of people that have attempted it by jumping off something, and immediately as they jump, they regret it. They regret the decision to commit suicide, they decide they want to live, and then they get hanged for attempting to commit suicide.
But as I said, this is back in the day, man. Like, this is the whole reason it was done was so that they were saving this person's soul for the afterlife. Like, that was the reason behind why it was happening. Like, you have to, it's not modern day. You know?
So, just to clear up something in chat before I go on, Kittler says, Kittler appears to think that I think republics and democracies are the same. I never said that, and I think I made it quite clear what I was saying. Democracy I'm using as a broad category to refer to everything that falls under that umbrella. And Fireborn later said, democracy is a process, republic is a structure. I can go along with that, but for now, let's keep it at democracy is a category. Anyone in the modern day that hears someone say democracy is good and thinks they're talking about a pure Greek-style democracy is frankly just contextually blind.
They're not trig.
They are talking about something vastly out of the realm of possibilities. If anyone is advocating for that, they are the rare exception and should specify a pure Greek-style democracy. Democracy is merely a system where the demos has I've forgotten the word. Like deliberate abstracted control. I've forgotten the correct word for that. There is a correct word for it, but they have power that is arbitrated. Still not the right word, but it's close enough.
The way the Greeks handle stuff is, I think, the biggest topic.
Republic is a subcategory of the broad category of democracy, but then you can also have a subcategory of democracy that is sometimes referred to as democracy, which is the pure Greek democracy or direct democracy, neither of which are good ideas, neither of which are widely advocated, neither of which should you assume I'm talking about when I say democracy. I have explicitly said many times that republic, parliamentary democracy, or something like that, a refined, specific, and representative form of democracy is what I'm advocating for, because we've learned a lot about how to do democracy beyond just the very basic level that do actually work, these refinements. So just to clarify for future reference, I was thinking of not even clarifying it today because I thought people had got it. I clarified it like 3 or 4 times, but I guess I needed to clarify it even harder than I already did.
Apparently, there's a different word for the Greek democracy. Like, there's an actual word for that period.
Is so kratia, is so isolated, so each individual, and kratia meaning, I think, power or authority or something.
Maybe to use this
individual
would
authority?
be a better way of describing it if that's the case.
Sure, but the problem is that I'm using a word that people are confusing with that. If I were to say isokratia, that would be clearly that thing, but if I said democracy, people don't fucking know. I think it's mostly Americans. I don't know why. They must have been taught from a young age that democracy means a Greek-style democracy or something totally different. Like, parliamentary democracy and republics are not hugely different, even though one is called republic and one is called democracy. They are different, but they're not hugely different.
I don't know if it's an American idea, actually. I think it's more of a European way of thinking, and they think more of the Greek mentality at times.
It seems to be mostly Americans that have the confusion, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe, I don't know.
Achilles actually gave the explanation of what ISO and kratia mean below. I was not far off.
You're perfectly understandable for most people. What a nice compliment.
Ebb, yeah, I do know that, but I don't think everyone goes that way. I think some of them do actually strangle. But even then, I'm not sure if snapping the neck immediately knocks everyone unconscious. It might just stop them moving. Then they sit there for 10 minutes in absolute agony before they finally die.
There's been studies done where they say it's one of the more peaceful ways to die.
Okay. I know that beheading isn't. The heads to stay alive for at least a few minutes.
Well, yeah, because like a lot of the time people aren't able to cut it off cleanly because it's the neck, right? So they'll get halfway through and then you're just hacking someone.
It's not even that though. Like,
go to the Japanese. They developed a lot of ways to behead people quickly.
Yeah, well, the guillotine was that. But it's not even about chopping it off in one clean strike. I mean, like, when the head has been chopped off, there have been cases of, like, heads biting each other in the basket. Because they stay alive for a few minutes after they've been beheaded. Yeah, they die of, like, lack of oxygen to the brain or something. They don't die of the pain or of the being beheaded. They just die of lack of oxygen to the brain.
Like, this is what I'm saying. This is different ways. Like, beheadings and like, hanging are very different ways of dying. How the body reacts and what's happening.
No, I'm not saying they're the same. I'm just saying that maybe they are similar in that way, that you might be alive for longer afterwards, even if you're not moving.
Head. That's the similarity, but like you have to understand brain is very a complex thing, and when you're hacking through your neck, it's very different than just like popping it out of the whole thing or breaking it and just severing nerves. Like it's depends on how it's done a lot of the time.
So there were a couple of contributions. Marshman, who has become the stream boss, said, if you want to commit Sudoku, go ahead and do a flip. Just don't get other people involved in that decision. Yeah, but if they can't do a flip and if they're in constant pain, I am sympathetic. So, like, euthanasia I'm open to as long as it's done completely above board by every possible, like, correct method. But obviously it's not sometimes, and those correct methods do involve the consent of the family. And so the way this question is worded, I'd have to disagree. But it's a problem because I think when it's done acceptably, euthanasia is acceptable. It's just that this would not be the acceptable way.
It's great. Like, none of that matters because the reality is we're looking at it from a very realistic standpoint.
Democracy is still the most adaptable system. Democracy is still the system that works the best when it's done badly.
I'm just saying, like, there's very much two ways to that.
No, I know, but the question here specifically is asking about a way of doing it wrong. So I'm in favor of the principle. I'm just not in favor of this wrong way of doing it. So I have to say disagree, but it's a shame because the principle of euthanasia, when done right, I am okay with. So I'll say disagree and we move on. The sacrifice of some civil liberties, it says, is necessary to protect us from acts of terrorism. Now, maybe you can make arguments that are compelling to some people, but it's never a good idea long term. And honestly, I think those arguments would have to be a bit of a stretch anyway. The thing is, like, does increasing airport security count as reducing your rights? I don't think it does, but that kind of thing is one area where that kind of thing, increasing airport security does actually, or can actually, or would, or should actually prevent acts of terrorism because it means it's harder. Yeah. I know it's not completely effective, but it is still harder to get dangerous things onto a plane. So it is helpful in that regard. And airport security was kind of in a woefully weak state originally, which is possibly why 9/11, for example, was able to happen. But either way, like,
especially when they're getting help from the government to get through those checks.
I don't think that counts as sacrificing a civil liberty, but probably it does still sometimes go too far. But there are other things that do count as sacrificing civil liberties, and in those cases, I doubt it's never necessary. Can anyone think of an example that there's even if you don't agree, that there is a compelling argument for sacrificing a civil liberty to protect the nation from terrorism? I suspect it's almost entirely not justified.
Right? The problem is like you bring up the 9/11. It depends on what you believe on the subject, because a lot of people think the government helped with that, right? And let's just say, for instance, you have a government that's like, oh, we need something to happen. We need an attack to happen for people to do stuff. We need to get people riled up. And then all these checks and balances you put in place, just, the government decides to look a blind eye.
Yeah, I understand.
And suddenly they get through.
That is the problem.
It means nothing, you know?
Yep, that is the main reason that this is a problem. And that, to a significant extent, happened after 9/11, and in some ways is still happening. We, in fact, are being boogie-goated.
Kitty History. You're right. You need to watch Kitty History.
I haven't heard of that.
You need to watch that video. You'd enjoy it.
Spiral should be deleted immediately. It's got the word kitty in it. I assume it's cute shit. Right.
I'll give you the
disagree.
link to it.
Government surveillance is necessary in the modern world. The thing is, when you say government surveillance, it gives you associations. But if it's police surveillance, which I know is not really much different in practice, but in principle, if it's just for solving crimes, then yes, it can still be abused by governments ultimately, but that is outside of what is allowed, so it should be stopped. People should know that should be stopped. It's only for solving crimes. But for solving crimes, surveillance is massively useful. A lot of crimes get solved because of surveillance, and I repeat this whenever it comes up. Yes, I understand it can be used for bad things, but it is a tool like any other, and that should be enforced by people. It should only be used to solve crimes. I don't know if there's any other valid reason it could be used. And obviously crimes can be made that are unjust. That should be solved as well. But if it's used to enforce some sort of moral standards, or if it's used to enforce bad laws, or if it's just used to spy on people and to take extrajudicial action by governments, that's all, of course, wrong and should be dealt with as a matter of the problem. But it's not an argument to get rid of surveillance. It's an argument that we need to be more vigilant. So I will agree, but the wording is bad because it implies that the government's the ones managing and handling it, where it should be police or courts. The very existence of the state is a threat to our liberty. Only technically. The thing is, a anarchistic area of land with no state in it is theoretically more free until it's invaded. So in the long term, the best way to ensure liberty is to maintain an equilibrium of a state that can defend itself, which requires the loss of some freedom, like sometimes you have to pay taxes, or sometimes you have to follow laws, not murdering people. These are reductions of freedom, but they are necessary to maintain a state. They are the best way to maintain a free state. Ironically, maintaining a free state does require losing some freedoms, because it's either you lose a small number or you lose all of them, or any number when you get invaded. And even a totally free state is likely to impose more oppressive circumstances upon you than one with a few restrictions. So the best way to maintain a free state for a long time is to sacrifice a small number of freedoms that almost everyone wouldn't consider worth having, like the freedom to murder. The ANCAP, therefore, is delusional. But the liberal, in the classical sense, I think is looking at pretty much the right balance. So, but the problem is, the wording here is written to appeal to the ANCAP. I'm saying technically yes. I will go agree because in principle, or in practice, it can get to be a threat. Yes, its very existence is the beginning of a slope that leads to a threat to our liberty. Yes, that leads to the reduction of our liberty. So in the sense of, like, I am threatening you with this rather than I am actioning this threat, yes, it is a threat to our liberty. But it's not necessarily an actionable threat to a reasonable amount of liberty. But I will go with agree. Regardless of political opinions, it is important to side with your country. It depends how fucking vital the thing is. Generally, no. Generally, no. It is your duty to criticize your country and the actions the government does.
I agree with you.
So I'll go with a disagree. All authority should be questioned. Strongly agree. Mm-hmm. Questioned, not ignored necessarily, but questioned. Yes.
Anyone that says otherwise.
Yeah. A hierarchical state is best. I think I may have to go with strongly agree here. Not only are hierarchies totally natural, they are also very effective. It organizes people into those that are the most effective in the current circumstances and rewards them for being such, so as that they actually put in the effort to do that and continue putting in the effort to be more effective. Those who are less effective are usually more numerous, and numbers are important. The Pareto distribution is completely natural, beneficial, and building a state around that idea, not necessarily as completely as nature would have it, but still hierarchical, is not only a good idea, but is inevitable.
I think competitiveness is important, you know?
Yep, that's where the Pareto distribution comes from.
No.
Yeah, so I think I'm torn between agree and strongly agree, because I don't want it to be too hierarchical. I'll go with agree then, because I don't want a state where one person is assumed of just being better, but they can have more legislative power.
To read more. I think you'd enjoy reading more of the Greek philosophy on that and that whole thing.
Maybe. I have read a little bit of Marcus Aurelius, I think it's Meditations, the book that introduces Stoicism. Some of it's not bad.
You have to watch the show Grease.
Oh, I see.
It's pretty great.
It's not about reading philosophy books, it's about watching TV that you like.
Yeah, dude, it's great. You'd enjoy it.
I respect your recommendation. I have a lot of things that I need to try.
Wow.
Right. 8 Values then says, it is important that the government follows the majority opinion even if it's wrong. No. You see, this is where chat gets to learn the difference between democracy and representative democracy, that I do know the difference and I am very aware of it and I'm advocating for it. No, the government should not always follow the majority opinion. That's why we have representatives in the first place, because they are supposed to be good at the thing that they're dealing with. They're supposed to be knowledgeable. They're supposed to be wise. Even if they're not knowledgeable on the specific fields that are important, they're supposed to be wise. They're supposed to understand how to do long-term matters, and that's what people are supposed to vote on the basis of. They don't always do that, but it does generally tend in that direction. They are generally more wise than the least wise in society, which is what you'd expect often from a socialist system, or just one with a bad accountability pattern. They are better than they could possibly be, which is better than you can do in most systems.
I don't know.
Disagree. The stronger the leadership, the better. Not absolutely. It's, again, a balance, but it does need to be somewhat strong. A weak leadership is pretty much always bad. A strong leadership is only sometimes bad. But unfortunately, the question is saying the stronger the better. Like, if it's already Hitler or Stalin levels, it'll be better if you just make it stronger. No, obviously not. But then that's one where, like, agree as opposed to strongly agree should mean roughly strong good to strong bad. So that's what I'm saying. Democracy is more than a decision-making process. Strongly agree. I said this plenty of times. It's not about making good decisions. It's about reflecting an accountability pattern from the source of actual power in the nation so as to ensure the adaptability of the nation. Environmental regulations are essential. Disagree. Not essential. No. Maybe helpful. Maybe. The thing is, on an international level, like, take the current situation, China is not respecting the regulations. Only West is, and they are being used to stifle corporations. Competition. The market is becoming weaker as a result, and China doesn't give a fuck. They just continue polluting. And then we send our waste plastic there, and they just dump it in the ocean. So it's not led to a good situation. It's led to many bad things so far, all on the basis of fear-mongering, based on what might be true science, but fear-mongering nonetheless, and moral impunctions. So no, the whole environmentalist situation has gone in the very wrong direction, and this is part of it. Even though the science itself may be good, an entire industry of lies is built up around it. So, disagree. A better world will come from automation, science, and technology. Yes, but with a lot of fucking work. It's like, you definitely need the human element. You need common sense. You need evolution, the lessons of tradition, and all. It needs to be a mix. But yes, a better world will come from those things. Agree. Children should be educated in religious or traditional values. Because it said or, I will go with agree. I saw someone in Cabal recently say that traditions are answers to questions we forgot were important, or solutions to problems we forgot were important. I agree with that perception. And teaching children about them doesn't mean they have to follow them, but it means they're more likely to. And as I said before, the majority way is the most likely to work. There are infinite ways of doing things wrong. There are very few ways of doing things right, and even fewer ways of doing things better than the majority. Very few ways. It's much safer if they at least begin life knowing the safest way to go, because most of them will stay there. So I will agree, but I don't think religions should be taught to children except if the parents want that. They shouldn't be taught in schools, for example. But traditional values, yes, I'm okay with that being taught in schools, though again, that should mostly be culturally enforced. Traditions are of no value on their own. Well, that's kind of a stupid question, because what is a tradition? It's an abstract idea. Abstract ideas can't exist without someone to think about them. So technically that is a stupid question, but I think I know what they mean. Traditions are essentially the lessons of evolution. And not just of evolution, but often just of that, and just of the past of our society. They are very important. They're not always right. And even if you don't understand why they are important or right, you should still assume they probably are. Most of them are, but some of them do need to be re-examined. Some of them are for problems that we no longer have, but they're vestigial. And it's okay. It sometimes doesn't cause a problem, but sometimes it does. So they need to be re-examined. So, disagree. Religion should play a role in government. The separation of church and state in the US is, I'm still not exactly sure whether that's the right way to do things. probably better on balance. I mean, you don't need government to be enforcing religious ideas in order for those religious ideas to permeate. You don't need that at all. However, maybe the situation in the UK with the Anglican Church is better than like TV megachurches, but probably not. And having a monopoly with a state that doesn't really care about religion does make it weaker, but then maybe too weak. So I will go with a disagree, because fall on the assumption that the separation of church and state the US has is probably a good idea, but I don't have a really good answer as to why. So I'll do a disagree on that one. Churches should be taxed the same way other institutions are taxed. The question asks, not in the US. Respect the First Amendment in that regard. But in general, in principle, probably yes. But not in the US.
Why? Why?
Well, why
should
not?
they be
Why not?
Why should any of us be taxed?
Okay, that's a different question. But if we assume that there are going to be taxes, then should churches pay them just as much as anyone else?
See, the thing is, a lot of the time, though, the church is the one helping a lot of the communities the most and spending the most to do so.
You could make that argument about other institutions as well, and then some churches aren't helping.
No, and but the thing is, some of those other institutions aren't taxed either.
Well, okay, so if the church registers itself as a charity, then the charitable work it doesn't have to be taxed. I'm okay with that. But other than that, and the work it does that's not charitable, how is it categorically different than the other company?
I think we shouldn't, allow more taxing to happen.
Well, no, I don't disagree with you on that, but the question's not about whether tax is okay. The question's about whether, if we are going to have tax, which groups should be taxed. My answer to this question shouldn't be taken as advocacy to change things in reality. It's merely the principled position. Yeah, and I don't see a categorical difference sufficient enough to say that churches should be different. I respect the First Amendment in the US. They shouldn't be taxed in the US. That's in the Constitution. But in principle, I don't see a good argument against it. Again, if they're doing charitable work, and that can be verified the same way as any other charity, however imperfect that system is, then sure, don't tax the charitable work.
And it also depends on what churches they start taxing as well. Because if you have them just taxing, let's just say the Catholics and Christianity, but then they don't touch the Muslim community and their religion, it's like,
Yeah, that could happen. That would be very bad. But that would be a violation of this principle. Mm-hmm. Which, of course, we would have to be vigilant to work against the violation. Okay, that's interesting, Kitler. Interesting perspective. I will let others debate you on that, but I say in principle, I can't help but agree, even though I respect opinions to the contrary. Climate change is currently one of the greatest threats to our way of life, says the question, and I just don't have enough reliable information to give a clear answer on this. Most of the people that I've heard talk authoritatively about the science say, yeah, it's pretty bad, but it's not an imminent threat, and as far as I can tell, we are not going to solve the problem by going backwards. That's never going to work, because society will not accept going backwards. If you try, they will just go forwards again. And if we go backwards, no one else is going to, so they become the dominant civilization, and others are worse at it than we are. So no, obviously that's not going to work. Becoming more efficient as a society can't really be a bad thing. But we may end up spending so much on efficiency, making our current systems efficient, that we don't innovate enough into other things. But that's probably not true, because the efficiency involves innovation too. And efficiency is very important, especially for situations where we don't have access to a fuckload of coal that we can burn, like in space, for example, which is a nice thing that I'd like for us to do. So efficiency good, and it does lead to innovation. So that's all fine. And pollution bad. I've been to some places of China that are filled with pollution. It's really shitty. So I'm glad that we deal with that. But the only way that we're going to deal with climate change as it's described is by supercharging our industry to the point that we produce technologies that are able to reverse the effects effectively. Or just plant fuckloads of trees or something else that reverses the effect, that overpowers the effect of our industry. We're never going to get there by downscaling our industry on its own. We have to do something that also reverses the problem itself. And making stuff more efficient will help with that, but we must not go backwards. So innovation and or simply planting fuckloads of trees is required, and that requires a stable economy. So if we are going to treat climate change as one of the greatest threats to our way of life, then none of the solutions that I usually proposed are the right solution. Now, except, efficiency. So I will go disagree, even though long term it might be. I don't have enough information to say with confidence. It's important that we work as a united world to combat climate change. I just go disagree on that. I could justify it, but it's just dumb. I've already the answers to my view. See answers to previous questions. Society was better many years ago than it is now. In some ways, the thing is, by most of the measures that can be statistically gathered, Steven Pinker did a good book on this, in which at the end he criticized Trump directly along the lines of the mainstream press, which was very disappointing because the rest of the book was very good. But he talked about, like, light is a good example. There's just so much more light in our lives now that gives, and there's untold benefits of that. And it's just like little things you might not think of that, yes, these are vast improvements in society that will vastly supercharge society. That doesn't necessarily mean that the humans in it are in a better situation. I think the reason that the 50s and the 60s are sometimes idolized is the boom period. And I think that the difference between then and now is probably that societies were higher trust back then. And in a sense, they were more human, but the sort of human element of any society decreases over time as we solve more and more problems, and thus the human element is needed less. The sort of evolutionary roots are needed less, and we sometimes learn to become human in different ways. Yeah, I know it's. I'm not sure I like it either, but it is also inevitable. We should try to retain the things that matter, but those things, the things that are no longer needed, are going to go away.
Coming in, and your nation, and all of those. Like, hopefully, you, by believing in those and passing them down, you're not letting it die. You're not forgetting, and you're not turning into these things that aren't human. You know.
Yeah, tradition values being a real human, respecting the lessons of the past, and the hopes of the future. All very important things. Unfortunately, the march of theory taking over where before we had struggled is inevitable, is actually good, honestly. But it does obviously have lots of problems. But yes, I think in some ways it was, but in almost all measurable ways it wasn't. But that doesn't change the fact that it sucks right now, doesn't it? Despite all the nice things we have, nice things don't make up for the fundamental issues. Sugarcoating on a turd, I'm afraid. I'll go with a neutral for this, because the two parts of the question really are pretty significant. It's important that we maintain the traditions of our past. I'll strongly agree. It's important that we think in the long term beyond our lifespans. Who would not say strongly agree to this? Honestly. Or at least agree. Because if you're thinking too long exclusively, then you miss out on some short-term things that sometimes are important. Short-term should usually be avoided, but sometimes can't be. I think I'll just go agree then.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of people that are like, oh, well, the sun's going to explode, so until we get off Earth, there's no point doing anything. We're just screwed.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's not helpful.
Marsh mentioned nihilists. Yeah, I don't understand nihilists.
Like, I hate that. Like, it's just, you're just not being helpful. Like,
yeah,
you know, why are you
just kind
here?
of like, I feel like it can only ever be an edgy decision to be like, nothing matters, I'm cool.
Like, you've decided otherwise you're just going to bitch and whine.
Who fucking cares that nothing matters? Either kill yourself or live as you are currently. Like, you are alive. Either do something with that or fuck off.
Well, like,
don't just whine that it doesn't matter. Yes, ultimately nothing matters, but you're alive. Yeah, exactly.
Well, like, if you don't care, then why are you standing there right now? If you really didn't care, you wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
Like, it's just nonsense. Every time.
Yeah, I don't think there is any good argument for nihilism. The core claim that ultimately there is no meaning in the universe, yeah, why were you expecting there to be? People invent meaning exclusively. Meaning is a human concept. Why were you expecting there to be inherent meaning? The closest that you can do, the best you can do, is to follow the guide of evolution. The evolution is essentially the universe telling life what it must do.
It's so like, if you just because you can't find meaning doesn't mean that it's pointless. Also true.
Yeah.
It's like you're in the situation where you have decided, oh, nothing matters. It's like, no. nothing matters to you. Like, we
Yeah.
are not all you. Like, and this is where you have to kind of come into, like, not everyone is going to think like everything is depressing, what nothing matters. We're all going to be floating on a rock. Like, you know what I mean? Like, no one cares. We're living our life. Like, we're here. Like, we're here, we deal with it.
Yeah. Kittler, if that's the case, then it's unfortunately very conflated with edgy emotional nihilism, isn't it? But yes, if philosophical nihilism is recognizing that ultimately nothing matters and so humans must assign their own meaning, then that's very much what I am. But I would not describe myself as a nihilist because that means something else these days. I am very anti-nihilist, despite the fact that philosophically I agree with its core claim.
You know who did a good thing on this? PewDiePie actually did a thing where he was discussing this book he'd read about, like, the meaning of happiness.
I didn't watch it, but I did see that he'd made it, ages ago.
Yeah, and there was a good quote. There was a good quote that he got from in the book. So I'm gonna find that and send it to you, and I want you to read it.
Sure. Until you find it, I think I'll go to the next thing, though. I'll go with agree on this, because the possibility of thinking too long-term and ignoring the short-term is there. Reason is more important than maintaining a culture. No. Reason is very important to have involved, but maintaining a culture is the safe baseline. Reason is what we do to edge forward in culture. Both are very important, but maintaining culture has to come first because it is the safe baseline. Reason is a fair weather policy, sadly, because most people do it fucking horribly wrong. Drug use should be legalized or decriminalized. Which drugs? That's kind of the problem. There are people that would argue that all of them should be legalized. People should choose what they put on their body, and I can sympathize with that. But I can also sympathize with arguments to the contrary that, despite however righteous libertarian that might seem, and despite the free hand of the market, many more people will become addicted to hard drugs and their lives will be ruined if it's legal, probably. And I think that probably is true. Even if not everyone, there'll be some people that never get into it. There will be some people that, I mean, like, you've seen how fucking powerful corporations are. Corporations are probably a lot better at getting product into people's hands than the black market, generally. They have much bigger marketing budget.
They take it from the black market and make it their own so they can tax people.
So marijuana isn't actually dangerous or addictive, so that should be legal, but other shit, especially shit that's addictive, no, probably not.
I mean, you have to keep in mind all of the drugs that are legal that are heavily addictive, like opiates and all these other drugs that are still prescribed.
Yeah. Opiates being an epidemic when weed exists is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. And it's legal, like, you know?
Yeah. It's completely ridiculous. Prescribed. Yeah, that needs to be solved. Other things that are addictive, alcohol and nicotine, are ones where it's like, it would be ideal if no one... Again. Yeah, I know. We won't go over it too much. It would be ideal if we didn't need to talk about making them legal or illegal, but they're already so widespread we can't really do anything about it, and they're not among the more dangerous ones, so leave them for now. And people do use them as coping mechanisms, and they don't cause too much damage. So we find that we can reach an equilibrium having those legal, and we can't illegalize them. So leave them for now. But the rest of them, don't start down that road, because it will just be worse. Shall we go agree because weed, but not strongly agree because everything else, or do we just go neutral? Because the question
I'm not going to tell you
ambiguous.
How to think.
Well, it's not about how to think, it's about how to answer it. Which answer to give.
I answer it. I'm answering it. So, do you want me to tell you what I think?
I'm fine for you to, but it's not about the opinion. It's about which of these options is the one to click based on that opinion. Because I already have my opinion. I just explained it, but
I'd say you're more like, you understand the deeper meanings behind, like, if you ban something, that isn't fixing anything, right? Like, banning something that people are used to having is never going to end well. When people have this access to it, right?
Yeah.
But like, not like giving access to something that had been illegal is also kind of like opening Pandora's box, and there's issues with that too.
Yeah.
But it's like you're dealing with people that are going to be using like needles and shit. Like, they don't care what they catch, and then they end up in hospital for other things. So they're just trying to find a solution for like the truly sick. Like, these people are a problem. Like, I'm sure you probably think, oh, just fucking kill them, they're useless to society. But like, it's not how we should be dealing with it.
Society
like,
won't abide that.
Yeah, like, we're not doing that, first of all. Like, you can think that's not how reality is. We're trying to help people.
Probably.
Or, like, do the best we can in this regard.
I wonder if there'll be another question soon about should people that are already addicted to illegal drugs be given amnesty and support to get them off the drugs.
You know where it's going to go?
I would
it's
probably
going
have
to be
say
that
yes.
whole, like, legally committing suicide. Someone, like, heavily addicted to drugs and depressed is like, I want to die. I want to commit suicide. I want to die. And, like, they need a lot of psychological help. And then they go and they're like, no, I just want to commit suicide. And then they get approval for it and they do it. It's like, I don't know, something just feels very wrong in me hearing that.
Well, there are certain tendencies in human nature, like depression, which lead me to the inevitable conclusion that suicide is part of human nature. Some people, and I hate to say, I try to say this as little as possible because this might incur people to actually do it, but some people are evolutionarily supposed to commit suicide, remove themselves from the gene pool because they're not working. And that's a hateful thing to say, and don't ever assume that you are one of those people, those that are watching. You might be wrong. You might be great. It might just be not your time yet. But unfortunately, I think it is inevitable to admit that suicide is part of the human condition. It is evolutionarily supposed to happen sometimes.
I think you're underestimating the pure evils of this world and not being able to find a way to manipulate more people into committing suicide because they want them gone. Like, oh, we're overpopulated, we're this, that, like, they're causing issues, they're just this, like, they engineer a system where it's like, you want to die, here you go. And they're creating a system that is a lot worse instead of helping these people.
I don't think I'm disagreeing with that.
I'm just saying there's all sorts of ways. Like, this is a complicated thing, but we've seen it over history. Banning stuff, alcohol, nicotine, all of these drugs never fixes the problem. Weed has been banned for all sorts of reasons, and people still get their hands on it, no problem.
The issue is, I think it very much depends what you're trying to ban. Some, like, for example, I do believe that less people do hard drugs, for whatever that means, than if they weren't banned. There are less murders than there would be if they weren't banned. Bans do often reduce how much something is done, but the resistance against the ban, especially from people that are already used to being able to do the thing, can sometimes outweigh that help. The problem sometimes greater, and sometimes creates a black market and such. So you have to consider the equilibrium that will form, the equilibrium that has already formed, the reaction and the action itself, and whether the good that your ban does outweighs the bad that will be done in reaction to it. With alcohol, the answer we have tested is no. With murder, the answer is yes, it is worth it. With weed, I believe the answer is no, but unfortunately the equilibrium is pretty stable because there's not enough whining about it because weed heads are all fucking on weed. And with harder drugs, I think the answer is yes, it is still worth it. But it's slightly closer to a no than murder.
Hard drugs are legalized. It's just prescription.
I understand, yes, but you know what I mean.
You know,
that is a problem.
There's the black market, and then there's the actual not black market. That's the thing.
White market.
Both issues. Yeah, the both of them are very bad. Like, some of the shit that happens in it. Like, black market, you're not getting reliable product. You can be given something that's spiked. You don't know what you're taking. Like, people, like, you know, gang wars, like, people fighting, you know, spiking other people's stuff. Like, that shit happens all the time. And then you have, like, the white market, you know, like pharmaceutical companies that take these people having these issues, and, like, you know, weed in Ireland, I was telling you, like, CBD is illegalized. So you have places that are selling CBD, but, like, raids have happened by the Gardaí many a times, even though they've never found proof. But it happens every year, and it shuts down their business. And I think the reason that's happening is because the pharmaceutical companies are trying to make it so that they're the only people that can provide CBD products. It has to be like a pharmaceutical grade. Like, mom and pop shops can't be selling this plant. Like, there's a lot of that going on where they're intentionally trying to steal the market now. Where it's like, oh, they know that they can make a lot of money now off these potheads.
Well, we've
So
seen
we're
with,
going to
with,
just
with
tax it
we've seen with
and
COVID how
take
much
over.
power pharmaceutical
Yeah.
companies want and how much ambition to
Mm-hmm.
abuse liberties they have as well.
Yeah, no,
So-
they want full like rights to it, like that, and sell it. Be the only one selling it, and they do that with a lot of drugs.
Yeah. With this question, I think I'm going to interpret it as all, and say therefore no.
It's the same fight between the two of them. They're just one's doing it more above board and slimy.
So here's a question that I don't think we disagree on, but we may initially seem to. The question is, same-sex marriage should be legal. And I agree, but the discussion that was had in about 2015 about same-sex marriage in the US was misperceived by most people because it was actually creating a situation where churches had to marry gay couples. They weren't allowed to discriminate, I think.
Remember the cake? They being
But
forced
hold on,
and
hold on.
sued to
But
do a cake.
what most people thought it meant is allowing them to marry. That it was illegal before, whereas it wasn't. It was still legal for them to be married as long as the church was okay with it. And I think this is correct. And it was also possible, even if they couldn't find a church that was okay with it, for them to get a civil partnership which had the same legal effect. Now, I can understand that
partnerships aren't the same.
I can understand it is in a sense second-class citizenship if they are not allowed something that other people are just because of their. However, the thing
What's
that
wrong
they're
with
not
second
allowed
class?
is provided by individuals, by churches, and that's not something that the government is supposed to be able to affect. So the argument about second class, I can see where they're coming from with that. They do say that, and it's sort of, in a sense, technically true, but it's not really because it's provided by individuals. So churches should not be forced to marry gay people, but gay people should be allowed to marry. And the question is simply asking, should they be allowed to marry?
No, it's gay people are able to force you to do whatever. They'll take you to court otherwise.
I understand, and that isn't right.
You know, and that's
But-
it's a pure slippery slope. They've gotten it now, and you can see where the conversation's going. You see it every time on Twitter, and the whole like map shit, and like the whole like equality and like openness. It's just all going down the same path, like we all said it would.
It might not be a causal link from same-sex marriage to that. It might be correlative.
Well, then you have the statistics of like how many like
I know.
sexual things happen with the kids adopted during those times, and it's
The number of the percentage of homosexuals that are also pedophiles being shockingly high. I've heard of the statistics. I don't know if they're accurate. But if they are, it would kind of explain the historical dislike of homosexuals. If it turns out most of them are actually pedophiles, and maybe that's just, the 40% is just the ones they know about. Maybe a whole lot more of that than that are.
Bro, we've seen it even like in the church. We've seen it in royalty. We like this is nothing new where evil people want to fuck kids. You know, like it was just different in the society back then. Like, young girls would be married off at 13 to royalty and things like that, into marriages, right?
Okay,
But I think,
Eb has made a good point, but I think I have a decent counter to that. Eb says, anti-gay marriage, not because I have anything against homosexuals, but marriage should be for the purpose of having and raising a family, something homosexuals simply cannot do. They shouldn't have the same benefits granted to married couples. And I think that is a good argument. The counter-argument is that there's a lot of kids that need adoption. Now, there are counter-arguments to that. Dice just mentioned one, that it seems like homosexuals have a surprisingly high rate of child abuse, and if that's genuinely the case, then we really have to consider the possibility of whether that should be allowed. And even if we do, even if we have a problem with that, is that judging individuals based on the collective? That's maybe not right. But that is an important issue. But then there's also the fact that the argument that are male homosexual couples, or female actually, even socially or psychologically capable of raising children effectively? Probably, but maybe a lot less. Maybe, I don't know. So these are things that probably should be figured out before we have a good answer to that. But I think Eb's argument is not bad, but I think we need more information before we can say it with any definitive certainty.
I'm curious of something, Goozaloo. What do you think when you hear of like two black couples adopting a white child? What do you think?
Probably not a coincidence.
No, but like, are you worried for that kid, like right off the bat?
Or what I mean is, it's probably not a coincidence that they adopted a white kid when they're black. They probably have some weird racial bullshit, and in modern society, almost all black people do. And if they're adopting a child of another race, it probably has something to do with it. They probably will end up treating them slightly worse as a result, at the least. That is, I think, a contemporary issue, not necessarily the case, but it's inherent to the fact that black culture is so shit. But again, I know we're sick of hearing it, but not all. There will be some that do it okay, but does that mean we ban all of them?
I understand what you're saying, and then I saw this case.
Dirty Bill, I said slightly
happened.
at least, Dirty Bill.
I saw this case that happened where these black couple adopted this like 2-year-old child. You know what they did? They fucking beheaded her in the name of Black Lives Matter.
Yeah,
and,
that sounds about right.
Showing their white privilege and like getting rid of more whiteys in the world, and like posing and like fully on killing them. And I was there and I was like, yeah, no, black people shouldn't be able to adopt. And that's the one tweet that I never got banned for on Twitter. I was the most like, I've said some hateful shit and they banned me instantly, but not for that one, which I found funny.
Well, you could, if you found an example of the other way around, you wouldn't say the same thing, I don't imagine, because you know plenty of white people who wouldn't do that. You know it's an outlier. Now, how much of an outlier it is with blacks, we don't really have data on that. We can definitely make some reasonable assumptions.
Black families adopt white kids?
We can definitely make some reasonable assumptions that it's going to be higher, but we don't really have good data. And then you
have to talk to the kids
without
in those
good
situations.
Data, should we really ban an entire group? Even if we assume that anyone would go for the idea of banning based on race.
Should we give the enemies our children to raise for the new generation? Yeah, I think maybe we should do that.
There are a lot of black people that aren't our enemies.
Right.
But ideologically,
the whole process
is
like... the whole system in place is supposed to be to protect kids, right?
Yeah.
And we've seen many times that it never protects kids. It leaves them in situations that are horrid. It also takes them from loving parents at times, many times, and puts them in even worse, dangerous conditions that results in the child's death or something. Like, the system, the whole social care system with kids is fucking insane. Like, the black market on kids going missing and, like, ending up, you know what I mean, on Epstein's Island, that kind of shit. Like, so many kids go missing in the system.
The shitty situation of the system, like with a lot of things we could bring up, doesn't change the principle. I mean, maybe it should change the principle if it turns out the principle leads inexorably to that every time. That is an argument to be had. But if the principle is there are a lot of kids that need to be adopted, there are groups that might want to raise them that otherwise wouldn't be able to have children or wouldn't be willing to or whatever else. And so if those are the only factors we're taking into account, then that's acceptable. But then we obviously move into the other nuanced factors. But beyond that, it's one, difficult to enforce anything, and two, difficult to make any certain assertions. Right. For one thing, it's not well studied, and for another thing, it's a sensitive issue in modern society, so it's not likely to get solved. But the shittiness of the system shouldn't change our principles. Our principles should change the shittiness of the system.
I think this is honestly the worst things we're doing as a society, is not dealing with the problem with the children. Like, as a species, as a society, the fact that we have not all collectively seen that a system made to protect kids is like putting children in the hands of the most vile that we're trying to protect them from, that people in social care systems are pedophiles themselves and are dealing directly with kids. Like, I think that should be the main focus on fixing right now. Like, fuck everything. Like, can we not actually deal with some, like, massive problem? Because this is, pedophiles need to be eradicated. Like, it's just, like, we cannot allow these systems to fester and so many kids to fall through.
I'm definitely with you on the sentiment, for sure.
This is where I get the most angry. Like, I wish we were doing something more.
I agree that it is worth vehemently protecting the children. It's also true, unfortunately, that impulse can be used to manipulate you. I don't think that, I'm not saying that's what is happening here, but it definitely can be. Hello, Moo. Welcome to the stream. And there was something else. Cunning Fox. I think Christianity has been around since, I think, like Bronze Age, so it's not far off. I don't think Stone Age, no. And actually, no, that's wrong. Christianity 2,000 years ago, but the roots of what is now Christianity, the early Jewish ideas, like 5,000 years old. So that's probably what he means. But I don't mean to get into your debate. That's all I saw. I just saw that and thought that was weird. I'm going to go neutral on this one for now for the reasons given. No cultures are superior to others. Strongly disagree. Sex outside marriage is immoral. This is one where you and I might disagree, Di, respectfully, because I understand. I think that for most people, it is wiser to wait until you are certain that you want to be with this person before you start having sex with them. Not necessarily to say that I would blame anyone for doing it otherwise, and I think you can work into that gradually without it being necessarily all at once with a big ceremony. That's somewhat antiquated, though I think it is still important. It is still useful, but it's somewhat antiquated. Somewhat unnecessary, but only slightly.
Do you want me to
However,
give me, like...
there are some people who I think it's probably fine for, but they don't know who they are. But they shouldn't be prevented from entering that realm of behavior if they want to.
Do you want to hear my honest answer on this?
Mm-hmm.
Like, be shocked, guys. I'm not going to be as prudish as you'd expect, okay? While I do agree with this, I also understand that, like, you know, to get to marriage, wanting to marry someone, that is a big commitment, right? And you want to be sure that you're pledging that to someone that you trust and care for, and you're like, you have to go in with the mindset of like, I'm going to be with this person for life, right?
Yeah.
It's not a flippant thing. You just like, it's a life decision like that is very important, and it's always been very important. But nowadays, you know, with divorce being easy and all that, it's kind of fucked everything a bit. And like, I understand, like, you know, going through one or two partners before marriage, like, you know, not the best, but you're trying to find the proper person to be with. Like, I understand that whole thing, but there's a limit to finding the partner, right? There's a limit to like, oh, I'm going to fuck 17 dudes, and then I'm going to settle down when in my 30s.
Don't clip that, chat.
You know, there's a difference between like an incel who's like incapable of talking to women, right? And then takes out his frustration on others, and like, you know, like there's men like that. Like women are just as bad, but like I'm just saying, there's bads in everything.
There are.
You know, like there's a lot of men that just completely are addicted to porn. They're not going to go out for a real person at all, or like. The way they talk about women online is like with pure hatred, and it's like that's not helping anyone. Like pitting the sexes against each other, never. No. We have our roles for a reason.
Yeah, I think you and I definitely agree that we definitely agree with where the bad is. We just slightly disagree on how bad some things are. I think, but honestly, it doesn't sound like we disagree that much. I think
it's again what's happened to the world, and like the whole sex craze shit has gone way too far. Like that's, I personally don't think it's good for the brain. There's a reason we're having such family problems right now, not having stable families. It's because of that kind of behavior and not settling down, not taking marriage seriously, cheating. You know, like doing these horrendous things in a relationship, like that's gonna fuck it up. Like these, marriage is a lifelong thing. You go through the pains together. You know, so, you don't want to do that to one another.
I think I will disagree. I consider it unwise. I don't have a moral argument against it. I don't go in for morals that much, not as much as some others. I respect those that do, and I respect the opinion of agree on this one. I just think it's probably not a good idea practically, because it raises your standards too much for things that don't matter, like how good they are in bed. But ultimately, it doesn't matter to child raising. It does matter somewhat, of course, to the individual satisfaction with the relationship, but it doesn't matter very much for
have
for
you
real
heard
matters.
Like people? I've seen that a lot of people that have gone out and fucked a lot of people are the most unhappy.
Yeah.
Like they are the most unhappy individuals. Like,
well, I think
it's crazy.
I think the reason for that is that the people that can have sex more are being evolutionarily selected for having higher standards for sex, and so they will end up
having sex all the time,
and they will end up not being satisfied with anything but the best, and so but they also become addicted to the thing. So they want to keep having it, but they can never satisfy that urge, and it becomes a perpetuating, it's a negative perpetuating cycle.
because like the way I look at it, like if you're having sex constantly with one person in particular, like that's fine. Like I think people in relationships are supposed to be like having sex all the time, guys.
Yeah.
That's what a relationship is like, and but there's a big difference between people fucking all the time in the relationships and people fucking just as much but with different people. Like they're always the one. Like if you took two people that fucked the same amount and one of them was like having sex with random people and one was their just like one lover, the one having sex the most with different people is always the most depressed.
Usually,
like,
but
almost
as I said
always.
before, there probably are some people who find great meaning in that. Like, for example, I know this is not an example that you're going to particularly like, but hopefully you can appreciate it anyway. There are some people that go into pornography who genuinely enjoy it, find good meaning from it, and that seems to be what they're supposed to do in life. Now, whether pornography good or bad, and I'm open to your arguments there.
I don't believe that.
Well, fair enough,
I don't
but
believe it.
I think there are.
Right,
Suffice to say, I think
like
there are people. I think there are people for whom it's right to do that, but not probably very many as a proportion of the entire society. And again, you, audience member watching, don't know if you're one of those people, so you shouldn't risk it. You shouldn't risk it unless you're pretty sure, or you happen to have fallen there, which is going to happen with most people. And you're sure it's what you want to do, then you shouldn't risk it.
I think porn is the devil.
I understand your argument, and I'm not trying to say porn good. I'm just trying to say that there do appear to be some people who don't find it meaningless, who do actually like doing that, and genuinely, it's not just an addiction with a self-perpetuating negative cycle. They genuinely enjoy it, and it's meaningful to them, and they can make a living while doing it. I think, especially in today's society, pornography is a necessary tool as well.
Is it?
Maybe if we didn't have it, we would simply have a differently built society. But it's probably much like everything else. It is bound to happen. And there are going to be times when it is needed, even for some people on occasion. It's a matter of innovation as well. I'm sure that we can have a longer, interesting discussion about this. I'll move on with this for now, though, because I already said what I was going to pick for it.
Like I said, everything in moderation,
Sure. I would, pretty much agree with that for everything, which actually is kind of self-defining, but either way, it's a principle. So if we accept migrants at all, it is important that they assimilate into our culture. Strongly agree. Abortion shouldn't be prohibited in most or all cases. I would say safe, legal, early, and rare. So safe, legal, rare, and early as my addition to Hillary Clinton's safe, legal, and rare, which is one thing she thought made sense. Because if it's not legal, as I mentioned earlier with the banning, they will do it illegally. And that can cause many other problems. It probably isn't a net benefit to ban it, but I don't know, maybe it is. That's not at all to ignore the problems that come with making it legal. The ideological problems of people admiring abortion and not simply treating it as a really bad thing that is sometimes essentially necessary. For example, if you have no chance of raising the child yourself and it would just become a ward of the state. As you said, Di, that's a very abusive system.
Yeah, it's just like...
Or if it's the result of rape or something.
You're dealing with a situation where it's like it's someone's life over another's. And that's the basic principle here. It's like they're trying to detach you from the whole process completely, right? To make it easier to make these decisions. And it's worked for a lot of women, because you've seen it, people using it as birth control in like weird situation, like, often off their head, severely unhappy porn star goes in, gets an abortion because she's pregnant for the 5th time. Like there are those people in the world, like the worst.
Yeah, no, they exist.
And it's just like, sure, you can say the mom has a horrible life, right? It's cruel to bring a life into that like horribleness, but are you really in the position where you can say that about life?
No, I wouldn't say that actually. I think even someone born into...
most people do.
Okay, even someone born into difficult circumstances like that, they are going to have a life. It's going to be tougher, but they are going to become tougher as a result, and sometimes that's what society needs.
Yeah, but the whole thing is like people in hard conditions like this often are like pushed to get an abortion because, don't bring this life into the world, it's too cruel, it'll suffer. That's what they push. Like, they honestly do.
Perhaps the easier position to argue this.
They play on your emotions. They manipulate and play on the emotions in those situations of someone who's like confused on what they should do. Like, let's just say a young girl, 16, gets pregnant. She's very young. Everyone around her is like, oh, you have a whole career ahead of you. Like, if you have this kid now, like, it'll ruin your whole plans in life, right? And they convince her to get an abortion. Or she just decides not to. In that situation, it's like, I know many women that are grateful. Like, the very fact that they almost went through with it horrifies them. I know many women and seen many women talk about being raped, but not hating the baby that came out of that situation, and that they were glad that they didn't abort, even though that situation was horrible and how it happened. They still decided to, like, it wasn't the child's fault.
Yeah,
you
I
know.
understand.
It's all how you look at it, because you can say, like, oh, she was raped, therefore it's justifiable why she wants to get rid of it.
You're talking about how people are persuaded into it, and how in many cases when it happens it's wrong. And I think you may be talking about the broader issue of abortion narrative, and I don't think I disagree with you on most of that, or maybe all of it. But the question is about whether it should be allowed, essentially.
Right. Well,
and
did you hear the philosophical
arguments? The philosophical arguments about whether it's acceptable for, essentially, it is a matter of the state says you can't remove this life from inside your body. The philosophical arguments around that are pretty definitively in favor of allowing abortion.
Mm-hmm. No, but did you see the case that happened recently, or like what they've done in one of these American countries? Chat, help me if you can remember where. It's been a recent, like in the last week or two, where they legalized abortion up to birth in one state in America.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Or like right up to the due date, they've said it. So like,
if it looks anything like a baby, it's not right to abort it. Even if you think it only becomes a life at
you would be
birth,
shocked. Many say
still,
at 15 weeks it's a full formed baby, but just tiny. Like, there's pictures of it, and that's up to 15 weeks.
I don't know the exact numbers on that, but I think, okay, I've made this point before, that whatever you think about
New Jersey it was.
Okay, whatever you think about when life starts, or when abortion should be allowed, I think pretty much we all have to agree that through the process of pregnancy, it starts off as more so a clump of cells than a human child. And at the end, it becomes more so a human child than a clump of cells.
But we're all clumps of cells.
Yes, but more so. And the pattern from one to the other is gradual. It's not a, yes, it is now this thing. It's not a human child when it's a single cell. It may technically be a human child, but not by any reasonable definition. And so because it is gradated, just like with age of consent, it's a gradated thing. We have to define a time that makes the most sense, before which it's allowed and after which it's not. And a time when it doesn't look convincingly like a human child is one way to begin to judge that. There are other ways too, but somewhere fairly early in the pregnancy should make the most sense.
Okay, so let me ask you then, when has consciousness come in that clump of cells? Can you tell me the exact point when that becomes conscious? You
have to define conscious, and the point I'm trying to make with that is, well, it's not
you
quite
don't know,
a strong case. Yeah, but you don't need consciousness. I wouldn't use that as the metric. I'd probably use something like, do they have a pain response? But that's not a great one either. There are issues with that. But you just have to decide on something. It's kind of like saying, like, when can someone make a good democratic vote? Actually, that's not a great example. When can, like, not because it's democracy, but it was because it didn't apply to the question. But we're talking about age consent, right? Which has to be defined approximately. When can someone make a good judgment on whether someone is, appropriate to be in a relationship with. Like, there are
when
other
is someone
questions.
considered a person?
There
Yeah.
are other questions that are important for when someone should be allowed to have sex, other than simply whether they are good for a relationship. That's not a good example, but my point is, there are a wide range of factors that can go into making a decision about where in this gradient to put something. And with abortion, whether they can feel pain, whether they have consciousness, how fully formed their brain or brainstem is, whether they look like a child, all these factors should all be considered, which means that it's going to be approximate, it's going to be subjective, it's going to be based on pressure from either side, it's going to be an equilibrium, but the equilibrium should fall somewhere fairly early into the pregnancy. And if it looks anything like a child when it's being aborted, or, within a proportion of anything like a child, then it's probably wrong. Probably you've gone too far. There is a distinction between
murdered a child.
There is a distinction between a minor medical procedure to remove a future a future concern, shall we say, not necessarily problem. There's a difference between that and essentially murdering a baby that hasn't been born yet. Like, those two things can both be called abortion, and it's merely a gradient as to whether which one is either one. So I think anyone on this issue, if they're being honest, has to admit that there is that gradient, and that therefore it is simply a matter of where do we draw the line. It doesn't mean that you can't draw the line at 0 seconds if you want to, but you have to make a decision on where in the gradient you draw the line. However, to answer the question, should be prohibited in most or all cases. I would have to say it's one of these issues where the tool is being widely misused, both by the people, the women that are going in, and the institution itself. It's being used for eugenics to some extent. It's being used for horrible,
siphoning the
immoral
blood,
actions.
Making them younger. Placenta. Very important thing.
But the tool itself is not the crime. It is merely how it's being used, much like surveillance. However, this is one where it's a much greater risk that it's misused because it's such a convenience for women, and there is so much push towards, as you mentioned earlier, towards free sex and women having careers. So it's in the current state of society, I'd be tempted to allow the Conservatives to have their way temporarily and just start banning it more so than I think is actually reasonable, because balance and context. The context sometimes demands a different policy than your direct principle. Maybe I'd be willing to say that in the current society because it's just too much of a risk and too many actual, essentially, babies are being murdered, cut apart. It's barbaric. However, my principled answer is no to this question. But perhaps I would allow yes in current society, abate it given the state of current society. But I'll go no since it's a question about my principles, essentially. Gun ownership should be prohibited for those without a valid reason. Disagree, but I don't think the UK would necessarily benefit as much as most Americans think from a Second Amendment. I don't have a strong position on that, so I will leave that for now. I don't think it's that simple. I think the US system sort of the politically requires gun ownership, but again, I don't have a good answer on that. I think it does. I suspect. But yes, certainly for the US, for the US, I strongly disagree. But because I don't think it's a universal, I just do disagree. I support single-player universal healthcare, the question says. No, but I'm open to the idea of universal health insurance, but there are problems that come along with that, and they would need to be mitigated. So I will go disagree. Prostitution should be illegal, says the question. Probably disagree, because again, it's a lot of jobs can be immoral by some. A lot of jobs can be bad for the people who have the job. And what's the difference between prostitution and pornography anyway? If you believe that pornography should be legal, which I'm not saying you do, Di, then you can't really say prostitution.
You know what I think on this.
Yeah. Prostitution and pornography are basically definitionally the same. In fact, it gets ridiculous to the point that if you turn on a camera, it's legal. If you leave the camera off, it's illegal. In some case, that might be an urban myth, but what is the difference in principle? So I think pornography should be legal. Therefore, I must say prostitution should be legal. But I don't necessarily like that it happens. And it certainly can be a road for abuse. However, I feel like maybe if it's illegal, that it's more of a road for abuse than if it's legal. So I'll go agree. I don't like the thing itself, but that doesn't mean I think it should be illegal. Maintaining family values is essential. Strongly agree. To chase progress at all costs is dangerous. Strongly agree, but we should still chase it. Genetic modification is a force for good, even on humans. Disagree, maybe even strongly. Because even though, in principle, it can be used for very good things, and it's used to, it's vastly improved the lives of many people in the world, billions, by modifying crops to make them grow better. Using it on humans is a very different matter than using it on anything else, because at that point we're taking over the process of evolution, which is self-correcting. If we start tweaking with evolution, we remove the properties that make it self-correcting, and even if every change we make seems to be working fine, we will get to a point in society where the things we lack because of the genetic modifications are exactly the things we need to save us from collapse. So
You're playing
we should
God, essentially, like is how I see it. It's nonsense.
I don't think everything that is called playing God is necessarily wrong, but this one is wrong because, or it can easily be described as that, and that's just another way of saying you are fiddling with the things that are fundamental to our species adapting and surviving. It should be at least hundreds of years before we're ready, having analyzed perfectly the course of human nature and accounted for it, before we even consider doing this on at least a large scale.
I don't think we should ever consider this.
And maybe never. But honestly, it will happen eventually. And so if human society continues developing technologically, I think it will happen eventually on a large scale. But it should at the very least be done with a full understanding of human nature and of what is permissible to change over a long period of time. And to do it extremely cautiously. Because this is the one thing that our technology could just, without us even realizing it's happening, will just wipe us out.
Could you imagine a black family being like, no, you know what? Let's genetically engineer a child to turn out white. Have him integrate. Or if you're Chinese, you're like, you need to spy, right? Or if you're American, you're like, we want to go invade China, you know? Gotta make them look like them.
Those are interesting ideas, but I don't think those are unique issues to genetic modification.
I know there's talk of them being able to like try and like pick the gender by changing a few things in like their genes at an early stage, that they were able to manipulate if you were having a boy or girl or stuff like that. I don't like, again, there's been a lot of studies done on this nonsense.
Yeah.
They're trying.
Wig, that is true. And all those options are available. It's just that if they fail at all of those, are they then forced to carry the pregnancy? And if you say yes, fair enough. But I don't think it should necessarily be mandatory. But we're on the next one now. I will go with strongly disagree. Like, it can be used for great good, but that great good may help one or two, not just one or two, may help many individuals, but then we may lose the very thing we need to solve the next catastrophe or the one after that. So it's one of those things where in the short term, in a long term, right, so in the length of one lifetime or length of one generation, it will be good. And then our society will collapse without us being able to do a damn thing about it and without realizing why. Like 100 years hence. So, no, it's a very bad idea to even attempt it. We should open our borders to immigration. Strongly disagree. The thing is, immigration is not inherently wrong. A small amount of skilled immigration is not only acceptable, but is actually preferable. The thing is, they're saying open borders here. That's definitely a no. But I'm not against immigration. I'm just against mass unskilled or untempered immigration. Strongly disagree.
You don't want to be a daycare.
Yeah. Governments should be as concerned about foreigners as they are. Who the fuck answers yes to this? Strongly disagree. All people, regardless of factors like culture or sexuality, should be treated equally. Give me a fucking definition of equally. Until you do, it's a stupid question. Do you treat a murderer the same as your mother? Treat someone that's just murdered your mother the same as you treated your mother before she was murdered? No, obviously not. So the question is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, under the law, legally, equally, yes. Should they be treated equally in respect of the right to vote?
Dude, you just reminded me.
Accepting things like people that are currently in prison and children and such. Yes, they should. Like, even someone who you really hate compared to your best friend, they should both be allowed to vote. They should be treated equally in that sense. But should you treat the one you hate like a friend and treat your best friend the same way? No.
Someone tried. This woman tried to befriend her mom's killer. And let him into their home for a few years and whatever. You know what ended up happening? He ended up killing her next.
I guess
her mom. She accepted him, and then he killed her.
I guess she didn't. She must have really hoped, and there was almost certainly some massive delusion going on here, that he was one of the people that killed for some temporary reason. Well, and there you go. That would certainly be part of it. But no, it turns out that he was just a psychopath or something and just enjoyed killing. So there probably are a small portion of killers that are doing it for circumstantial reasons or temporary reasons. Probably not many by comparison. And who, despite the fact that they've killed, probably won't do it again. And in those cases, rehabilitating them might be possible, but you never know which ones they are, so don't fucking risk it.
And
the rest of them are fucking psychopaths.
They have soldiers that, their whole, their whole thing's to go out and kill.
I mean, killing an innocent deliberately, like premeditated murder. Which soldiers don't do, or shouldn't anyway, not supposed to. So the question is asking, do you tolerate as humans gays and the disabled? We've got both of those right here.
Oh, you're gay now?
As guests. I'm, of course, the host. No, Trig isn't here. But that's what the question means. But the wording, unfortunately, they're lost in modern ideology, I think, because they've worded it in a way that is deliberately deceptive, not on their part, but that they're using the same wording. Deliberately or happenstance deceptive in... So as to imply that treating people equally is the same as tolerating them, as allowing them to be in society. They're not the same, because equal means something very different depending on different contexts. Some of those contexts, it's fine and admirable. Some of those contexts, it's really fucking stupid. Like, treating people like they are exactly the same could be, literally exactly the same, could be called treating them equally. But literally, or not even the worst socialist would say that people are exactly the same. It's obviously not true. Do they have the same merit, the same value? The worst socialist would say yes, but any sane person would say no. Some people are just overall more useful to society than others. Do they deserve equal treatment under the law and equal rights to vote and equal human rights, other stuff like that? Yes. That is something that we artifice because we found it works. So I'm going to just skip, essentially, this question because it's too ambiguous. And then I think last question, it is important that we further my group's goals above all others. That's kind of a silly question, because if you're part of a group and you have goals, then you would want them to be furthered. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the goals. But I suppose it's trying to determine whether you are sort of magnanimous and balanced in recognizing that you might be wrong. So I suppose for that it's good, but I don't know if they realize that's what they mean. I think I'll skip it because it's too ambiguous. But yeah, the Ebb Nihilist says, strongly agree Cabal must prevail. I suppose actually, yes, everyone should be competing. Everyone should be advocating their own ideas. So the question, if taken from the perspective of someone that is not involved in the system, i.e. is not in a group, so it doesn't apply to them anyway, then they should say everyone should be given a shot at their ideas, depending on how many people they can get to agree with them, essentially, or whatever other good metric you can find. But from the perspective of anyone that's working in that system. They should all vigorously advocate for their own ideas because that's how competition works. That's how the free market moves. So I suppose I will do an agree. And that's the end. Here we go. Here are my results. More equality focused in the economy than I expected, but still majority markets. 74% nation. Interesting, I'm actually slightly more authority than liberty. That's surprising. And then more tradition than progress. Moderate conservatism, that's different than last time. I think last time I had centrism. That's an embarrassing thing to be described as. I mean, it's not correct. I don't consider myself a conservative, nor do I consider myself a moderate. So I do still consider myself a centrist. Partly for philosophical reasons, but partly also because I think it's still pretty close to where I aggregate. But this is a bit different. I probably have moved slightly rightwards since last time. So let's open the last test I did on this, and we'll compare. It also might have been influenced by Dai being in the chat with me. Let's see. There it is. And then, so this is my 8 values test from 2017 0802. This one. This is 2017 0802. And this is today. So what's changed? Quite a lot more nationalistic, quite a lot more market oriented. So 7% more market oriented than in 2017, in mid to late 2017. 7% more market, or 7 percentage points more market oriented. 14 percentage points more nation oriented. 8% more authority-oriented, and 15% more tradition-oriented. That's interesting. Let's have a look at what other people say. Killy says, considering how you open-ended and vague so many questions are, you shouldn't consider the test apt in judging you. I don't really, but it maybe gives some indication. Bill says, I would like to be the first to congratulate you on being diagnosed as a wet Tory. Well, you know it's not the case. I think the rating that they give you here will probably be based on just a full aggregate. And as I said before, a confident centrist might aggregate in the same position on a 2-dimensional, or even here, 4-dimensional compass as a total moderate. A confident centrist, someone who has a lot of confident positions, but which aggregate on the center, might have essentially the same position as just someone that doesn't really care and wants to grill. And that's probably what's happened here. I expect that what I am is basically probably either just under or just below the center libertarian authoritarian line, and probably just to the right of the center point if we did the original political compass. Or not necessarily that one, because that's also a bad test, but in terms of where I think makes more sense. That's also true, Chilgon. They could have changed the test. Could be the same and they moved the test left. Yeah, that's definitely possible. So I may not have changed much. But I disagree with the rating that they've given there. And I'm surprised by some of the changes. Let me save that in the same place the other ones are. Give me a second, chat. All right, now the naming scheme was that with 2022 0115. There we go. That's saved for my records. That's interesting. Wasn't expecting it to go that way. So, chat, press 1 if you would like me to do the autism test. Press 2 if you'd like me to do something else. And also, could someone link me the autism test? I think the autism test might be a bit more chill. Are you still there, Di? If you're still there, you may have been muted by accident.
All right. Oh, did you finish?
Were you muted or did you just get back?
Yeah, no, I just got back.
Okay. Yeah, I finished. The results are on screen.
Oh, all right. Let me show mine because I'm curious how the two compare.
Funny if we were exactly the same. Probably won't be. Where are you going to post yours?
Changed for me, it seems like. It seems like this is the common one I get.
Mine has changed since 2017 quite a bit.
I'll post it in the chat and I'll DM it to you.
I've got it from the chat.
Okay.
This is... Jesus. This is Di's theocratic distributism.
Apparently.
That's interesting.
Centrist. I'm a centrist.
A centrist
so
economically.
As always.
Mine's actually more so market. Yours is actually more so equality with the economy. That's interesting. We are about the same amount of patriotic, though. You are more authority focused. It's not a huge difference, and then you're more tradition focused. But again, not that different. Our positions aren't super different.
I always end up here. Every test I've taken so far in the last few years are like, you're a centrist, basically. It's like I always just move a little bit more in certain directions, but I just stay in the center. It's always what's happened.
I'm pretty close to the center, yeah.
Before I was in the other side. But
Theo has got 96% nation.
Good on him. You know what? Good on him.
I think it's what the world needs, but that might be a bit too much. Wow, capitalist fascism is the result you got.
Huh.
I don't know about that, Cherno, but I'd be open for trying it. All right, let's, I think, so Ginge gave me a link to the autism test. Let's have a look. Attention, the test provides information on autism disorders, etc., etc., etc. Don't care, understand, go ahead. All right. This will be a bit more chill, I think. But it might be a bit personal. You guys might learn things about me that you didn't know before. Or I might not say certain things and just answer a question. We'll see. Are you going to do this one as well, Di? Do you want a link?
Fine.
You don't have to do it. You don't have to.
No, I'll do it. I'll do it. We'll finally see if your theory is correct. Ha ha ha.
I haven't given you a theory about autism. You having autism. I don't know if you have autism. You probably have a little bit.
Let's see.
All right. Thanks to Ginge for
if it says I does, you're not seeing it. We'll see.
It gives you lots of different aspects of autism that you have a balance of. So you probably will have something. Okay, so 50 questions on this one. Never been good at sports. Actually, that's not true. I was when I was younger. I had a choice at one point of 2 different schools that I could go to. One of them was more sports focused. One of them was more education focused. And at the time, I wanted to go to the sports focused one. I don't think it would have made much difference ultimately, but I did go to the education focused one instead. And don't really like sports now, but I was very athletic in my youth. So that's not going to show up on the agree would be the autism one in this case. All right, next. Rarely worried about anything. It's mostly true. Yeah, I'm pretty chill. Others have told me that I have problems managing my anger. No, but I won't go with a full disagree because I think there have very occasionally been problems at the high end, but very, very rarely. And not with any sort of like violence or people or anything. Like I sometimes break things if I get really frustrated with them. But that very, very rarely happens, like once a year. Accumulate lots of facts on subjects and topics that interest me. Yes, but I'm not very good at remembering them. So that's not really the main thing. New social situations make me anxious. Anxious is the wrong word. Just uninterested, like resistive. Whenever I go into a social situation, I will usually, if I have a reason to be there, I will usually just observe. Sometimes for several hours, sometimes for days, depending on how long I'm there. Once I actually have observed for long enough, and I've gathered enough information that my subconscious believes is the correct amount, then I switch from uninvolved to alpha. And I don't say that as self-congratulatory, that's an observation. That's what I tend to do every time. There's one example I'm thinking of that was a very clear example of that, where I was very quiet at the beginning, almost no one noticed me, and then suddenly became the most popular guy in the group, led every discussion, like more dominant than the teacher, the lecturer, whatever he was, the trainer. So that's what I tend to do. And I've seen that described as the Greek personality type gamma, but that the gamma has also changed to mean something else recently. And I think actually what that matches in the current conception of what the Greek letter personality types is actually sigma, but not self-congratulatory. It just seems to match the best. So I'll go neutral on that one. Yeah. People have told me that I can be obsessed about my interests. Yes, they have. In fact, I think Di will do that right now.
I'm in the middle of the test, the one you sent me.
I prefer to do things on my own rather than with others. Yes, but I'm not against doing things with others. And we're doing a stream right now. Young Isaiah is not autistic, essentially. When I see a balloon, I worry that it might pop. Not really. Unless, like, it's around something that might cause it to pop. I don't like loud noises. But I go with a mild disagree. When watching movies, I do not usually look at the eyes of the actors. Since it's saying do not, it would be a disagree. So I haven't noticed not looking at the eyes of the actors. I think I usually look at least their faces, if not the eyes. Oh, your wife is more autistic than you, Isaiah, but not hugely. Actually, in some areas she is. When watching movies, I really disagree. Yeah, let's go with that. Expressions like raining cats and dogs and feeling like $1 million are confusing to me. No, I actually get those just fine. I even did when I was younger. I don't think I ever had that symptom. Being away from home for extended periods of time frightens me. No, it doesn't frighten me, but I do get really bored if I'm not near my stuff. Like, I can holiday for like 5 or 6 days, but whenever it's a week long, I get really fucking antsy at the end. Like, not antsy, make it sound like it's emotional. I just get bored. I just want to go. Just want to get back to my stuff. Oh, Ginge, you have a surprisingly low amount of autism for someone that's so autistic. That actually makes me distrust this test, actually. People have told me that I make repetitive, strange noises and I'll repeat certain words out of context. Don't think I've ever had that. By the way, if I make an opinion that you've noticed, that I haven't noticed, or what you think is wrong, please feel free to tell me, because some of these things I just might not have noticed. Often rock myself or fiddle with my hands to feel better. Not about feeling better, I just tend to do it. I'm doing it right now with my legs. So I do it, but it's not to feel better, so I'll leave it with that. I have been described as having an unusual posture. I don't think so. It's hard for me to sit still without tapping or fidgeting. Yes, but I don't know if that's autism. That might be ADHD. Yes. Even when I am paying attention in conversations, I don't necessarily look into the eyes of the speaker. I don't think I have that problem. I'll leave that neutral. People sometimes tell me that I'm being rude in conversations, even though I think I'm being polite. Now, this is something I've observed in autistic people a lot. I don't think I have this problem, but sometimes I do get too enthusiastic about things, and I can come across as too intensive, which can seem rude. So I don't think so, no. As a child, I put most of the pressure on the front of my feet when walking. That's interesting. I think I did, actually, thinking back. I think people would often, my parents would comment on tiptoeing too much.
Yeah, I think this test's alright, you know?
Not sure yet. As a child, I would often repeat words or phrases that were said to me. I don't think so, but this is something I wouldn't remember. I follow a set schedule closely and tend to avoid unfamiliar things. Strongly disagree. This is an ADHD thing as opposed to autism. This is an area in which I have ADHD and it's active, whereas autism would do the opposite thing. I fail to follow set schedules and like unfamiliar things. Usually, I'm adaptive to them. I'm willing to investigate them. Almost always in the same neutral or flat mood. That's true. When I get angry, I calm down faster than most people. I think that's probably true. Wait, did I? Oh, I didn't. Right, okay. Agree. Agree. Do not like going to loud places like malls, markets, and amusement parks. Yeah, generally. Too many people is annoying, usually, because I guess maybe if it's not simply autism, and maybe even if it is, maybe this is what that is for. I think I prefer fewer, higher quality information connections, if you like. So a smaller number of people with which I can have a sort of deeper connection. But if there's too many, then the connections can never be deep enough to be useful. So it's just annoying. I think that's probably what it is. Maybe why I don't enjoy watching, even though I like watching individual VTubers and streamers in general, I don't enjoy collabs as much. 2 is fine, but any more than that is just annoying. Others say that I speak too loudly or too softly. They don't say it, but maybe I do. I don't think so, actually, but maybe I'm thinking of the fact that when I'm streaming, I do speak a bit louder, but I think that's normal for streamers. Usually feel unhappy more days than not. No, I don't really feel anything. I don't have emotions. Feel irritated. Say again?
I just said yikes. Like, fucking hell.
Feel irritated.
You're right.
Yes, I'm perfectly fine, especially because I don't browse Spiral. Feel irritated and or angry when I have to navigate uncertain situations. No, I do pretty all right with them. I cannot stand certain sounds, such as those made by vacuum cleaners, drums, and or busy traveling. No, I don't have that problem, I don't think. At parties or other social gatherings, we usually stand in corners or close. I hate to admit it, but when I was younger, this may not be the same now. I was quite a different person when I was younger. A few years ago, I made some pretty significant changes to my personality, and before that, I'm not proud of who I was back then. But either way, for most of my life, I've been pretty autistic, and yeah, I never really found a way to begin the engagement with other people. Possibly because I always assumed that they just didn't want me there. Not something I would consciously assume now, but probably something I still have left over as a subconscious assumption. If I was at a party or a social gathering where I didn't really know anyone, I think today I would either leave realizing it was a waste of time, or I would at least try to get involved with the conversation. But most social gatherings I go to these days would be places where I do know someone, and I actually want to be there with them, because most of my interaction is with you guys. So I doubt this is going to come up, but I will go with a slightly yes, because by default that is what I would probably still do. Though, as I say, these days I would try to overcome that natural tendency. Often bump into things or trip over my own feet. I do have enormous feet, but I don't think that's what they're asking. So, no. I get temper tantrums where others cannot reach me. Right, no, I've observed this. I wonder if Dai can intuit who I have observed it in the most and the most annoyingly. But no, I don't have this myself.
I may have an idea.
Mm-hmm. I generally avoid eye contact with others. I don't think so. I've noticed that I may slightly do that more than other people do. I've tried to change that, so I will put an agree, but I don't think it's much. I am trying to change it. Almost always carry some special object in my purse or wallet that provides me a sense of security, comfort, or control. Well, who the fuck doesn't carry their phone with them? I guess they're not talking about phone, though. They're talking about some sort of, like, totem, something emotional.
Like a toy or something.
Yeah. No, I don't do that. Dislike talking to people I don't know. No, I'm okay with that. Even in person. But especially online, I don't mind that either. So disagree because dislike, disagree. I'm fine with it. Yes, okay. Very sensitive to noise. No, possibly slightly more than the average, but almost not at all. I think when I was a kid, I vaguely remember my dad telling me that at some point I accidentally turned a speaker up really loud when it was right in front of me as like a young baby or young child. And I think for that reason I may have a phobia of loud noises, but it's not very much. And it's only very loud noises. I don't think it's the same thing. Others told me repetitive bodily movements. I don't think so. Well, no one's told me that, no. So I enjoy parties. Generally, no, but the Shitlord meetup was a party, and that was great. It was honestly really good. So I'll just go with a small. I think if the party has appropriate context, I'm fine with it. But if I'm just dumped in a party where I'm socially expected to be, but I have no reason to be there, no appreciation of being there, and don't really know anyone or like anyone, then I guess that's the same thing as anyone else. They wouldn't like that either, probably. Oh, there's probably some people that would, actually. Ebb is telling me I have repetitive body movements, even though I don't think he thinks I do, just so that someone has told me I do, so that I will answer the question with yes. Sadly, Ebb, you were too late. I'm not going to go back now. I think I'll go neutral on this. have a tendency to hit or destroy things. Oh, well, there you go. I mentioned that earlier. Yes, only at the maximum extent, and I've never done it to a person or any living thing. It's only to inanimate objects when they're really fucking annoying, which I know is stupid. It's probably something I will never fix and something I'll always regard as a stupid policy, but it's not a policy, it's a subconscious thing. A flaw I probably will never get over, but I do try to avoid it, and it only happens at the extreme extent. Because it's extreme extent, I will go with just that. You're obsessed with strings of numbers such as dates or license plates. I don't think so, no. Talk to my friends at a party the same way I would talk to my co-workers. That's kind of difficult for me. I know what it means, but it's difficult for me because my friends are also, in a sense, my co-workers, even though they're casually with me while I'm working, and therefore they're the same people, but I don't have a job where I have co-workers, and I don't like any of you enough to call you friends. So, yeah, one of those was an exaggeration.
How rude of you.
But I think I know what they mean. I think it means you treat people that you deliberately like the same way as people that you are socially made to be around. And no, I don't. There is a difference. I hate the sound of fireworks, fire alarms, or thunder. Nope, I don't have that problem. Actually, it's the loud noise phobia thing. Fireworks are a bit annoying, but I got used to them over the years. They're not too bad. I have trouble understanding what people mean when they say they feel happy for someone else. No, I understand human emotions quite well, even though I don't own any myself. I have a tendency to yell at people when I feel frustrated or stressed. I don't think so. I mean, I do yell at... I guess I do get passionate on streams sometimes, and maybe that counts, but I don't think I generally do that. I find it difficult to make decisions or act without guidance from others. Strongly disagree. That's one area where I think the ADHD factors in. Sometimes have compulsive thoughts about being injured or having other bad things happen to me in extremely specific ways. I don't know if this counts, but I thought it was an ADHD symptom actually. But
you do this a lot.
Do I?
With your YouTube channel. Yeah.
How so?
Like when it comes to the YouTube things, you just always assume everything's going to hit the fan, which I suppose in that kind of environment, you really should be thinking that way because of, as you know, your account got yeeted and all of this nonsense.
If it's based on reasonable inferences,
but you always went to the worst options. I remember, you'd be like, "Oh no, this isn't lasting. It's the worst is going to happen."
I did turn out to be correct. So does it really count for this? I had reason to think that would be the case. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just presenting a point for consideration. I think what they're asking here is, in a sense, to an extent that's not justified by the evidence. You're always doing this. When I run at you with a knife, you're always assuming that you're going to get stabbed. So you should answer yes to this question. No, I think it's beyond the extent to which it's reasonable to assume. I think slightly I do this, when I'm walking out on the streets, even sometimes during the day, I will usually assume that at least the possibility that people walking past me are threats. I usually won't act any differently because of it, but I usually at least account for it. So I probably would have to say agree, but that might be completely different than what this means. Others have told me that I speak like a robot. I don't think so, but do I? Di or anyone else? Maybe a bit more than other people, but maybe not enough to justify this.
I'd say you're more like one tone than that,
So monotone, so like a robot.
A bit more, I'd say.
So maybe monotone, but not monotempo, which a robot would also be.
It's so hard to describe, you know.
You know me longer than anyone else here.
Yeah, no, I don't I've heard some people sound very robotic in how they speak, and I think you do a good job of not doing that.
I think the answer is no. And maybe a bit more monotone than the average.
Mm-hmm.
But Other than
I think
that,
it's something slight about it. Like I don't know what it is, but there's just something there. It's not massive, but you can like when I've told this to other people, like with people with autism or something, the way they speak is very telling of like the condition. I don't know why, but just the way they speak, you know, you can immediately tell there's something. And with you, it's not a bad thing. Like it's really hard for it to not sound insulting when somebody's telling you there's like just something off, you know.
I understand.
But
I
it's not
appreciate
the
it.
like it's not something that most people would notice, I think.
Ginger, I appreciate the comment, but for your information, the cadence is not artificial. It's completely natural. I've never attempted to change the way I speak in terms of tone. Yeah, Cherno, I think maybe what we could say is that I speak in a monotone voice more often than most people would, but I do still break it up with changes in the tone. So it's
I mean,
it's
I
not
can hear when
robotic.
you're more excited about something. Like you can hear the inflections.
Yeah.
You know.
Glad to see James is here for the autism segment, but we are almost finished with the quiz. I rarely experience happiness or joy, agree. But I rarely experience the opposite either. So, devil's bargain. Often beset by feelings of sadness, disagree. The previous one was rarely, and this one's often, but they're the opposite feelings. That's not great wording. They should at least keep one of those things consistent. Have certain routines or habits that I feel I must follow. Nope. Maybe it would be better if I would, but this, I think, is an ADHD thing. It's just constantly in flux every single day. There are some things I am trying to schedule some things because I think it would help to at least some things scheduled, but it's not easy. Stressful for me to have to retain eye contact with others. I haven't really noticed with any great, like, I think a little bit. I have a small issue still with this because of autism when I was younger, but not much. And I haven't had enough examples to really notice. Maybe Ginge. But even then, I don't get emotional about it. I just regard it as, well, that fucking sucks. Like a conscious regard of it as bad rather than an emotional one. I'll go with a partial disagree on this. When I'm having a conversation with someone, I prefer to look at the wall, at their shoe. This is the same question as the last one. They just wanted to make it up to 50, didn't they? So that's some different tone for you. Same answer then. Right, here we go. Here's my results. Oh, okay. That's less than I thought, actually. Well, there you go, chat. There's my results. I will copy the image and post it in the chat for you. Was that more or less than you were expecting, chat? Press 1 if it's more than you were expecting. Press 2 if it's less than you were expecting. Dai, you got...
I think something went wrong, because my aggression should be a lot higher.
Yeah, it should.
I feel like something's a bit amiss here, you know?
Yeah.
Like, out of everything I saw this, and I was like, aggression's pretty low, you know? I don't...
Wow, 8-bit's pretty autistic. Wasn't expecting that. We should probably all do the ADHD test now that we've done the autism one. The ADHD test will give you a number out of 50. It won't be as colourful, but it will be easier to assess.
That was funny.
Your total amount. So yeah, mine is actually lower than I expected. But not much lower. I knew that I had a few autism symptoms left over from when I had it more seriously when I was younger, but now I have not very many. The most here being social difficulty, but I don't think most people that have a social difficulty this high also run a community. So it's clearly not answering the whole question, this graph, but it's doing its best. All right, I think I'll save this in the same place as I put the last one, even though it's not political. I guess I'll put a date on the file name. Sometimes I move these things around, they get a new date. 2022-01-15. Oh, I didn't put the dashes in, even though I was pressing it. Oh, wait. Okay, I had the wrong button.
Oh, Ginger said it's about how aggressive one is, and if you're having a spurg attack or
I see.
something.
Yeah,
I mean,
that makes sense.
since I don't have spurg attacks, I guess
Mm. Well,
makes a bit more sense.
some of the things
What?
that happened in Wizards in Space, maybe we could argue are Spurg attacks.
No, because a lot of the thing is like I'm intentionally like
Don't
making
don't tell them
fun.
that. Don't tell them that.
Oh,
I think
okay.
actually it can more be explained by ADHD, hyperactivity. Just having energy, positive. It's not always positive, but you make it positive almost every time.
Uh-huh.
So there's the autism spectrum test chat. Now we're 4 hours in, but as I said earlier, we're just
Has it
basically
been 4?
yeah. You have been on
Jesus.
for less than 4 hours, but the stream itself has been going for 4.
Okay.
As I said earlier, chat, we're doing kind of a marathon stream. So as long as I keep getting contributions, we'll keep going. And frankly, I have already got enough to do one more test. Probably at least one, but we'll go with just one for now. So, shall we have a vote on which one it'll be? I don't know how we're going to vote because it would be very difficult to represent all the options with a emoji vote. But how about we do this, chat? Let's be careful, but if everyone type a message for which test they want me to do. But before you type it, check if someone else has already put that message, and if they have, react to it with a thumbs up. And we will try to count up all the thumbs up. I'll tell you what, for each test, the message with the most thumbs up is how many votes it has. So for every one that you see that you agree with, even if every instance of hate test that comes up, put a thumbs up on it, or at least put it on the one that has the most.
So what one are you doing?
We're currently voting on it.
Okay.
Theo is proposing the hate values test. I'm sure you'll enjoy that one, Di. It looks like hate values is going to win the.
Wait, what is it?
Hate
I don't
values.
know what it is.
Have a click on Theo's link there.
Okay. Hate value.
All right, chat.
Oh.
Unfortunately, Jage, that doesn't really help. Mr. Pockets,
Okay.
I recommend that you hop in the Discord. Just being in the Discord and having Discord open will pretty much guarantee you get notifications. YouTube will likely not give you notifications. You can also follow on Twitch and make sure that your email notifications are on. That should give it to you every time, but I don't know if they might also cover them up. At least it doesn't seem like Twitch knows about me yet. They probably haven't throttled me yet. There might be other ways to keep up with me as well. Don't just rely on YouTube, though. It doesn't seem to work. All right. Delilah says hate values test is long. Well, they've got 24 values, so 12 dimensions. Google online test and click the first one. That's an interesting idea. Maybe we'll do that later, AC. But we're going to do this for now. I think before we start, I'm going to go and grab a drink quickly. I've been going for 4 hours, and I'm already tired. I've already been up for, well, longer than you would expect given the amount of sleep I had, even before I started the show. So this marathon is pretty baller of me, frankly. It's pretty big balled. We're going to keep going, but I'm going to grab a drink. So I leave you in the capable.
I'm going to be a Nazi. I can already tell with this.
I leave you in the capable Nazi hands of my good potato friend Di. Back in a moment, chat.
Yeah, I'm doing the test, so.
Well, feel free to talk about your answers to chat if you like. I won't be long.
All right. So, I'm on the question 13 of 179, and it says, Black people must reject white society in its entirety. Do I agree or disagree with that? Oh, you got 94 anti-Semitists. Oh, that's great. Oh, great. Oh. All right. I mean, if black people, want to reject it, sure, because, I mean, they're just going to collapse. So, Do we let them go and collapse? Yeah, you agree? Yeah, that's where I'm kind of thinking. It's like, you want to go off on your own? Go ahead. I let him off. To be an unironic. Yeah, that'd be funny. Whites should be enslaved. I think I'm going to strongly disagree with that one. My only problem with is that it was the benefit of whites rather than blacks. Only problem. What that? Are whites predisposed to be racist due to them being white? So, nature of you being white, that's it. Like, you're just a racist.
All right, I'm back.
I mean, as a racist.
What a great thing to come back to.
Yeah, as a white racist myself, I can't help but,
This looks like a reskin of 8 values.
Mm-hmm.
Same opening question.
I think you're going to enjoy this.
I think this is actually a fork of 8 values. Di, what did you answer to the first question?
Oh, what? Let me see your first question. White people are... that one, I mean... I'm saying it's going to be an interesting one,
Well, if you need to run a short distance very quickly, white people are inferior to black people, generally. So this is one where, there are lots of circumstances where I think, generally, where they do genetically differ, better societies do tend to be built by white people. See, I've put that very generously. But that doesn't necessarily make them superior in general. Although I suppose I could say the same thing about, is Western culture superior? Yes, at building better societies. Does that make it better in general? It's also a matter of, we're talking about a group of individuals here, not just a single set of ideas. We're talking about a wide group of variant individuals. There are going to be lots of blacks that are superior to some whites, or a number that are superior to a number. Individually, it's a distinct matter. I think on balance, I will leave this one and go neutral. Every group specializes. We whites are going to be less good at some things than them. Dick size generally shorter as well. Next question. It's going to be difficult to fucking read these questions if I want to remain on YouTube in any capacity, although I guess I don't really care. The question is, genocide eugenics with the intention of removing blacks from the nation. Well, it's a good idea.
It has the cookie question. Oh, that's funny.
Genocide and eugenics, even if they're done by well-meaning people, which probably isn't true by definition, but even if there's good intentions in the evil acts, it probably isn't ever the best way to solve a problem. Ever. And will often cause more than it solves. So I will strongly disagree. Black supremacism is a serious threat to civilization. At least a little, yeah. I'm not sure how serious it is. I think it's a fad, but it's certainly a part of the world's most advanced threat to civilization, the one that we're currently dealing with. So I will agree, but it's not the main issue. As I've said, I think race is mostly a distraction. I think if we become what has sometimes usefully been used, what you refer to as racist. If we become bigoted and just hateful against a race, even if it's justified in some way, we are essentially just playing the game the elites want us to play. They've set up the blacks. I don't think blacks are as bad as they are in US Democrat cities. I think that is somewhat artificial. And I think that's been set up partly to cause strife, to create a free army for the elites, but also to cause strife so that whites and blacks fight against each other, continue infighting between the working and middle class and various other intersections therein, so that the elites don't have to be fought against. It's what they often do. So I go agree, but with those caveats. Blacks generally have lower IQs than whites because they are less evolved. Less evolved doesn't make any sense. They are evolved less towards things that generally require high IQ. I think there have been studies done which account for genetic differences. Sorry, not genetic, socioeconomic differences, and still find, and like all other differences as well, that they could account for, and still find that whites have higher IQ on average. But the question is worded very poorly. Let's go neutral. European imperialism was a positive because it made white people richer. You had me in the first half, but it's not necessarily because it made white people richer. It made the nations that were colonized richer as well. They're not every single person benefited, but generally everyone benefited. There were certainly horrible events that happened, but they weren't necessarily the fault of the empire in every case. It's not the British Empire. There were other empires that weren't as good. The thing is, Moo, a lot of people in Cabal, especially some that I would have expected to get highly autistic results, are getting low autistic results, which really aids my theory that what unites us more is ADHD than autism, if any mental illness does. Exactly, Java. Generally, colonialism just improved the world. Again, there were fairly big dark spots. A very large number of people did not benefit, but more did. So, but the question is asking because it made white people richer. No, I'll go neutral because the question is silly. Blacks should be enslaved. No, slavery is a bad solution. And, of course, immoral, and people won't go for it, of course. Well, AC, I can't help it keeps coming up. I mean, like, I appreciate it's a joke, right? But if you think I shouldn't be using it as much as I am, then instruct me. Where am I using it wrongly? And if you can't find a good example, then I'm using it about the right amount. That's a good one, Chilgon. If you guys pay me enough, I will do the dominance submission test. You will find the results are pretty high dominance, I expect. But not absolutely. I don't think any self-respecting man should be absolutely dominant in the bedroom. I mean, for one thing, I'm dominant in real life so much, it's nice to relax once in a while. But I am almost always dominant. No. I'm trying to find a really good answer to this, but I don't feel like I really need to go to the effort. Slavery in general. And for one thing, even to someone who might answer yes to this, the reason that there are a lot of blacks in the US is because of slavery. Pretty much. People don't go for slavery long term. White people don't go for slavery long term. So again, if you're a white person answering yes to this, the vast majority of your race, the race that you lionize, do not like slavery. So, strongly disagree. South Africa was a better nation when it was ruled by whites. I can't help but agree with that. It's not necessarily because they were white. It's probably because the blacks are just a shitty culture there. But the whites in South Africa are a massive boon to their nation. And again, it's not necessarily because of their race, but that might be a factor. I can't ignore the possibility. No, I will agree. But it's not necessarily because of their race. Blacks are predisposed to commit crime due to them being black. I'm not convinced that that's a significant difference due to race. I think it may be a lot more than half of the issues that we see in black groups in the US is actually caused by policy, deliberately to mess with blacks by Democrats for many reasons. So I doubt it. I don't know if there have been studies done on this that successfully eliminate other factors. Oh, actually, there were some. There were some that saw that, like, wealthy blacks commit more crime than poor whites. So, well, that's kind of hard to avoid, isn't it? Kind of hard to ignore, isn't it? Then again, the wealthy blacks are still inculcated to a large extent in the same ideology. So that's difficult to account for. I will just go neutral for that. I'm not sure. Then they asked blacks are superior to whites. What did I put for the other one? I put neutral for the other way around, didn't I? I feel like I have to put a disagree for this one. I will go in neutral. Genocide and eugenics. Oh, this is the same thing, but the other way around. Disagree. White supremacists. That one I can just say disagree. Maybe even strongly disagree. Actually, it's basically a non-thing. It's a boogeyman. I'll just go disagree though. It's always possible I'm missing something important. Systemic racism against black people is a major problem in the West. No, I will even go with a strong no. I think. The misperception of systemic racism is at least 10 times worse than any actual systemic racism, and there really probably isn't any. There's very little amounts, like trace amounts. I must reject white society in its entirety. Now, I when I was away, I heard you talking about this question, Di.
Oh, did you?
On the one hand, white society, great. On the other hand, if blacks reject it, then they will leave us alone.
I mean, you see where I was coming from.
I see where you were coming from. Yes.
Mm-hmm. We'll let them off. They want to do it. Go ahead.
Honestly, it does seem like a lot of their complaints. Not that I'm advocating this necessarily, but a lot of their complaints, the black nationalists and whatever, can be answered by then go back to Africa. And this is not an argument that they should. I'm just saying this in general. Just a lot of their criticisms do actually merit that response. If you're so great, if blacks are so great, and if whites are so bad, and if the US is so horrible, go back to Africa. It's literally better, right? Oh, what's that? You don't like mud huts? Oh, okay. You like being in the US, you like the wealth, you like your fucking iPhone. Well, then shut the fuck up. Maybe you're wrong. Maybe it's not as simple as you're making it. And some of that can also apply to the other side of the race issue, but mostly that side. Neutral. Ambiguous question. Whites should be enslaved. Disagree. Only problem with apartheid is that it was to the benefit of whites rather than blacks. No. I think even if one race were inferior to the other, at least to the extent that appears to be true in reality, you could still run a society that allows them both to coexist. I think enough of someone's behavior is determined by upbringing rather than genetics that, yes, you can, as long as they're human, allow pretty much any group to exist in the same society with the same rules. And if they don't merit success in that society, they're less likely to breed, they're less likely to be as numerous, but the ones that do succeed are more likely to breed, etc. There is the argument of regression to the mean or the norm or something, about IQ gradually regressing to the average for that race. I haven't seen strong evidence for that, but if I do see strong evidence for that, that might change my perspective somewhat. So, disagree. What's predisposed to be racist due to them being white? Strongly disagree. Jews are superior to Gentiles. I don't know enough about the situation. Again, it's silly to say any one group is superior to another in most cases. Like men and women, for example, they just specialize. I know it's not exactly the same situation. They specialize in different ways. Jews specialize in different ways than whites or Asians or blacks. And you could probably argue that some groups specialize in ways that are not as useful, not as numerous, not as good. And maybe that's how we judge whether it's superior or not. But that's quite situational. We'll have to go neutral with this one as well. It's the wrong lens saying it's superior or not. Apt for a situation, I think, is the way that makes more sense. I'm not saying you can't say one superior to the other. I don't think it makes sense to answer that question as if it's the conclusive question on the matter. Genocide and eugenics with the intention of removing non-Jews from Israel is a good idea, the question says. I don't really care about the Jewish issue. I don't think it's likely that there is a deliberate conspiracy among their people, and even if it's somehow genetic, it doesn't necessarily mean that we should blame them or get rid of them. It's probably still a very small minority of Jews that are doing it, if so. And if they can do it, so can whites. Maybe do it slower, but they would still do it eventually. Maybe it's good to have a canary, even though the canary is currently pecking our eyes out. If they are, not that I know. Yes, James, but the word Jew refers to a religion and also an ethnicity. It's ambiguous in that way. And maybe a different word is better, like Hebrew for the language may be better for the race. Like you could use different words to specify, but it can refer to both. But you're right; it's also just a religion. No, genocide eugenics generally bad. Anti-Semitism is civilization. No, not particularly. I don't think it is at all, really. The problem with Nazi Germany wasn't the anti-Semitism. The problem with Nazi Germany was the same old shit they always do that they're currently doing. The methods of authoritarianism, the methods of collectivism and corruption and tyranny.
Dude, I'd give anything to be back on the Jewish questions. It's asking me, should furries be allowed to live their lives the way they want? Like, it's the worst.
Surely that's easy for you, right?
No, it's easy, but it's just I hate the fact that they're like fur phobe. I want the fur Reich is the one question.
The Third Reich.
I just want to fucking blow my brains out reading that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. That is a detestable question. The next question I've got is, only evil people deny the Holocaust. It's not evil to question something. No. But probably there are some who deny it that are evil, but that's only probably about as much as any other group. It's probably mostly autists who deny it, and that's not to say they're wrong either. They're just the ones that are looking into it more. I have heard arguments for and against. One, in fact, possibly the most compelling argument I heard against the Holocaust is that there was a bunch of publications before 1945, even long before, like I think even in the late 1800s, which said 6 million Jews had been killed, which turned out not to be true in the end. But there was like dozens of these publications of exactly 6 million Jews being killed in some other event. And then it happened again in World War II, and that's the one that was real, apparently. I wonder if these articles are fake. I wonder if there is some other explanation. I also wonder if it is what it looks like. That maybe a large number of Jews were killed in the Holocaust, but maybe not 6 million. Maybe a lot less. But I hold judgment because there are good. I've heard good arguments against the questions about the Holocaust as well. But that's not what the question is asking here. This is whether it's evil to question it. No, absolutely not. Everything should be questioned. Gentiles are liars and should not be trusted. Silly position. There's millions of them. Gentiles should be enslaved. No. New Testament is evil and anti-Semitic. No. But Semites are anti-Jesus, at least historically. Although Jesus was sort of a Jew. I guess it depends on your interpretation. Jews deserve money and aid from the West because the West... No, I don't think they even have. Jews are inferior to at least one other race. That's oddly specific. Again, with the superiority-inferiority thing, I just don't think it's a useful lens. Genocide and eugenics with the intention of removing Jews from the nation. No. Jewish supremacism is a serious civilization. Well, I mean, that one maybe. I mean, Israel clearly has pull over US politicians. Is that Jewish supremacism? Maybe. And is it causing a problem, or is it just causing a loss of money to Israel? I mean, I'm sure that they're also having other effects on the US, not just funneling money over there, but I don't know if we can call that Jewish supremacism. I will do neutral then. There are systemic advantages in many places that favor Jews and Shabbos goys. Never heard that expression. Shabbos? I guess it just means Jews. Well, Israel is technically many places. That's an entire country built to favor Jews. It might be, though. I might be wrong.
To deny its existence is kind of ridiculous to me. You know?
In order to not say that Jews have systematic advantages, I have to deny the existence of Israel.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. It's like,
I
come on,
guess
guys.
I have to agree then, at least technically. Capitalism and Bolshevism are the two sides of the same international Jewish coin. Nah, that's silly. The Holocaust is either exaggerated or outright false. I don't know, but I'm open to both sides of the argument, so neutral. The Jews are to blame for their expulsion from 109 countries. Honestly, it depends how you measure expulsion from a country. Maybe 95 of them are questionable. Examples that were included by someone that had a motive to include them. However, there was that Snopes or whatever it was correction that said, actually, it's 1,344. Like, okay. And
it's weird them putting numbers to it, right?
Yeah.
And they never match. They always change.
If both sides are going to make a claim that it's a high number like that, maybe it is. Maybe it wasn't just opportunistically included for no reason. And,
or, you know,
like,
maybe just admit.
It gets to the point where if you've been expelled from that many totally different countries throughout thousands of years, it's probably not everyone else.
It's like an abusive relationship, bro. If you notice that everyone you interact with, like, just it ends horribly, you know, you have to kind of think, hey, maybe I'm the problem. Maybe it's something I did, you know, if it just keeps happening.
It's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's just for like an individual thing. But it's just interesting that it's
always still possible it's not that, though. I mean, we are the few, I think, the few sane people, and everyone else is insane. Like, the world is actually gone mad. And often
somebody's going to see my results and be like, nah, this bitch is fucking radicalized. Guarantee.
The thing is, I can't really answer this with a certain thing because it's merely speculation that they probably are, but I don't know the examples. It may be that they have character traits that tend them towards looking like evil or in some way parasitic is often an accusation made, but they aren't actually, which would be odd, but not impossible. I will go neutral for now, but speculatively, I would say there's probably something to that. All right, here we go.
Stereotypes exist for a reason, you know?
Yeah, you have to go with yes for that. They aren't always right, but they do exist for a reason. The following statement is not anti-Semitic. If it takes 1 hour to bake...
Yeah.
Here's a good question. It's not anti-Semitic because, frankly, questioning the Holocaust isn't anti-Semitic. You're not saying anything against the Jews. You are questioning a historical event. The Jews weren't the only ones that were killed, allegedly or otherwise, in the Holocaust, either. Well, that's something I thought I'd never say, or never thought of to say.
You're anti-Semitic, bro.
I guess so. That denying the Holocaust is not anti-Semitic. That's something that's probably been pretty much accepted as gospel by everyone in the world, or most everyone in the world, or everyone in the West, but isn't actually true.
It's the putting numbers to things that's fucked them here. Like, you know, it's just they exacerbated the numbers, and then somebody actually checked, and they're like, wait, what? Because a lot of the records are fuzzy. Like, you're not going to have all the records of every single person that died due to the Holocaust.
You can still make reasonable estimates, but the question is, did
right?
they?
But I think what the whole thing is, like, once they've done that, it's actually been rather low. And then they make it seem like it's a lot higher than what it is.
It is weird that 6 million number kept coming up in excerpts. And maybe there's some good explanation for that.
But there were two other numbers before the 6 million.
What do you mean?
You know, it kept changing. Because they're like, oh, we found more people, and they can just keep doing that.
Okay. Capstashes, you should be able to scroll back in the YouTube stream and find it. So this question says, men are superior to women. Di, what did you put for this one?
I put agree. Or I think, did I? I can't remember. I think in my mindset was actually doing that was like, well, no one's really superior to, like, pitting the sexes against one another. They all have their jobs. You know? I think
Yeah.
the whole mindset of like, oh, I'm better than you when it comes to sex is retarded.
It is,
Because we all
definitely,
have a specific job. Like, we're different, guys. Everyone's going to have things that they're better at than others. Like, this is just life.
Yeah. Men and women are both specialized to different things, and they probably are roughly equal in the grand scheme of things, but they're hard that you can't really compare them like top trumps. If you compare them
It's
like
like,
top trumps,
what are they
men
superior
do
in?
come out on top. But if you compare the long-term societal
Right.
effects, women probably have more of a like driving benefit. Men do things, but they wouldn't
Mhm.
do as many things if not for women nagging them to.
Right. No, it's more of like everyone, like women and men are superior in different things.
Yeah.
Like there's like it's not one over the other. There's a balance going on. I think the
Warring
pitting
between the
against is
sexes is
stupid.
almost always a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
They should be
We
treated
need
as
the two need to come together to create
Yes.
life, guys.
they should be treated as equal partners, both good at their own things, which make a much better union together than they do apart.
Mm-hmm.
So, in that case, do we say disagree to both, or do we say neutral to both?
I think I said I disagreed to both. That's what I did because I was like none of this is not a correct statement.
I expect on the final graph, if they design this well, the result will be the same if you disagree to both as it will be if you put neutral to both.
Mhm.
So I'll put disagree because it's literally true. As I said, Capstasher, I don't think the term that they've given me there is accurate. And like moderate, definitely not, because I have confident beliefs, many of them. And I don't think conservatism is really accurate either. But maybe it is. I think centrist still applies. Anyway, my positions aren't actually that different from before in terms of the entire scale. So, just no. Radical feminism, suicide. Actually, kind of yes. Radical feminism, suicide, civilization. Yes. If they say like radical male supremacy is, I will be saying no. I hope you know. Oh wow, Cunning Fox got neoliberalism. I know, obviously, that rating shouldn't be taken. I've just said that the one about me shouldn't be, but interesting that you got that rating. What would that be? Neoliberalism shouldn't have patriotic. That's again like 8 value. Maybe it shouldn't even give a title because it's almost always inaccurate. Yeah, Cunning Fox. Yeah, I would. No one in this server is a neoliberal. Maybe Falcashin, but no one, no serious member of the server is neoliberal. Women belong in the kitchen. Well, if they want to, but they probably should want to, and probably most of them do. And obviously, I'm broadening in the kitchen to mean taking on the roles that women generally do. But then there are probably some, maybe as many as 10%, but probably closer to 3-4%, who shouldn't, I expect. I don't have any hard data on that, but I strongly suspect.
I think belong is kind of not the right word here. Because it's like
women are best in the kitchen, with the children, etc., etc.
But like when we come to just like food, there are many men that make great food. You know what I mean? Like there are chefs out there. The best chefs in the world most of the time are men. So it's just like it's how you're looking at it. Like is it just like in cooking in general, or is it just the whole caregiving aspect? I think there's two different things here. It's too broad. I don't think belong is the right word.
No. No, I don't think so. And again, as my exception for the small portion that should defy norms, that is enough for me to say disagree rather than just neutral. What radical feminists call the patriarchy should be the model for society. Yes, but the thing is they lie about it a lot. But what they call the patriarchy is and has always been the model for society. Because men are generally better at leadership positions. Not always, but generally. So they take them up. I mean, in Great Britain, we've had a few successful queens, but they are mostly the exception.
I think that's the problem though, where they're saying like instead like there's many cases where like they only pick the male son because he's male, even though the female would probably be better at a certain thing, like the job they're giving him, right?
Individuals
Like
should be considered aside from the gender.
maybe she'd be
Yeah.
better of a leader than him, right?
Yeah.
Like being a good
Could happen.
leader isn't necessarily about gender.
Mm.
Sure, most of the time men are better leaders, but I'm just saying that that's not always the case.
Which is why you see, as a natural reflection, without any like gender like distribution bullshit, in the parliament, for example, you're gonna see a few female MPs. Like, we're talking about an entire nation of millions of people and vast amounts of competition in each region. It's very likely that men are going to be the vast majority because they are generally better at leadership.
Women are half the population.
Some women are good enough. Like, some women are really different than the norm of their gender, and they may rise to the top.
I think it's just where it started, where it's like women started like, we want more rights to vote, this, that. And now it's kind of like, you're guys shooting yourself in the foot, you know?
Yeah.
You're not aware what your actions are actually causing in society. Like, now that there are more women in the workforce, there's double the workforce and not enough jobs, right? Yeah. And then suddenly the pricing of housing, it goes up, so you need a two people working system to even afford one living space, and then you don't have enough time for kids. And even if one of you had kids, you don't make enough money to support, like, someone would have to quit their job to look after the kids, or they'd have to work harder and then put them in through like the schooling system because they have to work. They just don't have the time to be home. Like, there's a lot of that problem happening.
Yeah, it's not a good setup.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it might be inevitable, but it's probably gone too far, even if it is. Theo says, quote, women are more compassionate usually comes out of the same mouth that says abortions are good. Yeah, the whole compassion thing, I think I was just trying to form a structure for it. But essentially, an example is that I think this is true, whenever a newborn child is killed, it's the mother that does it almost every single time. Whenever they're abandoned, it's the mother that does it. Whenever, for example, in China, with their, I think it's one-child policy, and having a female child makes you less likely to be able to be supported for in your old age, so they prefer male children in China, so they kill the female baby, and in those cases, it's almost every single time. Yeah, it's almost every single time the mother that does it. The women are... I don't think men are uncompassionate. The compassion just works differently between the two. I think men are more resistant to lower levels of compassion, but they are just as compassionate for their own children, or perhaps even more so compassionate for their own children. But it probably varies vastly between different individuals.
I think a lot of people aren't also thinking of the religious side of things, because if you look into Japanese culture specifically, there was a massive problem with killing the young, right? Back in the day, like either like if you had too much kids, you were considered a burden on not just the family but the whole village, because they were rationing and trying to survive all the time, and more mouths to feed, more problems, and that kind of thing. So they'd be careful, like, if you've had 3 sons, they don't want another third son. They'd rather a girl, that kind of thing. And that third son, you might be lucky to survive, or they might just take you out right then and there. And a lot of the time they had a system in place where they paid like these women to come around and like kill the child for them, or it would be the mother's responsibility to do it. And that varied. Like some mothers just left them alone to die, and then others like took them out themselves, and then others paid to have it done for them. And the justification at the time was because like the whole concept of a soul, and when you were considered human and spirit was the big thing. So when you were just born, they considered you closer to the spirit realm than an actual like human person.
Where have we heard language very similar to that before?
Yeah, so they were able to put the child to rest, because in their mind they're sending it down the spirit path to be reborn again. And often the child would be buried under the house of the Japanese, so that if one day the soul can come back to the family, and like they had all these rituals.
all these beliefs, all these delusions, all these
Yeah.
coping mechanisms to allow them to justify killing their own children.
There was a lot of it, yeah.
Yeah.
But this is what people came up with in points of like starvation and survival.
Mm.
Like you have to keep that in mind. Like if they did not think this way, they would die, right? Like they would starve off because there's too many mouths to feed, which did happen. You know, it's a different time, a different life.
The next question is: women are the property of their husbands. I don't think it should go quite that far. But probably
Vice
letting...
versa, you know?
Say again?
Vice versa, you know?
Well, it's kind of mutual, yeah. I think that's kind of what marriage is about.
That's what I'm saying. Like the commitment's different. Like
Yeah.
you're committing yourself to one person, and you know, if he wants to consider her property and she considers him her property, you know, it's just one way of defining it.
Yeah, that's true. I guess probably the way to define the structure of command is that for most issues, the man will tend to just let the woman choose. The woman will tend to have opinions on smaller things, and the man will tend not to care about them as much. So
Yeah,
the woman will get to
property-
choose on more small things. But on bigger things, the man will sometimes exercise the ultimate authority to just say, no, we're doing it this way. And I think that's probably a fair balance. That's probably usually what happens.
I think the biggest issue is having property be defined in law. For instance, if in law your wife is your property, it's like, I think that's kind of where it gets a bit weird. If it's like a weird thing in the relationship, and that's like a mutual understanding, and that's how they live, that's whatever. But like, I think if the government's like, no, she's your property, we have it on paper, kind of.
I don't think it's sensible to define them as property, as you say, officially. You can think of
Yeah.
yourselves as that, and for the purposes of marriage. But I'll go with the neutral on this, and if it comes up with the vice versa, I'll go neutral on that too.
I think the binding of like making that thing with God, like, you know, marriage and like being a deep, meaningful thing to you. If you're breaking that, like it should hurt you more than anyone. Like you're breaking a principle that you were supposed to set in your life, you know, going for divorce and all that kind of stuff.
James, are you okay, buddy? So women should be forbidden from leaving the home to a male relative. Disagree, I suppose, strongly. It would be quite... We'd have to revert to quite some old values. I'm not necessarily saying it wouldn't help to do that, but I doubt it would, and people wouldn't go for it anyway.
In this day and age where like... I'd
Maybe
hate
just
to
for
be
their
a
own
parent.
safety.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'd hate to be a parent, like living in London, right?
Yeah,
And
no,
you
I
have a
wouldn't live in
daughter.
London.
No, but just imagine you're living in London and you have a daughter, and every day they go out, you're like, she could just be stabbed or like attacked anytime. And of course, like at that point, you're like, oh, yeah, your brother will take you to the shop, you know? If it turns into that kind of thing, that's showing there's something severely wrong in the society, right? When it's that low trust. Or you have to be sending women out with supervision of the family. Like that's when you know shit's like fucked.
See, Theo, that does make a good joke, but would you say that a single rape, like one person on another person, is also decided democratically? It's not, but the result still happens. The rapist will have the physical power in most cases over the victim. The same result, but you can't really claim it's democratic because it's 1 against 1. But it's the same result, which means the gang rape probably isn't democratic either. Now, you can liken it to democracy, but it's not reasonable to call it that. It's based on physical power. Democracy is an abstraction, which ultimately derives from physical power, but it's an abstraction. They don't take a fucking vote. It's also by the consent of the governed. They'd all have to consent to the system. It's good for a joke, but it's not good for an argument against democracy. Women should be forbidden from leaving the house with a male relative. I'll go with it's simply for safety's sake. I'll go with a disagree rather than a strongly disagree. It depends where you're living. Women should not work. Again, this is one of those things where even if we're willing to say that the vast majority of them shouldn't, I think that there probably are some who should. There's always a small number who outlie the majority. I believe I'm one of them for a lot of things, but I think that there are others too. So women should not work. Disagree. And even then, like, a career is not an impossibility. They just shouldn't put it above things that will actually make them happy. It doesn't even apply to all women, but probably for most. Probably for almost all. Women should always take their husband's name. How much is that a sort of antiquated tradition, and how much is that important?
I mean, it's quite. I'd say it's quite important in a lot of households. Like, the reason you have your last name is probably from your father side of the family.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then there's a lot of the times where my parents don't get married, and then the kids take the mother's name or something like that.
It is less complicated, but it might be derived from a time when
I think you just take the coolest sounding name nowadays.
Yeah, maybe. It may be derived from a time when the idea of a house referred to like a family as an institution or as a force, rather than the family being more of a sort of a loose connection or more merely an emotional connection, as it more so is today, rather than a political connection as it was back then. And uniting them all under the same house, under the same name, was basically a practical matter, because it marked them out as being part of that political unit, which could benefit them or at least hold them to that unit. Nowadays, it seems like it's mostly vestigial. So I'll go with a neutral. And now we get to the anti-male questions. Genocide, no. Misogynists are a serious threat to civilization. Disagree. I think there are barely any of them, and they have very little power. Misogyny is one of the few non-starters in our species that, as long as there are women, and as long as men are still like women, the vast majority will never listen to someone they consider a misogynist. Systemic sexism against women is a major problem in the West. No. Women must reject traditional family structure as oppressive. Strongly disagree. It's traditional family structure vastly benefits women, even practically. Men should take their wives' surnames. Look, either we stick with what we're already doing, or we don't do either. We don't just switch it around.
Yeah, it's
do
stupid.
it if you really want to, but yeah, I'm going to strongly disagree with that one.
They're just trying to make recording even harder, like changing the fucking sex,
that would be really awkward,
changing the names. Like, it's just so retarded.
Trans women are almost always men who intend to harm women by pretending to be them. If you'd said, like, usually, I probably would agree strongly, but as it is, I don't know if I can say almost always.
It hurt me to say the exact same thing, because it's like, if this was just worded correctly, it'd be a strong agree.
Maybe they're trying to judge whether you are against severity. The entire group, or if you are discerning, which we are discerning, so I guess I'll have to... What did you do, a neutral or agree?
I want to agree.
Far too often, so I suppose I will also go agree. I agree with the principles of intersectionality. No. People who live in my country are superior to foreigners. Not every person. I'll just go neutral, it's a silly question. Genocide and eugenics for foreigners. I mean, if they're French, yeah, but otherwise... or German. Earlier, Silly Biscuit in Cabal asked, he said that his new boss is British. I don't know how that happened, but it did, apparently. And he asked what he could say to the new boss to sort of break the ice and get friendly with him. And I recommended that he admonish the French. And apparently it worked.
I know, dude, you say that to anyone as long as they're not, sometimes even French people.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, yeah.
This is the universal language. Hatred of the French.
We all come together over the hatred of France.
Yeah. Chat, press 1 if you hate the French. Silent is French, or at least plays a Frenchman.
Oh, that's very sweet, Ez.
What did I miss? Oh, there.
Mm.
Interesting.
It's a sweet thing, I think.
Sure. I think I'd have to read that a few more times to really understand it, but I think I get the idea. Yeah, that's a good point, Jay. Well, I mean, did they even elect him? Like with Biden, you got to ask questions about other elections. They probably did because it's the fucking French, but they don't seem to be happy about it. Foreigners pose a threat to my nation and my values. Well, not all of them. Again, it's like it depends. Some of them do, yes. In fact, probably a lot of them do because they just have different values. It's not direct, though. They're not evil. They're just different. You can't take too much difference in any system. So I will go a neutral because it's a silly question. I oppose unlawful immigration. I agree. It does, of course, depend on what the laws are, but generally I agree. But all immigration, disagree, as I said earlier. Foreign languages don't belong in my country. I actually find myself agreeing with this. I do find it annoying when people speak other languages around me, not for personal reasons. It's not really any of my business, but they shouldn't be. They should be speaking English.
Yeah, if you go
British.
to a post office, which I know happened to someone I know, went to a post office and they could not communicate with the postman because it's like they just didn't speak English. Couldn't get what they needed done. That
probably shouldn't ever happen. And there are enclaves where they only speak one foreign language. That's unacceptable. They're perfectly allowed if they're talking to their grandmother or something, talking to someone who prefers that language and they both know it, then I'm not going to tell them not to, but they should usually speak British.
This is the English, integration question. It's like, if you're going to immigrate to someplace, don't bring your culture with you. You integrate into the society you're going into.
Yeah.
That's why you're moving, right?
Yeah.
Bringing
it's
your
not
own
just
culture.
Arabs,
if you but I'm just saying, if you have a lot of problems in your country and then you come over here with like that same mentality and mindset, you'll just bring the same problems with you.
Yeah. Sorry, Di, I was just saying that Theo, it's not just Arabs, it's also Eastern Europeans.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, probably around where I am, more so Eastern Europeans, which are not as bad.
They can be pretty fucking scummy.
Yes, but not as bad as Muslims.
Yeah, no, this just depends. It's like you're just dealing a lot of more robberies as opposed to stabbings on the street and terrorism.
Which is preferable, even though they're both bad.
It's still not great, but you know.
The next question is, people who would fly a foreign flag over the national flag do not belong in my country. It's just a symbol. It doesn't bother me much, but it does have an effect. So yes, I mean, if they would do that, they probably they shouldn't want to be in the nation anyway. And even if they do want to be in the nation, they don't have good intentions for that nation.
Yeah, they're just coming in and trying to take over your country. It's what it is.
I would agree then. It is useful as a symbol to indicate real intentions, even if the symbol doesn't bother me very much. Foreign aid is better spent on citizens of my nation rather than the foreigners. Strongly agree. Immigrants should be expected to learn the language of the nation they immigrate to. Strongly agree. I prefer foreign cultures to the culture of the nation I live in. Foreign cultures either are that they are almost all European culture that works, the stuff that is necessary to make a culture work, plus some nice shiny stuff on the surface. Yes, I like curry. I noticed that you have some fine old British railways that are essential to your nation's sustenance. But the curry's nice, you know, this is something that's unique to their culture. But a lot of the rest of the things they do are just the same thing Europeans have always done. So if I said I was, obviously I don't either way. But it's also like the culture I'm in is sort of background noise. And so it's difficult to say, yes, I love my own culture and these other ones are so boring, because they are interesting because they're different than what's normal, you know, the bits of them that are different. But taking it from a conscious perspective where I do understand what culture is, like its full range of meanings, European culture is obviously blatantly the best one for building civilizations. So strongly disagree on that one. I do not like my... Why have they worded it with a negative in the question? Just put them all as positive, make it a lot simpler to answer. I don't like my country, strongly disagree. Britain's got a lot of problems, but it's still among the best countries. Just a lot of them have gone to shit recently. Jack, you can never be a former weeb.
That's
Immigrants
funny.
face unfair systemic discrimination. Maybe some individuals. Well, systemic? No, I don't think so.
I don't think it's unfair.
It depends what it is, but where there is discrimination, it might very well not be unfair, yeah. The melting pot model of immigration is ideal. Yes, if we assume the definition is as I think it is, which is that everything about them that is not of that mixture, of the desired mix, gets melted away, gets removed, and they are just melted down into American in the case of America. I've explained it badly, but I think that's what it's supposed to mean. That once you put that beef in that stew, the thing that you have is a stew. It's not some beef, some carrots, some water, some stock. It's a single thing, America, rather than some British, some German, some French, some etc., etc. It's supposed to be a single thing. And so, yes, I agree. We should all learn a foreign language in order to be more inclusive. Immigrants disagree, can if you want. Prefer the term undocumented immigrants to the term illegal alien. I don't mind. Illegal immigrant is the most sensible one, because alien is, as we know, often used for extraterrestrial aliens. Mm-hmm. Illegal immigrant is.
I personally don't care either one.
Yeah, I don't mind, but undocumented immigrant is trying to minimize
better.
Well, it's trying to minimize the fact that it is illegal.
Yeah,
and that is important.
It said illegal immigrant. Just go straight for that. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That would be the correct one. Undocumented immigrants are generally better people. No, I mean, generally no, but there's nothing special that selects for that. It's just because they are not part of the same culture. Generally, though, if they are willing to cross the border illegally, they are criminals technically, but also with somewhat of the will of a criminal. Even if they are just doing it to look out for their family, they were willing to break the law in the country they are currently entering. It's not a good start, is it?
Yeah, but then if they integrate, it's whatever.
They should still come here legally.
Yeah,
it can't come legally, if anyone.
You know, that's the whole reason some people can't.
Well, then it kind of sucks, but it's not the responsibility of the nation they're immigrating to look them off.
Right. Right, but I'm just saying it's going to happen anyway. That's why we have the whole border police. People still get through. It's not perfect. It's going to happen.
Mm.
It's what happens with these people in the country. It's like, well, they're here and then they have kids here and they marry. It's like, it's a bit harder to remove them then.
It does get more difficult then, yes. It's viable to consider other options, I think, then.
Well, that's the thing, is a lot of the time that they're found, that's been the case where they're integrated.
Yeah. Well, James, better that we have Brexit than all that and not Brexit as well. But it isn't quite that bad, and also that is London, so it is the worst place for it. But I'm only presenting the counter-arguments. That's not far off, honestly. But hey, as I said, it could be worse. The meme contains something about it that is at least something good. Documented immigrants are generally better people than those who currently live here. Minor disagree. Heterosexuals, they spelt it wrong, are superior to homosexuals. For what? Again, genocide in UK, no. Homosexuality, don't think so. Something which is brutally suppressed, I don't think so. Sexual relations between men are unnatural. Well, in one sense, yes. In another sense, no. Like, if it was unnatural, it wouldn't naturally be happening. And yes, if it's part of the result of youth trauma, it is still natural, because that's something that is built in, that when there's trauma, you suddenly become homosexual sometimes. So, but are they saying unnatural in a moral sense? Because in that sense, you probably say yes, even though it's not necessarily a judgment on whether they should be allowed to do it. It is not the way our species is supposed to or you're supposed to fornicate even. So I will go with the neutral because it's ambiguous. People are not born gay. As far as I know, but I don't know if there's really any conclusive research on this, it's always youth trauma. But I don't know for sure. I'm going to go neutral. By the thought of sexual relations between two men repulsive, I do find it repulsive, but that's no reason for them not to be allowed to do it. Marriage between a man and a woman, yeah, I'm not sure whether that should be locked in as that. I'm certainly open to the argument that it should. I'll go neutral for now, but I would lean very slightly towards, if I had to say yes or no, I probably would say yes, because that's the purpose of marriage originally. But I can definitely see the case that it would be considered unfair for no real reason. So I go neutral for now. Oh, hold on. I'm doing neutrals to the superior ones. Genocide and eugenics with the intention of removing heterosexuals, no. Hetio, they spelt it wrong again in a different way. Hetero supremacism and serious sexualization, never even heard of it. Systemic prejudice against homosexuals is a major problem in the West, no. Conversion therapy with the goal of eliminating homosexual attraction is abusive, yes. Maybe well-intentioned, and maybe sometimes people think it's worked, but I doubt it ever actually does. I've seen so many examples of people clearly just trying to make themselves believe it's worked. The Bible passage Leviticus 20:13 is homophobic and should be censored. Is that the one about man should not lie with another man? Well, it doesn't fucking matter. It shouldn't be censored. People who oppose same-sex marriage are hateful. Disagree. Some of them might be, though. Homophobia is a serious problem and should be combated with censorship. Strongly disagree. Transgender people are worth less than normal people. Well, they seem to think they are. But genocide and eugenics, no. Transgender is a serious threat. It's more of a serious threat to the people that are inculcated into it. I suppose the only other sense is like it gives cover for pedophiles, so I would give agree for that. Transgenderism should be brutally suppressed. No, not necessarily. It should be wisely treated. Cross-dressing is an abomination. It's kind of like, it's not like it can't be done tastefully for the sake of artistic expression, but it's usually an abomination, but abomination is not the word I'd use, so disagree. People are not born in the wrong body, nor can a woman have a penis. I have never had gender dysphoria, so I don't think I can say with any authority whether there are people that genuinely have a condition that makes them feel like internally they are the opposite biological sex than they are external.
That's not what they're asking. A woman cannot have a penis. Biological fact.
Yes, I would say so. Even if
like
someone
it's just a nonsense thing to say. Like,
even if someone
retarded.
is male, but they fully and completely pass as female, they may appear to be a woman. You may wish to treat them as a woman, but they are not a woman. You may be able to treat them for all practical purposes like they are, if you choose to.
What is a woman really, though? Not a man.
The distinction,
they don't have a penis.
The distinction can be made between male and female for biological sex, and then man and woman for performative gender. I think the distinction exists. Whether we should care is a different question. And even then, it's more about how it appears. You can still use the terms man and woman to refer to biological sex. And when you're talking about what someone actually is rather than what they appear to be, you can still use the term man and woman to refer to biological sex.
Yeah, but the whole thing is that they're denying this.
There are some people that think that biological sex is mutable, which is obviously nonsense.
We're seeing it with the whole turning kids transgender, putting them on puberty blockers, all of this nonsense. It's crazy.
Well,
it's just crazy.
Cutting Fox, the first part of the question is a biological question. People are not born, is a psychological or mental question. People are not born in the wrong body. That would be about how they feel. Like, the second part of this question, I don't think it's reasonable to consider someone that has a penis to be a woman.
Wrong body. No, it's nonsense, because the whole thing of like, I feel like I'm a woman, you're basing it on the fact that like, oh, this is how women feel. You don't know what a woman feels because you're not a woman. You will never understand what you're perceiving as a woman's feelings is just your projection of what you think femininity is. Like, you don't actually have a clue what you're on about.
That's definitely possible. Then again, a lot of women don't either. They have to sort of figure it out.
It's hard to describe like how you feel as a different sex. Like, it's the same thing with like, we're just different. Biology makes a massive thing different. Like,
if a man has borderline personality disorder or something like that, they probably do feel more feminine, even if they have fairly masculine physical features. So the thing is, because I have never experienced it, it's probably outside of the realms of my imagination, even accurately, at least, with any sort of reliability. And they couldn't explain it to me sufficiently that I could actually get it as well. It's something that we are either just going to have to take their word for it or not take their word for it. Unfortunately.
Yeah, not taking their word for it.
And I understand that. I suspect the condition is real in some people, but it's possible that it's never been real.
Men don't know what women feel like, and women don't understand, or like they could understand like situations and like horrible things. Like, you know what I'm saying? They can relate to people, but understanding like the struggles of just having a female body or having a male body and just everyday things, like, you know, like how you wear your pants has to be different. How you sit down is different. These small things like create a big thing in the long run.
Well, that doesn't really
between men and women.
That doesn't really answer the point. Like, if hypothetically, during the baby's formation, the brain is actually exactly what it would be in a female body, but the body is exactly a male body.
Oh yeah, these are
just
called
hypothetically.
Defects.
Yes,
they're called defects,
it would be a defect. A lot of things that are normal are actually defects. Most of them
we're
minor.
Changing all of society based on these anomalies.
I'm restricting the scope of my question. We agree on most of the social aspects of this. This is just about whether gender dysphoria exists, and I'm not having a conclusive answer.
Okay.
But I think the hypothetical I just gave, it probably could potentially happen. So if it could potentially happen, we can't really rule out, because we can't know. We can't verify measure it.
I'm not denying the mental illness of like body dysmorphia exists, because I know there are like different cases where some people like see themselves as monsters. It's not even about it. It's about how they perceive themselves. Like it's weird. Like it's a mental illness.
Anorexia might be similar.
Yeah, like some people that are severely anorexic, they look in the mirror and they don't see like what we're seeing.
Yeah.
You know?
So I'm not trying to make any further judgments on saying that gender dysphoria very well could be real. I'm just trying to make the point that I don't think we can conclude. We may never be able to conclude on that. But I certainly think a lot of people
is real.
Yes. And I'm not doubting that it would be a mental illness, but a lot of things they're not always bad either. I think what we can say for almost sure, is that a lot of people who think they have gender dysphoria actually have something else, or are just predators. That's also a possibility.
Again, this is all psychology and shit, like labels for everything. You're this, you're that, like do this test. None of it is like conclusive, really.
No. But it's worthwhile trying to approximate it, even if you know it won't be conclusive.
Yeah, it's like the whole like, are you a psychopath? Do the psychopath test. And it's like somebody who's a psychopath and like has brains can easily manipulate this test, because they can tell which questions are the more like real and like, you know. But this is what I'm saying. This is how they fail. It's like you're actually trying to test somebody like honestly if they're a psychopath, right? A psychopath doesn't want to be found.
Yeah, if a psychopath doesn't want to be found, then yes, of course they can hide that way. If you're giving them a test to test if they are, for one thing, that's no metric for taking any different action against them. It might be a metric for changing how you treat them for like medical or psychological reasons. But the psychopath doesn't need to be afraid that he's going to be arrested for being a psychopath.
Well, that's why serial killers are really interesting, especially the ones that get caught, because they've already done the crime, they've been found out, and they just answer honestly sometimes, like the shit they say, and there's because they don't care. They've been caught. They've done it.
Yeah.
Right. And it's interesting hearing from those types. So I've always enjoyed these serial killer talks. This is now.
Right. I'll go agree because I will assume that the question is either badly for like the second half of the question. I would obviously agree with. The first half of the question is ambiguous. On balance, I will go slightly agree. Trans women who attempt to use women's toilets are usually, if not always, looking to rape women. What would you give the percentage of?
I want to agree for this. I want to agree. I think there's a lot, especially in the prison system, like taking those like positions to get in, and like their whole thing is like these are criminals. These are like sexual maniacs, guys, that will want to rape women, that love raping women, that get off to raping or putting women in certain situations. These men exist. And there's always been cases of weird men doing shit to women. It just happens in society.
And yes, I think transgender thing is just giving them a new method to do it.
Yeah, it's just the same thing with like the pedo shit. Once you open the door with things, like all the evil are going to take advantage of this new lifeline. So now men can just go in dressed and looking like normal men, but say they're female, and they'll get in, and nobody can say anything to them. And they're in a situation where women are vulnerable, and it happens. Like there's many cases of it happening. Like that school case of the teenagers was a big one that happened recently.
At least we are learning why not to do all the things that we're currently doing.
No, so we had segregation for a reason, guys. Like segregating men and women. I'm sorry, but I think it is needed at times.
In all contexts, or just in prison?
No. Like in like public bathing situations where like changing like intimate spaces, like changing rooms and prisons and like those kind of things. Like I think there needs to be a degree of separation, especially when you're with like talking about criminal behavior. Like these are people that aren't going to follow the rules, so it doesn't matter what you're saying to them. You've opened the floodgates for them to get away with stuff more easily. Because nowadays, back in the day, a man walks into a woman's bathroom and they're like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Or somebody would stop them. If you do that now, you're a bigot. And like a man goes along to rape someone, it's like, oh well.
So, chat, what percentage number between 0 and 100, obviously, would you give for how often this is the case? Trans women using women's toilets are usually looking to rape women. What percentage would you give? Obviously, it's a very speculative estimate. Guess based on what you've accrued, the indications you've accrued, because it's very difficult to tell. James says 75. Says Org 60.
It's not even just rape, though. It's just like pictures taken, like just like perverted things, like jerking off in the like seat beside your woman who's in the bathroom, like those kind of things.
Yeah. Kara says less than half. Chilgon says 69%. As well as being nice, I suspect that is also an actual estimate.
And then you had that dude that walked into a female-only like sauna, the child, as well, and he's just exposing his penis to women and children. And then the women went and complained to the head desk, and they got arrested for it.
Jesus.
There's so many shit like that happens.
I wonder if there was more to that story. I wonder if they were arrested.
Transgender. Yeah, no, he's transgender, went in.
But no, I wonder if, as much as I know our society is insane, I would be surprised if she got arrested merely for saying that. Unless it's literally in California. Other than that, though, I would assume that she got very, very angry and then refused to leave when security asked her to, and then probably fought police. Even if that's the case, it doesn't really change the main part of the story. But
if somebody could find that article, so we could double check.
It seems odd
I'm just
that they'd
basing
be
it off
arrested
of
just for
memory,
saying that.
And my memory is super reliable, as we know. But it's just that's the kind of the story about it, where I think even regardless if she was arrested or just kicked out, like it's horrifying. Okay. A man can walk in, have his dick flinging about in front of her like child in this like women only space. Something seems like it's not working here,
The argument of, well, sometimes women are sexually attracted to other women, and sometimes men are sexually attracted to other men. So they shouldn't be together anyway, and we can't separate them by sexuality as well. We can't tell as easily. So just let them all just mix and match. But no, the vast majority applies to the rule of male and female.
Japan had to make female-only trains because women got harassed in the trains so, like, all the time. Like, it was crazy. Like, the
that is not the correct solution to that problem.
Yeah, no, but, like, the sexual abuse that's happening in Japan, specifically, like, if you actually look into it, it's fucking crazy. Like, almost every woman that's
I have looked into it. It's in every single anime.
No, it's again, like, I have a friend who's living in Tokyo, and she's Japanese and everything, and she'd tell me stories of, look, just like, oh yeah, another woman got harassed today, and like, this time this dude actually got reported, and they actually put him on so they don't fire, they just move them to different departments. So if the dude's going to keep, like, he can still be creepy, it's just in a different department, and he's creepy to other women, and then he just keeps getting moved around until he does something too bad, and then he's, you know what I mean? And even then, the police hardly do anything with it because it's such a common thing. I think there's like going around and, like, the camera under the skirt for women, like trying to get panty shots in Japan. If you're caught doing that, it's only like a €25 fine. Like, it's so common.
Worth it. Literally, probably it is monetarily worth it.
Yeah, like, it doesn't matter if first of all, they have to get caught. And if they don't get caught, like, they don't have to worry about the fine. And then even if they get caught, it's like, 25. All right, that's fine. Well, be on the record, but,
I wonder how many OnlyFans accounts there are of people who don't run their own account. They just run other people's accounts involuntarily.
Probably. It's probably up there.
So, I will go with a neutral on this because I just don't know how many of them are doing it. It could be 10%, it could be 95%. Frankly, if they're, like, eager to use the other gender's toilets,
it's weird.
It's almost always going to be for raping purposes, or, like, sexual, either way.
But it's just very weird.
Just because they're using it doesn't mean they're, like, eager, like, to try to push their way in there, like, I'm allowed in here now, take off your underwear.
You know the funniest thing I saw was this transgender talking about how they felt uncomfortable in the woman's bathroom because a male, cleaner came into the bathroom to clean it, and they felt so unsafe because there was now a man in the woman's bathroom, even though they were a man in the woman's bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
It was just surreal.
They're doing that to, like, partly for their own benefit, to exacerbate. It's not the right word.
It's like it's already in their head.
Amplify
like
the point that they are not a male.
Right,
like,
but at the same time, it's showing how weird they actually are. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
make
like,
themselves believe it as well.
To be a woman, like, women think this, so therefore I will think this. It's the same concept of, like, they don't know what it is to actually be a woman, so they're just copying what they see and hear.
Kittler, I think, is asked to clip when I said, take off your underwear. I feel like you could sell that for more than a panty shop. Anyway.
Just ask them for more money. Just be honest.
When I finish this test, I will. When I finish this test, chat, I will expect to see more contributions, and then I will do some more tests.
If we're ever going to finish it, you might want to
It's a very long test. Maybe I'll start blasting through the questions. Gender transition surgery should be illegal. Without the consent of the one having it, at the very least. So, not
what if it's
illegal for children.
14-year-old? Yeah,
illegal for children, absolutely. But even beyond that, like, it's surely Hippocratic Oath comes into it. Surely you are doing harm.
It's self-mutilation. It's kind of the same thing of, like, would you agree that, like, somebody could have a circumcision? In a similar way. It's still mutilation, but if they're deciding to have it for no reason.
There is no reason. It should be against the Hippocratic Oath. There is no reason to circumcise. Like,
there's medical reason. There's some type of medical reason why it needs to be done, but those are rare.
If it's a specific, already existent medical issue with the foreskin or whatever it is, then yeah, that's a different matter.
Yeah. If
it's already healthy, don't fucking cut it off. And that can go for pretty much anything, by the way.
also don't like doctors like making up a reason too. Like there's nothing wrong, and they're just like, well, it could cause a problem, so you could, you know what I mean? Like that kind of pushiness on it.
Look, gents, as far as I know, as long as you actually wash the whole thing during a shower, which does not take long, there is absolutely no disadvantage, and there are several advantages.
All you gotta do is clean yourself, guys. You'd be fine.
However, if you go even further and lop the whole thing off, you got to do a lot more than just clean yourself to keep it from smelling of shit, apparently.
Oh yeah, it's oof. Hair grows up there too.
Anyway, so yes, Vil is correct. Circumcision is mutilation. That part correct. This should be banned. As I said,
I'm surprised it didn't come up in the Jewish question.
Maybe government probably shouldn't ban it, but it should be against the Hippocratic Oath. There is no good reason to circumcise, unless, of course, there is actually an active, present good reason. And the same thing probably goes for gender transition surgeries. I am still not convinced that gender transition even helps those who genuinely have gender dysphoria.
Oh, it never does. Like there's a reason a lot of them don't go for the surgery, because most that go for the surgery get fucking worse.
Yeah, probably after. Those that genuinely have it.
Because they've mutilated themselves. They don't look like a normal woman, and they're expecting.
Yeah.
I think it's the expecting. Like they think it's going to be the exact same. And then when I remember like some people reacting to looking at the stitchings and everything for the first time, and then being like going into like fucking shock and panic, and then they're like, "Oh no, it'll go down, it'll go down," and then but it never looked this right, and they know in that moment that it never will.
Yeah. Zorg, I agree. Adults should have the right to self-mutilation, but doctors should not assist because it's against the Hippocratic Oath.
If somebody comes in saying, "Hey, take off my arm," are you going to do it?
Exactly. A doctor shouldn't.
Like if somebody mentally ill comes in and is like, "Chop me up and put me in a suitcase," like you're like, "What? No." It's like, "Oh, just don't kill me. It's not murder." It's like something's off here, though. Like I'm not taking off your limbs, buddy.
Yeah, I think Jade is probably correct. Like, here's the best advice I can give to anyone who may be listening who actually has gender dysphoria. It sucks, but you will never be a woman. Never under any circumstances. You will, however, potentially live a satisfying life, but not if you start chopping bits off.
I don't think they ever really do live a satisfying life. I just think like they do it, or they make themselves look like a woman, and then life gets easier because like they're just gay, and they want a man. Maybe. They want to take the woman role in an easier relationship a lot of the time. It's just I don't know.
I don't pretend to understand it, but like as long as doctors are not doing harm, and as long as pedophiles aren't getting an easy ride, I let them do as they like, but I very vigorously recommend they do not start lopping bits off. But they should be allowed, as long as
this is the mental illness part. Like you need to kind of realize that this whole thing with sexuality and these like new pronouns and everything, it's they're insane. The people, like it's not right. And the more we pretend that this is normal and right, the worse it's going to be, because these people are crazy. And they're just going to drag us down into insanity with them. You know? Like, at what point are we going to be like, hey guys, this is kind of like, why do we keep humoring this? It's not helping them.
No. That's the thing, it's not even helping them.
That's what I'm saying. Like, at least if what we were doing, we're actually helping them and they were integrating into society, but they're not. They're disrupting everyone's day. Like a fucking fag in the like pride parades, like furries going out in their fursuits. Like it's just fuck off. So
the question is, should the gender transition surgeries be illegal? Do I answer neutral? Because I don't think they should be illegal. I think they should be medically unethical and thus not performed. Is that distinction major enough, or should I answer agree on the basis of that distinction? On the basis of that distinction not being major enough? Because I think it probably should pretty much never happen because it's medically unethical. And useless.
I think you should agree, but that's because my opinion on it.
Yes. So I think I in this case, I guess I'll interpret the question as it's intended rather than as it's written. I'll do an agree. Transgenders are superior to cisgenders. Silly question again. Genocide and eugenics, no. Cisnormativity and transphobia are serious issues. Don't think so. Systemic prejudice against transgender people is a major problem in the West. I don't think so. Conversion therapy with the goal of eliminating gender dysphoria is abusive. It probably will be, yes. Regardless what else you can say about it. If parents refuse to use a child's preferred pronouns, then the child should be taken from them. Strongly disagree. Can I disagree any more strongly?
I know, right? When I saw that, I was shocked. What a stupid thing.
People who do not affirm trans validity are hateful. Strongly disagree. Transphobia is a serious problem and should be combated with censorship. Kill yourself. Pedophiles people are worth less than normal people. They're badly worded, but
I love how they were like, pedophiles are people. Pedophiles people. It's like, I don't know if like you should be making that distinction here. You know?
Just how about pedophiles are worth less than people?
Yeah, because they're not people.
Hold on a second. I can fix this.
I agree with you.
So the question on this one, I might actually have to answer, yes, they are worth less. I suspect that's probably what you answered as well, Di.
I went strongly agree, yeah.
Yeah, I probably would just go agree because, yes, technically, by some measures, because they are criminals, they are worth less.
No, they're not people.
I understand.
Exterminate.
If they act upon their urges, they are among the lowest scum on earth. Before that, they are more so victims than anything else. But that's not to say you should give them sympathy, because it leads to a dark path where you end up giving sympathy to the actual predators.
You feel shame? You feel shame for wanting to fuck kids? Oh, well done. You know, you have some basic understanding. Now jump off the bridge. If you really want to help us. You know, if you really understand the severity of what you are, jump off that bridge.
I have a slightly less extreme angle, but similar direction.
No inch.
Similar here. I think we can go to this extent. So if they have not committed, then they are victims, but that doesn't mean they deserve sympathy. Like, don't give them the sympathy because it's too much breathing room for the ones that are predators, and you want to give absolutely zero breathing room for the predators. So for pedophiles that do not offend, similarly to those with gender dysphoria, your life is going to suck, but the alternative is much, much, much worse for everyone. And when you cross that gap from non-offending pedophile to offending pedophile, you become the lowest of the low, and I won't stop people from doing whatever they will with you.
You know, I put myself in a situation, right, in my head, where if a group, like people were telling me what they were, right? Like if people were being honest with me in the world, and somebody came up to me and was like, I'm a terrorist. Like I enjoy killing people. I'm a serial killer. I'm this, right? I think out of all of them, without hesitation, like this has been the most surprising thing. Like in my mind, if I were to have to take out anyone that came up to me and they told me that they were a pedophile and they enjoy molesting kids, like I think I could very well take that thing out. Because it's so inhuman. Like I can't even fathom letting something like that continue. Like it's almost like a douchey bound thing in me where it's like, there's no way I can let this thing live.
I understand.
I have nothing else in my life that makes me feel so strongly, but just that, like the pure rage with people. They're not people. That's why I have to keep saying they're not people. Like, I don't know.
I completely understand.
It's just that one thing in me, you know?
Well, actually, I suspect you may have had a different answer here. Genocide and eugenics with the intention of removing pedophiles from the nation or the world is a good idea. What did you say to that one?
There was the one where I was like, strongly agree, like get rid of them, remove them. Like it was like, that's what I'm saying. Like out of everything that was said, that was like the one where no hesitation. Like if we could like actually find a way to make it so we don't have pedophiles in the world, 1,000% on board.
The thing is, right, this is probably going to be controversial, but Obviously, short term, yes. Short term, it would be much better if there were no pedophiles. Even mid and maybe even long term. But super long term, like meta stability of society, is it possible that they fulfill, and hear me out here, is it possible that they fulfill an evolutionarily useful role? The
No.
reasoning is, without them, we might not protect our children as well as we do. That's the only thing I've been able to think of.
Mhm.
Other than that, they are probably vestigial.
No, I don't think you need that layer of things for it, because murder is still a fear. Like there's going to be people out there that like will murder a child. That fear will always be there. Like that. This is the
Not as
reality we
many.
live in. Like we can't.
Like, I just feel like the whole thing about biodiversity being important also applies to a lot of other realms. And that's not to say that we should just have random different things, but evolution has decided that we need this particular kind of variation in very small amounts. And I just feel like it's the kind of thing where if we decide we don't need that anymore, we know better, it's the same as the problem with eugenics in general, where you remove something that you think is undesirable, but it turns out it was providing some very indirect benefit to your species. In the case of pedophiles, it would be very indirect, and I still haven't figured out a good answer of what it might be, but I have a feeling that for meta stability over very long periods of time, it might be necessary.
No, I
but
think
I really
that's just
don't like that answer.
I think that's just cope. I think that's you trying to find a reason as to why we would possibly have this
You
evil in
shouldn't
the
call
world.
it cope, though. That implies that
No.
I'm siding with them. You should call it
No.
intellectual
I'm not saying.
curiosity.
I'm not saying that. I think you're trying to understand the evil, right? And that's the fundamental thing. It's like you're trying to understand why and how this is happening. And sometimes there's just not an answer for that. Sometimes people are just evil. And sometimes, like, regardless of their environment, they can be brought up in a good environment. And sometimes they just turn fucking psycho because their brain is wired weirdly.
Well, then, there is always a reason, but there doesn't always have to be a like large, meaningful reason. I think is what you're saying, and I understand that. But I am intellectually duty bound to look
the
for
brain. We can try and understand the brain as best as we can as to why pedophiles are a thing, or what's gone wrong, or what's firing here to make him like get hard for children, right? Well, what's happening in the brain to make that like this happen? And I don't think we'll ever fully have a proper or like an answer that will be satisfactory. I think we can't put ourselves in the mindset of a pedophile because they're just so inhumane and evil.
There is one good argument in chat from Jan Miller. We've had problems with men being wrongfully accused of pedophilia because it's such
that's
a
different
powerful
conversation.
I'm sure it is, but it's not far off. It is such a powerful accusation, as you've demonstrated, and for good reason. That even being accused of it could end someone's life.
But the conversation we're having is like, if there was a definite way of like figuring it out, who is a pedophile.
Yeah, I understand.
Right? We don't have that. We don't have that even, like, we don't have that now, so we couldn't even do this. Like, this is all like, if we could.
Yeah.
I think adding in the actual reality will muddy it up even further. But like, personally, I still think the answer is always just no tolerance. Like, even no matter the sympathy angle I go for, it's just like, you open this door, you do anything like that will try and justify these things, and it'll just be the most evil will take advantage of it.
So, on the basis of the wording of the question, which does not assume that we know for sure we'd be getting the right ones, I will go neutral on this, though I'm very sympathetic to the idea. Pedophilia poses a serious threat to civilization. If it was just a bunch of random people fucking kids, it's obviously abominable, but it's not a serious threat to civilization as a whole. However, we live in a civilization where the wealthy elites run colossal pedophile rings, which have a lot of bad side effects, aside from the direct problem. So actually, strongly agree.
All the kids disappearing and ending up in the pedophile rings, all those videos, nah, bro. This is happening and it's crazy.
If anyone answers no to this, if anyone answers no to this question, or frankly, if anyone answers anything but strongly agree, they probably are under fucking suspicion at that point. The question is, child rapists should be punished severely for their crimes. Strongly agree.
This is one of the main problems where I just don't. Many of them are just not punished enough. They never are. Like the whole. Do you see Russia putting the dude in the Arctic? I think that's an interesting one.
I mean, if maybe the reason that pedophiles exist evolutionarily is to allow us to, without with moral impunity, to test new forms of punishment on offenders.
That's what I was saying. Like, it's an interesting thing where I was like, you know what? Putting them in the Arctic and it's like, you don't want us to kill them? Fine. We're gonna put them in the worst condition and see how they survive.
Exile
and if they
is
survive,
sort of like
well
murder.
done. You know what? If they manage to survive, well, that's an interesting thing, isn't it?
Mm.
But like, if they don't, oh well. It's just leaving it up to nature and his survivability, or the pedophile survivability. It's like, yeah, that's an interesting punishment.
Mm.
I kind of like it. I don't know.
Problem is, they could survive for long enough and maintain a grudge. Then maybe when they feel ready, burn your village down.
Yeah, pedo fucking army, bro. What do we do?
No, not necessarily form an army, but assassinate someone or do some damage, poison a well or something. I'm talking about
how's he gonna get out of? Okay.
What I'm thinking of is like a medieval or even older village with exiling, because that's basically what the Arctic thing is. Exiling.
What they'll do is just drop him on a fucking plat of ice, and then we'll have the satellites be able to see him. And if he tries to go anywhere, it's like, nah, you're staying here.
Maybe. I'm not sure they have the satellites to dedicate to one or two prisoners, but yeah, that they don't scan areas very often. They get a new picture every, like, I don't know, week, month, something like that. Especially the Arctic. I doubt they look there very much. But anyway, I understand what you mean.
Maybe Russia's looking at it. Maybe, like I said, that's turning into Russia's new form of like punishment, dealing with pure like evil like that.
And if they are genuinely pedophiles who have committed, then I'm not going to stand in their way. The way of the punishment. That is.
I'm not going to stand up for a pedophile. They can go die.
So next question is: bathrooms should be segregated based on age. So my main disagreement with this is then you would need fucking loads. You need like 4 for every establishment at least.
Well, there's a lot of like the disability toilets, right? For instance, are mostly, there's a lot of the time they're also built for like women with like babies, where they can go in and like they have a fold out thing for the baby to be put on and like have them change the nappy, and like that's its own cubicle. Like there is little places like that. The disability toilets are very good for that kind of thing.
I think the balance of, because there is like, if we were talking ideals, if we were talking a virtual environment, you could have any number of bathrooms you want and it would almost be to the point where the more the better. However, in reality, 2 is a sensible limit, because we shouldn't expect establishments to have to build more than 2 toilets in every place that there are going to be toilets. 2 is enough.
No, I think 3 is fine. I think 3 is the limit.
Sure,
actually.
3 might sometimes be fine too, but 2 is the minimum, shall we say. And so if that's the case, I think male and female is a sensible way to split it, because it solves most problems as long as you then allow women, or indeed men, but women to bring in their own children or children they are responsible for of either gender into the women's toilets. And I wouldn't also object to men who are fathers or guardians of children of either gender taking them into the male toilets, though maybe other problems with that, because there are more male predators than female predators, but there's also female predators too. Well, more than we know of anyway. Maybe that's not true. But that's probably
treats
sensible.
it very differently. It's an interesting one.
There are also probably less single fathers, although the indications I've seen in general seem to indicate that a single father will raise a better kid than a single mother.
I don't know about that. I think having a one-parent household is always, like, almost always a disadvantage.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
I think, like, when you say, like, oh, one's better than the other, it's just another thing of, like, trying to pit women and men against each other.
Well, maybe. Well, I mean, they do specialize. They would tend to be better at different things. Definitely 2 is better. But from what I've seen, possibly single father better. But that might be based on the fact that single mothers are more common and single parents in general result in worse upbringing. It also
depends on if they're raising a boy or girl.
It might not depend a lot, but yes, it will somewhat.
Like a boy being raised by a single mother and a father raising a single daughter, like they're not gonna, like, sometimes you're gonna have a daughter that comes out all right, sometimes not. Sometimes there's a lot of stuff missing, like, you need a mother in the household, You need a father in the household. Taking away either, you lose something.
No, I agree. Both is essential, or very much best. Sazorg presents something that's probably true. The data on single fathers is skewed by the fact that judges are biased towards mothers, so the father has got to be really good to get the child, so it's a correlation from a third cause. That's probably true, actually.
Yeah, like, well, to have your child taken away from you as a mother, like, even in a community, it's like, most people know if that's happened, there's something serious going on. Like, it's given to the father. Like, and that goes around in communities too.
We don't
where
know
it's
anyone like that, though.
I mean, I know of people.
We both know of one person in particular who was a mother whose children got taken away, and that turned out to be indicative.
Right? Like, but I know there's also a lot of the time, this goes back to the system being fucked, where I know somebody as well that got taken from their family, and they didn't want to be taken from their family. They loved their family. It wasn't a great environment to be in, but there was a lot worse out there. And then they were placed in foster care into a situation where the foster father got aggressive, and she was a girl. This is a close friend of mine. She was taken, into foster care. Got put in these like different foster homes, and like the man always got aggressive and abusive. The father in the household. That didn't help with her. She just wanted to go home. It's rough. Like,
yeah,
they often do things like that where, it's like, oh, it's for the betterment of the child, but it's not. Like, they don't follow up. They don't care. As soon as you turn 18, they're gone. And then you can go back home. Like, you're out of the system at 18.
Again, like, I can understand the intentions of the system, but it might have just become too bloated and corrupt to be useful.
Oh, definitely. And then the whole woke mindset coming in and like pushing gay agenda. There's a lot of the social workers pushing that on people as well.
So
bringing
the next question,
them into environments.
The next question, Di, is sexual attraction to children is a mental illness.
Was that sexual attraction to
sexual
children?
Attraction to children, mental illness.
Yes, it's definitely something wrong with the brain. Like, they're fucked. Like, whether it's something to do with the soul or mental illness or their brain wired, like all of it.
I would definitely say yes. I was just wondering what you would say, because often the interpretation of mental illness is one that we should try to like understand and treat and cure. And like, the point is not always. Sometimes it's either impossible to rehabilitate, or it's just not worth the effort. They'll try to abuse it. They'll try to get around it.
This is where the liberal mindset's kind of poisoned a bunch of people. It's like, just because somebody is classified as having a mental illness doesn't mean we can help them all the time. Like, sometimes it's just like, this person is crazy.
And sometimes the mental illness makes them resistant to being helped. They like the way they are, even though it's evil.
Yeah.
A lot of pedophiles are proud of their actions.
Yeah, and they hide, and they, like I said, it's about being a psychopath that doesn't want to get caught. You're a pedophile. You really don't want to get caught when you're a pedophile. So you're gonna be doing the best things you can, like a lot of them getting teachers' jobs, like, putting themselves in situations where they've put their whole life around getting near children.
Yeah.
Like, tempting themselves all the time.
AC
like
makes a good argument. Any system capable of separating children from their parents is just begging for a child trafficking ring to pop up in their country. It certainly gives way for one. But then again, like, if a child is already being trafficked, and that same institution is the only one that could take them away from that situation, maybe it becomes more common after that institution gets corrupted, which is probably an inevitability. But before it does, it might solve a lot of problems, and so it makes sense that it would be implemented. That's a case for vigilance, I guess. A lot of things are like that, sadly.
Seems like a lot of oversight to me.
We're going yes for sexual attraction being a mental illness, for children being a mental illness. If a parent finds an adult having sex with their child, they should kill the adult. I wouldn't fucking stop them.
I fully agree with this.
I am against vigilante murder for the same reasons I am against state murder, because it's not just, it's final, and it's not a good precedent. However,
you walk in on somebody murdering your family.
However, that does not mean that I would always stand in the way. Just like I would be against a mob killing someone, extrajudicially or otherwise, if I saw them committing a crime and the mob insisted, I would not necessarily stand. I would voice my disagreement in principle, but I would allow it to happen in practice.
It's
sometimes you have to do what's practical.
It's like you walk in on somebody attacking your family. You're not just going to let them continue attacking your family, right?
No, but there is a distinction between.
Somebody comes at you, but it's the whole thing of like, do you have the right to protect yourself when you're being attacked? Can you kill somebody to save your own life? Do you kill somebody to save the lives of your family? Do you kill someone that's harmed your daughter in such a terrible, fucking disgusting, evil way? Like, somebody capable of that? Like, no. Like, this is the risk they took when they came in and did this crime.
Yeah. No, I have absolutely no sympathy for them. But would I recommend they be killed? Like, there is a distinction between subduing and killing. And hear me out, because
your
I'm
actions
not
have consequences, though.
I know, I understand. I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't kill them even. I'm just trying to make the distinction that if your goal is to stop the abuse and you would like this person to face justice, then subduing them is enough. However, killing them is more so an act of rage. It's an act against the fair course of justice, which, if you live in a decent country, will find them guilty and imprison them for the rest of their lives, or execute them anyway. And so killing them is not a judicious action. It is an act of rage. And it's not a rage that I would in any way blame you for. But it is still an act of rage. It's not the correct way to do it, but it's in a situation where it's so extreme that I absolutely would not blame anyone for doing it. So I'm going to have to go in and agree, because I know it's principally incorrect, but it's the principled matter is very far away from the practical matter in this case. It's such a dominant force, the practical matter of how extreme the situation is. Well, again, who wouldn't answer strongly agree to this one? I find the idea of an adult having sex with a child disgusting, obviously. And who would answer anything? Like, are pedophiles actually taking this test and answering honestly? I understand they have to have these in here for, like, completeness, and they have the same structure for each set of questions, but it's ridiculous. Who the hell would answer any differently to this one than the obvious answer?
Someone that knows they're a fucking pedophile, that's who, and they don't care. The thing is, we can't comprehend it, but this is what evil is. Like, you like, why would anyone ever
evil
say
is
yes
being
to this?
honest in personality tests online.
It can't. Like, if you're a pedophile, you're like, you know what? Yeah, I am.
Maybe some people
like,
would.
Disgusting. You know what you were. Fucking end it.
Maybe. I think maybe we could argue that suicide isn't illegal if you're a pedophile, or something along those lines. Like, not encouraging it, just allowing it. It's a good
I
thing
don't care to save their souls. They can make the sin of committing suicide. You know.
Yeah.
That is the one thing they can do for their abomination.
AC. Yeah. Now that you've mentioned California, I can kind of picture it. So strongly. I'm tired. I'm trying to make sure I've got the logic correct here.
Just what, 70 more to go?
Yeah, 73 more to go, and then there's more tests as well. Minor attracted persons do not choose their sexuality and thus should not face any prejudice for it. Strongly disagree. They probably don't choose it, but they absolutely should be judged for it. Not because it's their choice, but because of the sheer practical necessity of judging them for it. I don't, like, if they have never offended, I don't hold them any ill will. I don't hold them any like, hatred or anything. But I hate what they are. I don't hate the person, the individual, but the moment they offend, or the moment they even consider offending, they are the lowest of humanity.
You need to know where the line is, right? Like, you need to know what is acceptable and what isn't. And I think this is one of the most basic things of, like, no, it is not all right to be attracted to children. Like, no matter how you try and say it, like, it's just not something that is based in reality, you know?
Anti-Map prejudice is a serious issue. Well, it is a serious issue, but it's not a problem. Anti-Map prejudice is correct. But I will go, I know what it means, so I'll go strongly disagree. Systemic prejudice against minor attracted people is a major problem in the West. No, sorry, I'm
People should be
tired.
more concerned about pedophiles, yes.
Yes, they should. Conversion therapy with the goal of eliminating minor attraction is abusive. Well, it probably is, but it's probably also justified because, again, of the extremity of the condition. But I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. They are the anomaly in the whole thing of like, usually my beliefs would say otherwise, but in this specific case, like, this is the one time where I don't give a shit.
Compare the categories, right? Male, female, totally normal, necessary, they're everywhere. Homosexuals, think what you want about them, less normal than other groups, but they're not directly hurting anyone. And then, et cetera, lots of other groups like trans, cis, trans, a lot of them probably are abusers, yes, but they're not necessarily abused. And then pedophiles, they fuck children. It's just a completely different category. It's like having murderers in here. Frankly, pedophiles shouldn't be associated with the rest of these groups.
I don't know. Remember the statistics before about how many gay men are pedophiles? Like, there's a weird correlation at times between degeneracy and this behavior.
True, but I am making the distinction. Even though the distinction may not be as prominent as we might think in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Conversion therapy. Well, is it? I'm just going to go neutral. It's ambiguous. Age of consent laws are, well, okay, here's the Vorsch question. They are not unjust at all, no. Pederasty. Remind me what pederasty is? I think it's just the same, isn't it? It's a slightly different form of pedophilia.
Probably means like attracted to children over the age of 13 or something. I can't remember, though. I might be wrong. Is it? I think
still
probably is.
Essentially pedophilia.
I'm happy I don't know too much about like what certain factions and things of pedophiles are called. You know,
you just put them in the shredder before they start talking about their bullshit ideology.
Yeah. It's like I have no interest. I'm sorry.
No,
I don't care what you called yourself.
Jesus, they're banging on about this pedophile thing, aren't they? The age of consent should be 12 or lower. No, it should not. That's way too young. If there are children who, with other children of their own age, are extremely mature, then maybe they could be allowed to do it. Like, not even allowed by the parents, but it could happen and cause very few negative side effects. But then maybe it would cause negative side effects. Fucking, I don't know. But like, 12 is probably the minimum age that anyone could do it without necessarily causing like big problems. But it shouldn't be fucking legal. The whole thing with like if it's within
thing.
Yeah, if it's within 2 years of your own age, then under the age of consent is still acceptable. Like if it's a 14-year-old and a 15-year-old, it's probably still too young for them to be doing it at all. But if they do it, it's not illegal. And even over the border of the age of consent, if it's within 2 years. 2 years, I think that's fairly reasonable.
Isn't it the 3-year thing? There's like a 3-year clause.
It might have been 3. 2 years probably makes more sense. Maybe a soft border, 3 years or something. So, disagree. Animals are worth less than people. They literally are. I mean, literally they are, but also in probably every other sense. It does make sense to think of it that way, although that shouldn't mean that we treat them deliberately harshly or anything.
It's not saying that. I think it's just asking, like, in general.
Yes, which is, of course, true. The concept of animal rights is ridiculous. No, it's not ridiculous, but they do have less rights than humans, which makes sense. Animals, in regards to the law, should be treated as property. Not exactly the same as property, no.
I think it kind of is similar to property, especially when you're a farmer and you have acres of land and how many cattle you need to be counting. I think there's a different line. You're not thinking in the farmer way.
It's property with caveats. Like important
it's
caveats.
Property / product. Like, unfortunately, this is the reality, guys. We eat meat.
No, I
cows,
understand.
Animals are a commodity, and like we feed people meat.
But we should
cows all the times.
We should still do it as ethically as we can.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying.
I understand.
Of course, it should be done ethically.
If they are just property,
I'm against factory farming completely.
Yeah. If they are just property, then it is the right of the owner of that property to do with it what it will.
Well, it also gives them protection, because if somebody comes in and fucking shoots your cattle, or something comes along and rips your cattle to shreds, they should have some protection to sue the person whose animal it was, and things like that. They've lost a lot of like commodity.
We can say property with caveats, I think.
Yeah, I just think like the whole legality and what's actually happening in farming and everything. You have to keep you have to keep it in mind. It's not as simple as you're thinking it is.
No, I'm not saying it's simple. I'm just saying that if you
Notice
count
to
it
other
as
people.
just property, then it could lead to problems.
Yeah,
But as long as there's known caveats.
yeah, of course. There's different animals, like it's.
So here's one. I do not care if my food is killed as long as it tastes good. No, halal is evil.
Mm-hmm.
Pet ownership is not a violation of rights. Strongly agree. This is something that I don't think I'll go into it in detail now, especially because we're taking a long time anyway. But Dr. Rana McCam, who is a YouTuber I really like, who did a lot of really good. Say again, sorry?
I haven't heard that name in a while.
Yeah. He is a YouTuber that did a lot of really good response videos to feminists back in 2016. Big men's rights advocate. He's against pet ownership, especially dog ownership. I think maybe just dog ownership, but either way, against pet ownership.
What nonsense.
He always complains that people have a reflexive, that's stupid response. And I somewhat pride myself on having a rational response to things. And so on further examination, I think he's wrong, but for reasons that I can explain. One of the arguments he uses is, then why do dogs always run away from home? I think there's probably a fairly good answer to that. One, they don't. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like they usually just bumble around
Chico,
the house and explore a bit. But
my
then
dog has
also,
such anxiety, Chico, right? Yeah, I let her outside. She stays by me. Like, she will not let me out of her sight. Like, there's no way she'd fucking run off. My other dog, on the other hand, is a bit different.
Millions of people around the globe who take dogs for walks with them off the lead. The dogs stay around the person for the entire walk, and then they come over to put the lead back on to go back into the house. And then the dog goes and rests.
Oftentimes, the dogs that get loose come back home once they've had their fun. Yeah. Especially out here, one of my old dogs, we used to just let him run across. You'd look outside and you see him hopping above, like with long grass, and you see him hopping up in the grass, like just a few places away.
So there's
what I'm saying? Like, it's just
a point
stupid.
Feronius put in chat is similar to something I was thinking earlier, that if any of them do run away, it's probably because the owner was abusive or something similar. And if the owner was abusive or not taking good care of them, that's probably how they got out in the first place. So there'd be more of them getting out and then running away than would be suggested by the actual state of things. There's a statistical bias towards that. Brandon McCam also posited the idea that they're just staying around you for the practical benefits. They don't act like that a lot of the time. And even if they are,
who's likely never had a dog. That's just
even if they are, that's ultimately what everyone else is doing too. They just abstract it differently. They just act like it's not. We have a lot of behaviors which allow us to test certain parameters to make sure that that is happening well and amenably to everyone. Dogs just don't do the abstraction, but otherwise it's the same. They definitely
living creature.
Yeah, they take certain actions that don't make sense to directly benefit them to get those things. Maybe because we like those actions, but guess what? That's also what humans do. So yeah, I find his zeal on the matter perplexing because his arguments are not very good. And it's a shame because he is otherwise pretty good with arguments. Now, his response videos, I think the main quality of them is the artistic construction of them. The arguments are also good, but they're sometimes lacking. There's sometimes fairly big holes in his arguments that, because they're so artistically constructed, it's sometimes better to just ignore the holes because the quality of the entertainment is so good. But not ignore completely, but just not care too much about. But yeah, Random McCam, his response videos are great. Don't let what I've said about him here diminish the possibility of you going and finding out.
Nice shit. Nice shit, bro.
So, pet ownership is not a violation of rights. Agree. Animals do not care about humans in the slightest. Disagree. Veganism is deplorable.
Deplorable.
No, it's not that veganism is unethical, but vegans usually are twats, aren't they? Because they're extremely morally righteous. Because it's something
like French people.
I mean, yeah, they are like French people. because they have
You
the
know,
same problem.
like the same visceral reaction a lot of people seem to have. They have to French people and vegans.
It's because they are assumed as to be moralizers. I think it's because, like, what I thought about is, like, I think the
Imagine being
French.
a vegan French person.
Yeah, it would probably exist. I think the French have very high standards for everything, which you
They
would think
probably have
maybe
the
would be a
most
good thing,
vegans.
but if things don't match those standards, they just
Surprised.
get angry. And because they have high standards, they end up being arrogant. So everything that we hate about the French might just arise from that. And I think vegans have very high ethical standards because they have this, like, this moral thing that even people in the, like, everyone in the West is doing that they think is, like, very obviously immoral. It's kind of like
They're not
abortion,
even
actually.
being. They're not even like doing like their whole thing of like, oh, I'm gonna help the environment by buying all of these like kale products and not meat. It's like, yeah, you just look into how they were grown and like the many plots of land being used to get to breed more and more vegetables, and like how much trees we cut. Like, you know, we're doing horrible stuff to the environment for extra food that you'll eat because you won't eat the meat. And then all the cattle that is saved up, you know, the meat goes off. You don't use the foods. It's just not a lot of understanding of how like meat is produced, and especially farming life and how they deal with it. Not factory farming, but actual farmers that have a bunch of land and have a bunch of cattle and let them graze.
Bear in mind that vegans are necessarily anti-biodiversity. Because if the vegan mindset became pervasive, the animals that we currently farm would go extinct. Talked to a vegan once who said, yes, that's what we want. It's like, okay, that's not a great advert for veganism, is it?
Well, you know, it's not like there's a lot of people that are like, oh, like some people do it for like the whole, you know, save the animals. And then there's people that are like, no, this is just, we're changing, right? They don't care about the animals. They don't care that they're going extinct. They're like, they have no, like, the whole suffering of animals has nothing to do with them being vegan. Like psychopaths, bro. It's just crazy when they talk about it. Like, you don't care about like putting all of these animals extinct.
So
like, how?
What we would say is veganism may not be deplorable, but almost all vegans are.
Yeah, I can't stand them. They don't understand what they're talking about, and has never actually like properly been on a farm and helped farmers. Like, they've never put themselves in a situation to learn correctly.
Probably some of them have, but they probably went into it with a bias anyway, or at least came out of it with one.
Or they go to the factory farming, right, and show how terrible it was.
Yeah,
like they go to the like, that's good. We need to know they exist and like get rid of them, because I also agree it's disgusting. But you'd never see them then go to like the good side of farming and compare. You know, they just immediately like all farm bad.
Like, there is a problem with this thing people do. Millions of people depend on it. Instead of solving the problem, let's just delete the thing that millions of people depend on. It's fine. Everyone likes vegetables more than meat anyway. No, they fucking don't. People won't go for that. It's kind of like trying to ban. I mean, for one thing, if nothing else, it's kind of like prohibition, trying to ban alcohol. Black market for meat.
It's just never going to happen. They're trying to get people to eat bugs, and everyone's like, "What the fuck? Like, you think I'm eating bugs?" Like, this is one of those things I haven't seen many people convince.
So there is a line then. There is a line where they're willing to kill a living thing to make it into food for humans.
Yeah, no, I think most people are just like, I like my burgers. You know, I like my chicken curries. I like food.
Careful, Bill, or careful, Robber, or the old Bill will find Bessie.
You can't underestimate food. Like, that's the whole reason people do like food. You give people food and they'll be compliant, right? It's the reality, like compliant.
I mean, if they attempted to implement veganism, you would just end up with like a mass rebellion. People would not go for that.
You know, people would just go to their local farmers, and like the farmers are not going to stop. Like, they're just going to have the community go over and buy from. Like I said, somebody mentioned that Ireland is one of the most ethical places when dealing with animals, and our bias comes from the fact that we don't realize how terrible it is in other places, and that might be the case. Because I just know again how the Irish treat it, and it is very ethical. Like they do. I know a lot of farmers that do, like they put their cows in certain fields, have them graze. Like they're always outside. They're always moving about. Like I see them. Like I know they're being treated well.
I've seen similar examples too.
You know?
But I'm sure that bad examples exist as well. So the next question is, animals have zero moral worth but beyond their ability to feed humans. And that's just not true. Animals are, because at least they should be entitled to a painless death that they don't even notice. Animals are superior. Well, who the well, Peter, I guess. Strongly disagree. Thank you, Kittler. Kittler says, since we are talking veganism, my next meal will have at least three types of meat. Nice. Speaking of which, I'm getting quite hungry. I will have something after the stream, I guess, and I'm sure it'll have meat too. So, genocide nugents with the intention of removing humans from the nation of the world is a good idea, as it truly belongs to animals. No. Human supremacism is serious a issue. That's very badly worded. Disagree. The consumption of animals as food is not morally justifiable in any context. Disagree. Consumption of meat should be illegal. Strongly disagree. Violence is justifiable in the furthering of the causes of animal rights. Strongly disagree. The testing of medicines of cosmetics on animals is morally reprehensible. It's not quite that bad, but it's definitely unideal. It should be it should be done well. It should be either regulated or at least it should be done ethically wherever possible. There should be limits to that, just like with everything else. The animals that take part in it should be treated like they're getting something that's worth it. That they will get a nicer life by being lab animals. They will get nice things, but also nasty things. That would be fair. Testing of medicines and cosmetic animals more reprehensible. Disagree, as I said. No. When are we going to get to the questions about human supremacism is good? So criminals are worth less than normal people. I guess, again, technically probably true. They definitely, almost no one would disagree that they are entitled to less rights.
Again. No, this is where it fucks. The system is just fucked. Because normally it's like the criminals that you would be like, the laws we've set in place are just. And those that have broken it are in prison, right? And, and they're the worst of the worst. Unfortunately, that's not how things work. There's good people in there.
That's true.
That have been done over and fucked over.
Yeah.
So it's system's fucked. Normally you'd be like, yeah, fuck them. They've done the worst. That's not how it works.
Cutting Fox says, what exactly is a criminal? I suppose for that reason you'd have to answer neutral, but then you could say, what if they're falsely accused for the paedophile thing as well? I don't think this is a question about falsely accused. I think this is a question in principle of whether they are worth less. I think technically they are, but not in every sense, and maybe not in a real principled sense, where, like, as a human being, are they worth less? Or is it just a technicality? I still have to say that it probably is true. I will go with yes, but tentative, and I'm sympathetic to the argument.
It's supposed to be the thing to dissuade you from doing evil, like, you know. So sometimes people have to be
treat someone differently, even if they're not worth less. But then, can you, like, does that not incur the worth less benefit?
This is people who have never been in prison, right? Because the reality is, when you go into prison, they have their own way of dealing with things inside, and there's their own hierarchy that they've built within the system now. It's a thing where, like, depending on the area, the prison systems vary wildly with how they're treated and what's done in them. But there's a lot of criminal activity still going on.
Yeah. Yep. So the next question is, the concept of criminal rights is ridiculous. If you violate someone's rights, you renounce your own. Becoming a convicted criminal, you do renounce some of your own rights.
That's the nature of being a criminal.
But not all of them.
Like, another thing we've seen with, like, the January 6th, the people arrested for that, and, like, how they've been treated. They're, like, treated like political prisoners, and, like, denied lawyers, everything. Like, things you would think, no, surely they'd have the rights to a lawyer at least. Surely they should be going to trial instead of being locked up for another 100 days because of COVID, right? Like, surely But no, that's not how it works.
So the next question is
People's
criminals should
rights
be.
get violated all the time.
The next
Sorry.
question is criminals should be treated as slaves, and I would obviously tend to disagree because slavery bad. But then there's like prison labor. It's difficult to argue against its benefits, except from a principal position. So I think maybe
This is what we've always done.
the case,
Most of the time,
the
criminals have
treatment on
always
that
been.
should probably be that it is voluntary for them to do it, but there are benefits given to them which are only useful in prison, but which are sufficient that most of them will do it. Like you get better meals for a
We
bit
have
if you do better
community
work.
service. That's basically prison work, community service. You have to do the thing if you want a lesser sentence,
Then it
or if
should
you
be
want to
in,
get back into
then
society.
it should be in the sentence if there's going to be work.
Yeah, no, it's a built-in thing where it's like you're able to get out of the system. Like you should be able to. Like if you go in, you do your time. You don't attack anyone, you don't break any laws in prison, and then you like do or you do some community service and then you come out. This depends on the crime, obviously. But I was just saying a minor crime, like I don't know, fucking some dude sold a bit of weed, right? Or like a robbery that got caught stealing a lamp or something. Still a robbery, and he was caught in the act. But like 20 years, do you think is a bit much for something like that? Like how much is the crime worth the punishment?
Mm.
And we're seeing that as a big problem in many a law, where many pedophiles get like 20-month sentences sometimes for like stuff on the computer that was found, or them trying to meet up with someone.
Yeah.
And then we see people like selling a bit of weed and they get 50 years. Like none of it's fair.
Achilles, unfortunately, that position assumes too much good faith on the part of the person in control of the needle or the chair. I think the precedent set by allowing governments to kill is much the same precedent that's set by allowing vigilantes to kill. It's not merely about false accusations either, it's also about resisting tyranny.
We have
Prisons
the whole
are expensive,
Kyle
but also
Rittenhouse.
like for minor crimes, Achilles, do we go death penalty for minor crimes?
Well, then we go back to like the Kyle Rittenhouse case and like him killing 3 people in self-defense, and what you think was like morally right, like 3 people lost their lives because someone brought a gun. Like it's just all about what the situation.
Achilles, in case you are going to say this for like even minor crimes get death penalty, or like for whatever extent you think should get it, what you end up with is a society of people that are all the people who were compliant enough that they didn't break those laws. Now maybe that's better because they are at least law abiding, but then you've only got you're filtering for compliant people. Generally not a great idea.
Which is what they've been doing with this whole COVID nonsense.
Yeah.
Seeing who's the most compliant, getting that on record,
Achilles is talking about situations where it's a life sentence where instead they should be given death penalty. Okay, that's a more reasonable argument, but I do still disagree for the reasons I gave.
The thing is, the death penalty takes a long time for even those that have been like are put on the death penalty. It takes years.
Which is probably for the best to make sure that it's like real and just. And I think I'm not saying with my principled position here that it happens in the US regularly, that people are put to death when they're innocent. I don't know how often it happens. I'm sure it has happened, but I suspect it doesn't happen often. I'm not saying that principal position because it does happen often. I'm saying the principal position because it could start any second. Like at least when it's not allowed for the government to kill people, when shit is up, when they give themselves permission to. It is at least a good indication.
It to be like, this is one of those things where it's like, it should be something you couldn't really dispute. You're like, well, that's understandable. That crime is fucking crazy. Like what like the evidence, like, something that is, you can't really disprove. There's so much evidence, so much video footage, DNA, like everything. Yeah. Like there's 1,000% this person did it, They even admit it even.
Yeah, it's definitely possible to get a crime like that. The thing is, even when it looks like it can still be wrong. Like, okay, take an extreme example. We have video evidence of it. They admit to it. witnesses, etc., everything we would need. It's still theoretically possible that they didn't do it. One time in a million, when you have that much evidence, it will be a frame job or something like that. You just don't know which one it is. And so that's only a small part of my argument against governments and vigilantes being able to kill people, but it is part of it.
I don't know, man.
I'm going to go neutral on the criminals as slaves thing. I think prison labor, there's no reason not to do it, really.
Criminals
but there's
have always
still
been slaves.
There is still, yeah, but that's not necessarily right. There is still a principled argument against slavery, even for criminals, but I'm less open to that argument for them.
Like, it's like, you're a criminal, you're being punished. Like, that's the whole system. Like, the part of the... It's supposed to dissuade you.
Yeah, but if that was the case, then we would torture them in prison. Like, there are forms of... Like, prison is essentially boredom torture. It's basically the most lenient form of torture. It's the form of torture that our civilization is, or all civilizations pretty much, are willing to do to people because it is the least active, the least aggressive, the most mild form of torture. But it is still essentially torture. That is a line that we can draw. Actually having them do labor does cross into the line of slavery. It does open your society to be accused of being slaves. It also opens your society to having too much sympathy for prisoners because you're enslaving them. Well, let's improve prisoners' conditions. But then they improve them too far.
It fixes the problem you had with the first thing, which is too much boredom, right? And sometimes with the criminal, like, they need to be locked up.
That is the sentence, is boredom torture.
Yeah, and then there's the whole, like, system of you have criminals and then they intentionally give them a job, factory jobs, whatever, to keep them busy and using them as workforce. And they have, it's like a job, they have like a 9 to 5, they create currency, they buy things there. It's like a different society. Like, there's many prisons that have that in place. There are many different prisons.
Yeah,
in Sweden, they have Xboxes, and like some prisons, they have Xboxes. I know for certain prisoners, not all of them.
How about if we go with this? I'm open to coerced prison work, just not mandatory prison work. Or at least I'm not
if they
on
decide
board
to
with
do
mandatory.
The work and like get coerced, extra points off their sentence.
But not even... I'm saying I'm open to more than even bribed, like paid. I'm even open to it being coerced under some circumstances, but I'm not concluded on any of this. I'm going to put neutral for now on that. No, I do not support the death penalty, as I have said. Corporal punishment, but maybe what that is that like physical violence as punishment? I'm going to go unsure on that one. It depends on the situation. Your own kid, maybe. Someone else's kid, probably no. If someone commits a violence crime against me, I should have the right to kill them in self-defense. Only in self-defense, not as a punitive action. You don't get to kill them through the justice system. But if they are attacking you in self-defense, if you kill them, then in most cases, that's fine. And only in the most extreme cases should you be punished for killing them in self-defense. I know, I understand the principled objections, but if someone has no reason to react by killing them, but does anyway, that surely is some kind of violation. If the person poses essentially no physical threat to you, essentially, I know there's always room for
deny.
I know there's always room for it for they could get lucky in that. But if you have subdued them, then you kill them. That is different than killing them when they do pose a physical threat. When you get lucky and you manage to get the upper hand and you kill them. No, you're fine. That's good. But if you subdue them, if you have won the fight, they are no threat to you at that point, then you execute them. That isn't any more self-defense. There can be an exception made there, but only at the maximum limits. And in those cases, I think a jury should always be used. And if the jury makes a decision that is not in line exactly with the letter of the law, that's fine. Just like with the Plauchi, is that how you pronounce it, the situation? Where he literally murdered a paedophile who was later found convicted, I think, posthumously, of having raped or something his daughter. He killed him, but the jury let him off. Yes, what he did was, at least in terms of what the action actually was a crime. It was murder, but the jury let him off, and I think that's okay. Because it was still retributive murder. It's still wrong that he did it. It's still vigilantism. Though the guy was found guilty in the end, so it didn't make a huge amount of difference. So it's I can
think it
understand
comes
that.
to
I
the
wouldn't
whole
stop him.
primal. It's the whole primal part of being human. Like you're a living being, right? Something can kill you, and to deny that fear in everyone, that if something came at you and you have you don't have the right to defend your very life, that's just nonsense. Of course you do. Like the whole thing of you existing, you're trying to protect that, like everyone is. It's a basic animal instinct to protect yourself in everything. Like there's nothing wrong. And but like you said, it depends on the situation of if somebody managed to subdue someone and then executed them. I mean, it depends on the execution. Was the person attempting to escape, the one that tried to attack you? Or was he attempting to reach and grab a knife and stab you?
Again, it would only have to be for the most extreme of cases. Like if they're trying to escape, or like for example, if you have them subdued and then you maybe you're not sure you have them subdued, so you hit them again, and that hit just happens to kill them. Like it causes some unexpected
Welcome to being a
anomaly.
police officer.
I know exactly, but in that case, no, that's fine. If there's reason to believe it was an accidental killing, that's fine. But if there's reason to believe that it was deliberate, and again, it would have to be pretty clear, then I think punishment could be allowed for that circumstance, because it is essentially a murder of opportunity. Like you had an opportunity to murder someone and you were angry at them. There was no real reason to. Like you weren't doing it for self-defense at that point, but you did it anyway. That's basically a concealed murder. That could, I think, be punished, but that's only the most extreme of cases.
What do you think, of the police officers in the situation that there's a lot of places I know where they were trying to advocate getting tasers, right? They don't want to be dealing people that have swinging knives around, throwing boiling hot oil on you, like people you don't want to be getting close to, or because you don't have a firearm. They're talking about how much more protection they need when they're constantly going into these horrible situations. Because as we know, unlike America, a lot of the cops don't have guns. You have to be specific. You have to do a specific training course and be a specific officer in a thing to have a gun. And not every normal cop goes around with a gun. That's just not the case. And a lot of the times they don't even have a taser. And I think having more things if normal people had access to tasers and things like that, might be more beneficial than anything, maybe.
Possibly. The misuse probably wouldn't be significant, but there would be some. It's worth considering.
I think the thing is, outweigh the risks, though.
If in the US the police are often, not always, armed with firearms, handguns, and people are still attacking them or resisting them significantly or anything like that, then that's fucking on the criminal at that point. The deterrent effect of the police being armed and also trained to use those guns should be very significant. It should stop a lot of crimes in that area, especially if the police are doing their job properly. The problem is that the people that manage the police aren't doing their job properly, and the criminals are so radicalized against the police that they don't even care. They arguably care about their life less than they care about resisting the police.
Oh, somebody broke in. Oh, well. Not that they did much anyway, but it's you don't even have anyone to call.
So this question, I'm going to go agree, but it is with a caveat. At the extreme end, it can be a concealed murder, and that should be punished. It is wrong to live a lawless life. It depends on the laws, actually. Most countries have laws that are mostly acceptable, but all countries have some laws that are not. And there probably are some countries which have mostly unacceptable laws, and there certainly could be a fictional example, 1984. In 1984, it would be right, morally, ethically, to live a lawless life from a classical liberal or really any sane ideology's perspective. In the Western world right now, partially, somewhat, but mostly not. So, neutral, because it's just not a good a question. Necessary to have an authority with the power to impose laws. Yes, strongly agree. Rule of law is a liberal principle. Criminals are superior to those who obey the law. Why would you ask this question? Abolish the police? No. Defund the police? No. Abolish prisons? No. No person has a right to impose their morality on another person. Impose? It depends what you mean by morality. If you're defining something that the culture has established as a standard, as morality, then yes, they do, given by that culture, given by that collective. But if you're talking about a personal moral standard that is not shared by the society, has not been established by the consent of that society as a general standard, then no. They don't have a right to, they may attempt to, and they may coerce the acceptance of it, etc., but they don't have a right to make someone else follow their moral standard. Criminals should be treated with the same respect that all other people are treated with. Probably generally not, but it depends on the crime. Social Darwinism is a good philosophy. It's a decent start to a good philosophy. I'll go with a neutral on that. Might makes right. I mean, technically, but should we act that way? Generally, best not to. Again, kind of ambiguous. I am strong on ultimately, yes, that's true. And also strong on, but we shouldn't act that way. So the aggregate is neutral. Societies literally get better if you don't act that way. Normal people are superior to disabled people. Technically, what do you think of this one, Di?
Well, what do you mean? Well, you know?
Why would I be asking you particularly what you think of this question?
I mean, it really depends on the disability, doesn't it? Like, if you're gonna ask somebody that has no legs, if somebody with legs is superior, I bet they'd be like, "Yeah, I'd love to walk." That's probably that's a superior thing.
The whole superior thing. Again, I think I'm gonna go with the neutral again.
Say to somebody that is like fucking blind, right? Never seen anything, and you're just like, yeah, you know, to them though, like they have no idea what it is like to see. So it's all based on like what their imagination is thinking of at the time.
Have you guys noticed
that
the word objectively has the word objective in it? Technically, objectively means according to a given standard. It doesn't mean you know the standard. Just go by what is No, you're supposed to either define the standard or, you can assume that both know the standard, but there is always a standard for it. The standard is given. It's not necessarily universal. It's either given or assumed by axiom. Hold on a second. So by what objective are we measuring whether disabled people are objectively superior or not? By the quality of their personality? No, not necessarily. It doesn't seem to make much difference. By the quality of their physical body? Yeah, it depends on disability. Sometimes, technically, that is applicable, but not always, etc., etc. So we come back to the point of like superior is just a bad question. So I'm going to go neutral. Genocide, eugenics, removing disabled people. No, even if, again, it would remove the disability, it's still questionable whether that might affect our metastability as a species. Disabled people can be accurately described as useless eaters. Stephen Hawking's. Disagree. There should not be laws that force private organizations to have disabled access, such as ramps. I'm sort of unsure on this. It seems like it's an imposition on companies, but it's also understandable because really does restrict access to people.
I think it's a sign of a good like civilization where they have put in ramps for those misfortunate, either old, like for the elderly, because guys, like you have to realize not everyone's going to stay young forever, and you might need that ramp one day. So it's not really just for the disabled, but like these conveniences laid in place for the disadvantaged is a sign that we're able to do such a thing. It's the reason we're in a first world country.
If the place they're trying to get to is like, if we're not talking about increasing their access to somewhere that is actually affected by their disability, because as Saw said, NASA shouldn't have moon ramps. It should be like a leg up, almost literally, to places where the public should be assumed to go, where there is barely any merit requirements. They shouldn't be given easier access to somewhere that they have no real reason to be. That said, perhaps a good policy for companies is either provide physical access to disabled people, like ramps, or your employees must be willing to actually physically help them if it's somewhere that they have any justifiable reason to be. So maybe I would go yes.
Well, the legality of it also comes into play, because it's like, first of all, like, people should have the access to food, right? What if you don't have a ramp leading into the grocery store, right? And because of that, this person who like needs a ramp to get in can't get in. But they try and get in. And they fail, and like they fall off the chair and they hurt themselves. Like, it's like, having that even happen is just like, why? Like, well, of course this person needs to get food. Like, what? Just make it easier for people to live in. I don't see why that's a bad thing in the long run.
Di has told us in the past that she's not currently in a wheelchair, but given her answers to this question, I assume that she expects to be at some point in the future.
I mean, everyone should like look at life as like, oh, you never know what can happen. Like,
I'm sure that if I was in a wheelchair, I would feel like, you know what? Maybe I can see the principal argument against it, but it's outweighed by, God damn, I wish I could get into that shop. It's like, it's not their fault in almost all cases that they're disabled.
It's literally like they're just trying to live with you know what I mean? Like, you had no legs. You look at the step in front of you, and you really think if you had no legs and you were in a wheelchair, like, wouldn't that be inconvenient to deal with? You know what I mean?
Okay, so here's a question. Would the free hand of the market solve this problem? Personally, I think it's unlikely because they are such a minority of the population. But then we get to the question of, should businesses be forced to accommodate minorities against their free market will?
I think
sometimes, usually not, but the disabled are a bit different. Because disabled are physically different. Like, sometimes you make allowances for male and females being physically different, but they are similar enough, especially compared to the disabled, who are much more different. They are physically different. It's not their fault in almost all cases that they're physically different. Maybe it is justifiable to force
the shelf. You know, they're in a wheelchair. They can't reach the top of the shelf.
Yeah, but you have that problem anyway.
Yeah, no, okay, fuck you. All right, but this is why the employees are there. You know, stock and shop. They go over. They help these people.
Yeah.
You know. I think there is a line though, because I know you see in America, then you see like the 500-pound people getting in the scooters. They're supposed to be used for the disabled, but instead these just fat asses come and sit on it and then break the motor.
So if the government did nothing about this problem and said nothing about this problem and was not even expected to do anything about this problem, I expect that a free market solution would eventually arise, which would solve the problem to a large extent. Yes, maybe lawsuits, but that would require like civil policies in place to make sure that that could happen. But either way, like, the free market might eventually provide a solution, but probably this is something that the government would provide a solution faster, most likely. It would provide a solution more broadly, so everyone would follow it. And people would antagonize for the government to do it anyway. Maybe that's not an argument that they should, but it might just happen naturally anyway. It might be one of those things that people just feel should be a natural, established policy. So my sympathy to the libertarian argument and my sympathy to the various other things that mean that this is something that probably should be considered a general acceptable form of life that is not their fault and is physically different. They are two good arguments, and I'm not sure which side I fall on. I'm going to go with neutral for now, but I'm very sympathetic to the agree. Chat, press 1 if you find Di annoying.
Oh. What I do?
Nothing. Just look at the question.
Oh, oh.
Lots of people are
Thanks,
saying
man.
they don't. So
Thanks,
far,
man.
more people have said that they don't find you annoying than do.
You guys don't lie to me. It's fine. I can take it. It's
Hey,
fine.
just because I asked the question, it doesn't imply any particular answer.
I'm just saying, like, I can take the reality if that is the
I mean,
situation.
I
like,
don't find
okay.
you that annoying.
No, I mean, listen. I understand. Like, I'd find it annoying listening to a woman. Like, I get it.
In fact, you do regularly.
Yeah, like I really understand. It's fine. And
Stephen
I'm
Zek.
stoned, and I'm saying like a lot, and I'm noticing it.
Ah.
You know.
Maybe someone in
So I
chat
can understand.
likes it. Stephen Nizek
No.
said, free market solution to disabled ramp, burly, handsome men to carry disabled women, and attractive weightlifting women for disabled men. I don't think anyone would object.
I mean, that is an interesting reality to live in.
Sorry, folks. I'm busy right now. I can't carry all the attractive women.
I want a really like fit girlfriend. Guess I'll be disabled. Like that's one way of looking at it.
Not a bad idea. Would make for a good anime, I think.
I think there'd be a lot of fucking insults being like, "Please help me, I'm retarded," and women would be like, "Oh no,
not another one."
Did we have to put up with this? I'd hate it.
So, this one is personal, as you might expect, given it's a fairly personal value test about your hate. So, mentally retarded people are annoying. As a policy, no, I'm sympathetic, especially when it's not their fault, which is almost all the time.
Dude,
but,
no, they're annoying as fuck.
Yes, they are actually annoying.
They're annoying. It's not even sugarcoat it, bro.
Yeah,
just be honest. They are. Dude, I remember, okay, you know, Sydney, like, I remember one of the things that he brought up that I thought was really funny was, like, there was a retarded kid on the bus, right? Like, had Downs. And he said, like, I could not stop staring. Like, I didn't even realize, but I was, like, staring at this retarded kid, like, just marveling at the fact that he's retarded. Like, he's really stupid. Like, it was, he said, I'll never forget it, because he's like, stop staring at the retarded kid. I just couldn't help it. Like, I can't, sometimes they're just intriguing to look at. Other times you're like, oh my god. Like, it's not even annoyance sometimes with how crazy, like, the Downies get. You're just like, bro. I feel bad, but it's a spectacle. Like, it really is.
You don't have to keep going on, though. You've made your point.
Okay, sorry.
Stop beating the retarded die.
Just saying, like, I can't help but notice them.
Welcome to Cabal. If mentally retarded people are loud, they should be removed from restaurants and other polite settings. I'd have to say yes, it sucks, but yeah.
They're retarded, guys. Like, this is.
Oops. Hold on a second. Oh, there we go.
Like, it's not a great situation to be in, but they're retarded. This is where, like, like, they would need a good support system, right? Like, a family of people that are taking care of them that knows, like, oh, they're getting rowdy. Gotta get them out of this, like, public situation, right?
It's not like the police should be called. The parents should deal with it.
The thing is, sometimes it depends, because, like, the Downies, when they grow up, they're still Downies, but they're, like, now brick muscle or fat, you know? And they're strong. And sometimes, like, the little old grandmother that's trying to control this fucking monster can't do it. And he goes on a rampage. Like, it's happened. And they've needed to call police.
Yeah, possibly in that case.
You know? Like, because it's literally like a grown-ass man freaking the fuck out. And men can do damage. Like, they can be really strong. Like, one punch, like a girl, I'm saying, one punch in the face by a Downy, if you're a girl, you'd be fucking brain damaged. Like, it'd be it.
Possibly.
Like, a real proper
hit. Are you
hit.
saying they transfer their brain damage down their fist?
Yeah, into their skull where they crack it and, like, hit brain, you know?
Yeah.
That does most of the damage.
Then again, if it's a woman, what's to damage?
Hilarious.
But Di, you hate most women just because you are one.
I mean, you're still insulting me. What do you mean? What do you expect me to do? I'm not just gonna be like, agree, yeah, sure. Like,
Well,
I do know there's an outlier sometimes.
Are you against women's rights?
I mean, yeah.
So you're against your own rights?
I mean, not really. Like, it depends. It depends
Right.
what the right is.
I see. Let's continue with the test, shall we?
Yeah. God.
I do have sympathy for disabled and mentally retarded people. So, disagree. Most retarded disabled people could be in a better situation if they weren't lazy. I'm not sure there's really a connection.
Yeah, just walk, cripple.
Yeah.
just
think,
walk,
retard.
You're such a lazy piece of shit. Why won't you walk? Just go for a walk. I have no legs.
64 IQ? What's wrong with you? Just have 160 IQ. Just get a degree.
Yeah, don't be retarded, bro.
Yeah. Disabled people are superior to normal people as they must overcome much more to live their lives. There are normal people that overcome more than disabled people to live their lives. Even if you were to make this argument, it wouldn't apply.
Dude,
So-
I've seen like disabled people do far more than an able person at times. Like they put in the work.
Yeah.
Like people with no hands and no legs, they like learn how to play games with a controller with the nub of their fucking like it's crazy. Like I've seen some crazy shit that they can do. That they manage to do, even in the worst cases possible. And it's like, bro, there's normal people with normal hands that can't do that shit. You know?
What the fuck? This is the stupidest question so far. Genocide and eugenics with the intention of removing non-retarded people from the nation or the world is a good idea.
Retards unite. Let's get rid of all the normal normal
The question
people,
is,
guys.
how many people in Cabal would be left afterwards?
Dude, brute strength against just I can just imagining a bunch of downies being like, destroy, smash. Or that one like really autistic kid that like becomes the that story where the kid, like the creepy kid, takes over the retards, like, but he's really autistic, but one of the smart autists, but he's the smartest one in the school. So he wrangles all of the like retards and starts using the downies to like smear shit on girls' like backpacks and shit, like ruining the school. Because the downies got away with everything because they're downies.
So, chat, press 1 if Jack would survive in such a situation as this.
Oh, he'd be gone.
Ableism is a serious threat to civilization. No. Essentially meritocracy. It can be taken too far, but I don't think it often is. No. Use of the word retarded offends me. No, it's funny. Being retarded disabled does not make you any less valuable than it. We asked this question already.
Just double
fuck
checking.
it, stupid question. People who oppose, wheelchair access laws are hateful and bigoted. No, I think they're probably just very principled libertarians.
I think they're retards, bro.
Fair enough. Well, then maybe they should be accommodated for. Ableism is a serious... No. Oh, wait, that said censorship. Strongly disagree. I agree with the sentiment. Disagree with what you say, but yes, okay, so now we've got some good questions. I agree with the sentiment of the following statement. I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. Now, as a principle, this is good. You shouldn't necessarily always be willing to die to defend what someone is saying. Sometimes what people are saying are really fucking stupid. However, and usually it's not worth your life. However, in principle, you should defend their right to say it up until the degree of death.
It was just because there was something with me that I was like, no amount of like convincing can be done, and that was with the pedo shit that brought me down to just a normal agree, because I was just like, there is something you can't convince me on, right? So there's no way I can say fully agree to this, because it's just not the case. There's one thing. That's for me, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I will still defend any free expression. You know, chat, I am a free expression extremist, so I strongly agree. I value free speech, yes I do. Although I would word it free expression, but I know what they mean. The people who I disagree with most should always have the right to express their opinions. Strongly agree. Oh, and now we're over with the good questions. Here's the questions about furries. No, they are not
we're
superior.
finally here.
For all the superior ones, I've been putting neutral because it's just a bad lens. Genocide and eugenics with the intention of removing non-furries from the national world is a good idea. Disagree. Furries are valid. What a fucking retarded question. That doesn't make any sense.
No, they're not valid.
Yeah, but what does valid even mean?
They're validated. No, their existence, their whole like persona. No, it's not. No.
Chat, I don't think I disagree with any of you that furries are like disgusting. But it's such a stupid question. I'm going to put neutral.
You get the bullet too.
It's a stupid question. It doesn't make any sense.
Dude,
what are they asking?
I'll put you down.
What are they actually asking? Oh, I am getting quite tired, chat. It's going to take some persuasion for me to do another one after this.
I'd
be willing to do one more. Yes, that is maybe what I mean by persuasion. I will go disagree on the basis that I think they're disgusting. I mean, they're allowed to do it, but I don't view them as like validly meritocratic. Let's put that.
Why do we tolerate it now?
Because we have a free society and other people tolerate us.
Nah.
Although, I mean, they don't as much as they should, but again, they should.
I don't feel like people tolerate me. No, I don't know about you.
I know. They should, which is why we should too. Maybe the contract has been broken and we shouldn't tolerate them, and that is a genuine debate. Do we be as bad as our opponents to show them the taste of their own medicine, or do we maintain high principles even in the face of
I say get rid of furries. I say get rid of them. No, I get rid of furries.
I guess you're on a different level of the discussion. Fair enough.
I'm saying, like, there's nothing you can do to convince me. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I know you're trying to go, like, well, we can be better than them. Nah, I'm not in the mood for that.
Fair enough. You rarely are. I think fairies are an aberration, but that doesn't necessarily mean abomination, but I'm not saying they aren't either. Just like some things are aberrations.
Mental illness, once again, where it's like, let's not tolerate
this.
Mental
illness is probably pretty close to correct, yes.
It's like, well, yeah, we put them in situations like, back in the day, right? The crazies, they'd go and they'd do the dance around the fire, like, oh, look, the crazy one. But like, she's expressing themselves in like, music, song, whatever. Now it's like they go out in like, latex and a fursona. And like go on all fours and bark at people and just do like orgies in the forest and whatever the fuck. It's like why do we have to put up with it? Well, we live on this planet too. I don't want to see it. Like if the most of us are like we don't want to see it, we don't see it.
Chat, do you know the 13 words? I just came up with that pun. It's bad. It should not be illegal to be a furry. I'm afraid to say I'm going to have to agree it should not be illegal, but it should definitely be frowned upon.
No, you're putting me. Listen, you're not going to be in the gas chamber first or anything, but like you're getting in there.
If Dai ran this server, I would be among those kicked.
It's a bit more extreme than kicked.
I know, I'm just making the point. It's been mentioned before.
I've said this to Jess and many of my other friends.
It should be legal, but not respected.
I told Jess, like, even though, like, I like her as like, she's the only tranny I like, she's still going on the train. I told us, and they agreed. Systemic
fur-phobic prejudice is a major issue that world must face.
Oh, you mean what I'm saying right now?
Oh god. Furries, in order to preserve their way of life, must seize political power. They must be kept under the fucking thumb of culture. Not law, but just culture.
The furry politicians, bro. Like, I can't believe that's a thing that you just read.
Do you want to read this one for the clip?
What is this? Yeah, this one, unironically desire furried Reich.
Third, as in third.
Third, yeah, like third.
Yeah.
Third.
Well, it would be weird for me to answer anything but strongly disagree to this one, wouldn't it, chat? Furries should be allowed to live their life the way they want. Well, no, that's a bit fucking ambiguous. Within the bounds of the law, please. No animal fucking.
No, yeah, you furry want to go fuck a dog now.
Exactly.
You want to, no, it's like, no.
Follow
We're not
the law
tolerating this.
And also be tempered by culture, and I will abide your existence.
It always goes down, like, especially those that advocate the whole, like, oh, animals can consent. They always go down the word, well, children can consent too in that way. It's like the same. It always goes there with those people, always.
So,
because by their own definition, it's like, well, then you're justifying pedophilia as well. Always.
Furries being mentally ill is something that chat will say strongly agree to, something I probably should say agree to, but which I'm not sure if it's technically a mental illness. Yeah, it's fucking close enough, yes. Should be illegal to dress as an animal in public. Illegal, no, but god fucking damn it, they should bloody stop.
Why not? Why not illegal?
Because like, clowns exist, costumes exist, Halloween exists, etc., etc.
But are they... But, like, I don't go out and see a clown all the time, either.
Well, I've never seen a furry in public. I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
Very,
it's just...
you know, I think it's, as you know, it's either a very, like, American problem as well. But I know there is a lot of that in London, specifically.
Well, it's fucking London. I was thinking recently that this seems like a tangent, but it is related. The fact that I have seen, like, almost zero British VTubers, like 2 that I can think of. One of them were like a very public, awful socialist, ideological. He made a very big point about it when she got viewers. She was pretty awful. And the other one almost never streams. Does really good impressions in one video, but almost never streams. And I was sort of regretful that there were very few. But then at the same time, it's like, well, maybe that's an indication that Britain has a bit longer to deal with, like, cultural influxes than other countries. And even though I think VTubers is generally a good cultural influx, this would also apply to other things. Now, it seems that we got a rather raw deal with a lot of different things. We got a lot of shitty areas of culture that came over from fucking Western Europe. Maybe if we had had Brexit earlier, that wouldn't have happened as much. But a lot of American culture is, I think, the reason for a lot of problems in the world, including in our country. And maybe us getting that culture slower is providing a buffer for us not to have to deal with it as much as it is in the US. Like, I have never seen a furry. Most of the issues that Americans talk about in the realm of the culture war, I don't personally see. I know a lot of people experience, and so
to
they're
be fair,
important
when
to
I went
discuss.
to England, like, we actually did see a furry.
Well,
Now that I'm thinking, I blocked it from my memory, but, like, we were going through, like, a town square area, and there was just, like, a bunch of these faggots dancing about and screaming about gay rights, and then there was just a furry there. And another one had, like, the cat ears and tail and hands and paws. It's very weird.
If there's
I forgot about that.
If there's anything at all about their costume that is sexual beyond the just mere implication, then no, not allowed in public. Which is the same standard I give to gay pride. Public is somewhere where children are. Children should not be exposed to sexuality. Arguably even with their parents' consent, but let's leave it at, as long as there isn't parents' consent, they shouldn't be exposed to sexuality for now.
I'd rather deal with a clown than a furry. Like, yeah. I don't think you should compare furries to clowns. I think that's actually really insulting to clowns.
I'm not saying they're similar.
No, I'm saying somebody in chat said furries are the new clowns. It's like, no, don't insult clowns like that.
No, I agree.
How dare you?
No, I agree with you, Di, that, like, I was only, when I did it, I know you're not referring to me,
dude's a piece of shit.
I was only referring to the fact that people can dress up in public. If you're going to say you're not allowed furry costumes, then that's too gradiated. And then they're not directly harmful, so there's no real justification for restricting that gradiated thing.
You know what, Mark? You're the clown. You're the clown here, bro. Right? The clownish take.
You got a new contribution from Retard Furry 69 Ramps, who says, Ebb lives matter. I doubt that's going to be a popular notion with chat, but thank you very much for the contribution. We shall have a vote after this test on what the next test shall be, and I'll probably blast through it.
Finish it, bro.
I will finish this one. We're very near the end. Furries are deplorable people discussing sexual fantasies. Yes, but that doesn't mean they should be illegal. Furries need to be treated as if they are mentally ill if they are to ever recover from their condition. Pretty much, yeah. Socially, not necessarily medically. Probably not medically. That would be unethical, but socially, yes. I would not trust a furry around children. I had to say yes. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying they're all pedophiles, but I would suspect a much higher rate.
It's
So-
just a red flag. No, listen. Look, you have instincts for a reason, right? Your fucking gut
wrong.
instinct, everything is telling you do not let these things near
Yeah.
children, because guess what? They are mentally ill. You shouldn't let mentally ill people at all near children.
Anyone who has a like very divergent sexual taste is just, you can consider them being generally sexually deranged. Doesn't
Just-
necessarily
you're
mean
not
they
allowed-
fuck children, but it vastly increases the chance that they do.
Mentally ill people should not be around children.
That might be a good standard, yeah. Of course, that shouldn't be a legal standard because it depends how you define mentally ill. But yes,
Yeah.
I think I agree. Generally.
It'll also depend on like the parent, if the parent's mentally ill as well.
Mm.
Like, then the child goes with one that's not mentally ill, but then what if you have two mentally ill parents?
Probably
Which
a mentally ill
happens.
child too.
Yeah.
And I would not want to live with a furry. Strongly agree. I already live with one and he's not even human.
Okay. Finally compare.
Right, so I am racially colorblind, though it's not far off a different balance, actually. I am, on the Jewish question, apparently 61% anti-Semitic, which is not too bad. Sexual equality, roughly equal, but more so patriarchal. I am more so nationalist. On sexual equality, I am more so homophobic, but only somewhat. Binarist, I am more so transphobic, but only a little bit. Very pedophobic, with fairly significant human preference, slight preference for punishment over illegality, ableist, slightly over disableist, if that's even a real thing. Goodness, thank you, Solden. I'll have a look at that in a minute. And, wow, I'm apparently very tolerant over discriminatory. That will be my classical liberal value showing. And then anti-furry over pro-furry. All right, I will copy this image. Why can't I just copy the image? Odd. I can now. There we go. Paste the image there. That is my results. Di, why have you sent three separate screenshots?
Yeah, no, because I think I didn't realize it was down below further. God damn it.
All right. We
I'll
forgive
just
you.
take that with screenshot.
8, 2022. Well, it's actually 16 now, but I'll put 15 just to make sure it's on the same day as the others.
Yeah, here, I got the full one here.
Right. There you go. Chat. These are my results if you're interested.
Okay, let's see the difference here between us. I'm curious.
For some reason, I can't zoom out on this. It's loading as some fucking blob. It's some weird internal.
You can definitely see the difference at our ones.
On the white-black question, we're pretty similar. Though I was expecting you to be further actually, but similar.
Yeah.
You are a bit more anti-Semitic, but not a huge amount more. 1 second. You are much more traditional. You're actually much more patriarchal than I am. That's interesting. Actually, not much more. 6% more, but still more. You're actually more nationalist than I am. On this quiz, I don't think it means nationalist entirely. But you may be against more forms of legal immigration than I am, but I don't know. Maybe something else. You are very against homosexuality, which is expected. 26% more, which is 20 percentile points more, which is quite a lot. You are much more transphobic, which is also very expected. On that one, you are, again, 26 percentage points more.
I'm just saying it's interesting just seeing them suddenly dip, right? Towards one heavily.
You are more pedophobic, which is expected. Because, like, this shouldn't be interpreted as me being in any way sympathetic to their crimes, but I'm sympathetic to their standards as literal human beings, whereas you are not. Which is, again, I'm not criticizing that. It's just that's why it's fair.
We have differences, but you can tell. This is nothing new.
Yeah, you're actually more animal friendly than I am. I am 12 percentage points more anthropocentric.
Like I love animals, and like I know the whole farm thing, but like being treated well, like even farm animals, like we're eating them. You have to be aware. Like I understand that well.
We are very, very similar on the lawful versus illegal category. You are 4% more lawful, 40 percentage points more lawful. and 4 times more awful. And then, interestingly, I am slightly more ableist, but it's not far off. I am 5% percentage points more ableist, but it's not far off.
Well, I'm always going to have an different one on that anyway.
And then on the tolerance axis, it's quite different. I'm 18% more, it's percentage points more tolerant. And again, that's my classical liberal value shining through. The sort of pluralism and everyone has their rights as long as they're not hurting anyone, essentially. And then you are 92% anti-furry. Again, similarly with the pedos, I respect the technical nature of their humanity.
But on this, does it say I hate furries more than pedos? Is this like, I don't know how that's happened.
It's about the same.
Okay.
Because obviously you hate pedos more, but
yeah,
like,
no, the
you don't like
furries
either.
Is actually 0.2% more.
Oh, interesting.
Than the pedos. Man.
No, it looks like you hate pedos.
Well, they're the same thing almost to me.
Oh, that's yours. Yeah, so it's very close. And then yeah, so that makes sense. I think pretty much all of that makes sense.
No, I had the experimental phase. The reason I am like this is because I went through the experimental phase.
Oh, she did.
Like, I was very liberal. It was very different.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it was pretty fun, but I understand why you didn't like it, and I think maybe you corrected a little too far, but I understand. I don't blame you.
No, I think I'm fine, actually.
Fair enough.
I think the way I think is perfectly fine.
That's fair enough. All right, chat. I'll read out the contribution that came in just now. Let's have a look. Soldner said, like furries, all ebs deserve genocide. Cabal prevails.
I mean,
thank you, Soldner.
Just even bringing up ebs is contributing to their existence, and I just don't don't even mention them.
Yeah, that may be a good argument. So, chat, you have contributed enough for me to do one more test. I think I'll do it fairly quickly. Which one would you like me to do? We're already, remember, 7 hours in, and I was already tired when I started, so I'm doing pretty well here. So, chat.
Yeah, dude, this has been a while.
Yeah. Same as before. It can be a political test, it can be an anything test. Just, if you see...
take long tests.
Yeah. If you want me to do a test, if you see that someone else has already recommended it, then just click yes on that test. Or, like, emote it. Emoticon react it.
Oh, no.
I don't know what that is, Jack.
Dominant submission test.
I'd rather not do a general personality test. That's gay.
No, but it's about your sexual activity. Are you more dominant or submissive?
I think the Myers-Briggs one is the one that gives you, like, INTP, which is what Jack's talking about. I'd rather not do that. That's kind of gay. But maybe the sexual one. Chat, press 1 if you want me to do the dominance submission test, press 2 if you want me to do anything else. I wonder what Dai will press in response to this. Of course, Jack wants to see the dominant submission test. Oh, Dai's put it too. Well, what would you like me to do then, Dai?
I don't know. I just know where it's gonna go with this test, or it's just like,
Shogun says the dominant submission one is not about sex.
Oh, okay.
What was Arcane's suggestion? Who said that? I can't see it anymore.
Is it like how more dominant your personality is? You're just submissive men, or just like a dominant woman kind of thing in general?
Probably, yeah. So there's no need for me to do the ADHD test. I probably actually remember what I got with that. The thing with me and ADHD is, this is how I believe it is. I have few of the hyperactive symptoms, very few. I have many, many more of the inattentive symptoms. But because I only have that one half of the condition, I get a rating of like 32 or 3 out of, I think, 50, which is not very high. It definitely, it does qualify me for ADHD, but it's not very high. But in my humble opinion, I have the inattentive symptoms strongly, more so than other people. And that test does not test for how strongly you have them. Only it kind of does, but not really. Only it's primarily a binary for each qualification, not how much.
Dude, you should do like an anime yaoi test. Those really old ones. Like, are you seme? Are you uke? That would be really.
Isn't yaoi like male gay?
Right. So they used to have tests on like these like so retarded tests made by like 13-year-old girls, right? Where they would give you a bunch of traits or questions, like, and it was so leading. It's like, oh, they put you in a situation. It's like, oh, well, if you really needed to suck blood and then all this kind of shit, you know, puts you in the worst conditions and only gives you the worst answers. They're so funny. I remember going back to a few of them. They're just very funny. I'd love to see you take one of those because you would be so confused.
Probably.
I'd be showing you a completely different side of the internet. Be going back a few horrible years.
See, I assume that that's like basically old Tumblr culture. I never was into that, but a girlfriend at the time and one of her female friends was. It wasn't all cancerous, but she experienced a lot of the cancerous stuff, mostly from afar. And so I know more about it than most people might assume, but still, yeah, not a lot. And I was never into anime back then. It was gradual, slowly.
When I think back on it, it was just so weird. Like, so weird. But at the same time, it made sense because it's like, it's girls imagining boys kissing, like, because they're super straight, you know? It was really weird thing. That whole community, the women's community part of it, like girls, it was very strange.
So the votes for do the dominant submission test are equal for and against, but then Soldner says, as a recent contributor, I put my superdelegate votes against any sex test. But I've also been told by Chilgon, who initially suggested the text, that it's not about sex. So Chilgon, would you mind clarifying what the dominant submission one is about? And Sir Zorg, can you clarify what the Dark Triad test is about? And Achilles, remind me, what was AC's suggestion? Or AC if he's still here, which he isn't. I'm not doing a German officer test. Do the which Disney princess are you test. There's 3 Chad votes on that one.
I know.
If someone can find a relatively short one and link it to me, I'll do it. Chilgon, that does make it sound like it's sexual if you would be the top or the bottom.
Bro, I told you.
And if it is sexual, then the superdelegates have voted against it. Soldner has quite a lot of votes for that, so...
I mean, if you want to give him more money, he's saying, to really see it happen.
If someone wants it to happen, they probably could make it happen by contributing, yes. Dark Triad is about how much your thinking is influenced by 3 negative attitudes: Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathology. Interesting. I doubt there'd be anything interesting for me there. I play a narcissist on the internet, and sometimes in real life.
I wonder if they'd say I was like a psychopath or something. That'd be funny.
Only if they're being honest.
I don't think I'm a psychopath.
No, I don't think so.
No, I care too much.
Okay, so chat, press 1 if you want me to do the Disney Princess test that Jack just linked. Press 2 if you want me to not do that. Stephen Zek has said, perhaps we should have Uzulu take the ASVAB so that we can settle once and for all if he qualifies as our first Starfleet captain. Link me to it and I may have a look. Most people that are voting want me to do the Disney Princess test. Di, what is your opinion on the Disney Princess test? Will you do it too?
I mean, sure. I don't know what it is. I don't think I've taken this
What
before.
has my life become?
It's I mean, you only have yourself to blame, you know?
I mean, I can see that, yeah. Well, you know what, chat? You have been very generous today. Most of you are voting for it.
Oh, my fucking, like, ad blocking shit is making this difficult. God damn it. It's so old.
Okay, so it is BuzzFeed. Let's give it 5 to 10 minutes. See if anyone can find a better Disney Princess test. Let's open it and see what happens, shall we? I don't believe I'm doing this. Which Disney princess are you? Look at the fucking awful presentation. How old is this?
That's
this is relatively recent, Jesus. Oh god, the layout is so bad. Okay, let's fucking do this. What is your favorite Disney movie? Hunchback Notre Dame, Robin Hood, Aristocats, Lion King, Love Bug, Freaky Friday, Sword in the Stone, Lady in the... I don't fucking remember any of these. I've seen about half of these, but I don't fucking remember any of them. Which Starfleet captain are you? Okay, well, maybe we do that after this. Who the fuck is that last one on the list? So, I'll open the Starfleet captain one. I won't. I'll continue with the one that was actually voted for, though. Fuck, I don't know. Which one of these is any good? I remember Robin Hood, The Sword and the Stone, Hunchback of Notre Dame. I remember liking them. Lion King was okay, and I know that's pretty controversial, but Lady and the Tramp, Black Cauldron, I don't remember it very well. Don't think I've seen the other three. I think on balance, look, Hunchback of Notre Dame has a somewhat tomboyish gypsy woman. Okay, that's a big plus. Sword in the Stone is based on Arthurian legend. That's a big plus too. So is Robin Hood. It's hard to fucking choose. I have very little to go on. What else is in Hunchback of Notre Dame? There's that guy. He's cool as a villain. I remember. I'll go with this one. I remember that the best of all three. Hunchback of Notre Dame. So your enemies are probably envious of industriousness, looks. I don't have enemies. My determination, my dreams, my wealth, my bravery, my dream. Can I just pick all of them? Including I don't have enemies. I don't have enemies, but because I'm so great. But if I did, they'd be jealous of all of these things. What do you reckon, chat? I mean, chat, you are all my enemies, okay? We know this. Which of these things about me are you most jealous of? Envious of, rather.
You're the worst.
Di, which of these things about me are you most envious of?
Let's see.
Wealth, you retard.
Probably
Why are you all saying wealth?
Your demeanor? Maybe. Oh, they're saying wealth.
Everyone put the simp emote on Jack's message, please. Yeah, looks isn't the one I was hoping for, guys. Isaiah, I am very unindustrious, I'm sorry to say. If I'm giving the impression of being industrious, it is a fucking facade. Yeah, fair enough, Achilles. Demeanor. I think probably demeanor is the one I would have to go for. What are you most scared of? Nothing. I am immune to fear. No, that probably is something. I can't lose my job. I literally I'm incapable of losing my job. God, global warming's in here. Scissors. How about scissors? War. You know, honestly, chat, the one thing I am afraid of is nuclear detonations. Is that a reasonable fear? I have an unnatural fear of a nuclear bomb going off nearby. It's actually, like, it's such an awesome force. I am actually afraid of it. Which I guess war kind of counts for that. I will put war because, like, I probably would not do well in a war. I mean, psychologically, after acclimatizing, I think I'd be okay, but physically, I would have issues. At least initially, I'm not built for. I'm a lover, not a fighter, chat.
Alright, I got my answer.
I will go with war. What do you look for in a soulmate? Passion with two N's. Bravery, kindness, beauty, humor, sense of adventure, wealth, loyalty, steadfastness. To be honest, humor's a pretty good indicator of a lot of other things. If they've got good humor, the rest of it is fairly likely to come along with it. It's a good indicator. Bravery probably also, but possibly more so humor. Kindness is easy to come along with bad things. Steadfastness, less so, but still. Passion also. Loyalty is not a bad one, but probably humor is still a better indicator. I mean, for a woman, if they actually have a good sense of humor, they're pretty rare find.
I went for loyalty personally.
That is a good one. I think I'll go for humor personally. Choose an animal to talk to. Fucking nothing. I don't want to talk to animals. Phoenix, bluebird, mouse.
Animals can't talk. There's an option.
Oh, that's a good point. I'll end up being the Disney princess that you have been selected as is Gaston. I'm going to end up being Gaston.
You imagine?
Meerkat, a warthog, maybe from Halo. Cockatoo, shark, opossum. People in chat will be answering shark because they want to talk to fucking Gura. Hey, animals can't talk. Fuck you.
Not go near the water. Pick shark. That's dumb.
What do you like to do with your time off?
You just chill, bro.
Go camping, just get out of town, get together with family, lie around, always working, play video games, burn the candle at both ends. What does that mean as separate from the others? LARP, go to the beach.
Mischievous.
The closest is play video games, but I very rarely play video games. What am I doing with my free time right now? Fucking VFX for an RP I'm running, for which I've developed a custom rule set. What fucking category is that in? LARP is probably the fucking closest, but it's definitely not a LARP. It's not live action roleplay. It's just verbal roleplay, and I'm not even the one roleplaying. None of these really work.
Are you're saying your Disney princess quiz doesn't relate to you?
I know.
I'm shocked.
Right, I'm not anywhere near industrious enough to put I'm always working. I'm very fucking lazy. It's a cross to bear. I work against my laziness. I don't think I do, Isaiah, with all due respect. I think play video games is the closest. Unless burn the candle at both ends is like an innuendo. See, I rarely play video games, but it is the closest match.
Then click it.
Yeah.
So it's a Disney princess quiz.
I know. What is the secret to true love? Luck. Humor, understanding. I'll know what I find. That's a terrible answer. Faith, compassion, acceptance, communication, chemistry, equality. Right, here are the answers that are stupid, okay? I'll know what I find it is stupid. Faith is stupid. To me, anyway. Compassion and acceptance are both stupid. And equality is stupid. So the only ones that are left are chemistry, communication, humor, and understanding. Chemistry is kind of like a tautology, because, like, you work together. Communication is necessary for any relationship, though it's not necessarily the secret to true love. Humor, as I mentioned earlier, is the thing I would seek in a partner most, but is it also the secret to true love? I think chemistry is the tautological answer, and ultimately that's the answer anyway. Where would you like to have a first date? On the internet. I mean, wow. I don't know, maybe. Depends what they like. No, that's not a serious answer, but yeah. It depends what they like. Like, I don't know. I think
sort it out.
If they were, how about dog walk? Park is in there. Dog walk. I do that anyway. It's easy.
I mean, that is an interesting play, bringing out the puppy straight away.
Yep. So she can bring out her puppies quicker. I guess park then. Burn the candle at both ends means when you're not doing your professional job, you're doing some other kind of work instead of relaxing. Well, that's what the other answer, I'm always working, said that as well. I guess it's close enough. I guess then I try to burn the candle at both ends, but I rarely succeed. Pick a singer. I guarantee I haven't heard, or I don't know the music of any of these. Lord, I've heard of because of fucking South Park, but I don't know any of her music. Oh no, wait, my sister listened to some of her music. It's fucking awful. Willow Smith I've never heard of. Miley Cyrus I've vaguely heard of. Christina Aguilera I've vaguely heard of. Miles Davis never heard of. Beyonce I've heard of, but I don't know her music. Mariah Carey heard of, but I don't know her music. Bruno Mars I have vaguely heard of. Lana Del Rey I've vaguely heard of. What the fuck do I pick for this?
Oh my god, you're like completely detached.
I have no connection to any of these. There's no skip
that's
either.
Shocking to me. Though I love
shocking?
Music, so.
Right,
No,
which one of these is the best, though?
I went for Lana Del Rey because I'm an edgy woman.
It sounds like the kind of person an edgy woman would like, yeah. Have I heard even a single song from any of these that I know that I actually like? Even a single song?
I'm not saying it's bad, it's just different, you know? Couldn't be me. I love music too much. Listen to a lot of stuff.
I don't know any of them. Chat, give me a recommendation. I'll click whatever most of you like. The only acceptable answer is Darude Sandstorm. Dude, I'd pick it if it was here.
Go for Will Smith, man.
Will Smith is Willow Smith.
Yeah.
Wait, can we just pretend that that's Will Smith the actor? Wig says Lana is based. Good enough for me. Moving on. What is your happily ever after? And good friends, finding my equal, achieving my dreams, having a job I love, being in a caring relationship, living in a mansion, finding inner peace, not sure yet, traveling the world. Well, fuck, none of those are good. Happily ever after. So what was your life goal, essentially? What would you like to end up? Don't know. I'll see where the wind takes me. I'm a Disney princess I've never fucking heard of. Well, that's fun.
What the fuck?
What?
This test is bullshit. I answered so, and this is what I got.
You got the same thing.
Yeah, no, I answered completely different to how you answered. Nah.
It's probably really weakly connected.
The only thing that we clicked that were similar or the same was Lana Del Rey.
That's the basis. The entire test is based on which music you like.
That is the only thing we said that was similar.
I don't think I've ever even seen this Disney movie.
Isn't it? It's
BuzzFeed. It's BuzzFeed. This is a total waste of time.
So
I've never seen this movie, and
Who recommended this?
I strongly fucking Jack recommended this. I strongly doubt that I have any relation to this character. Jack. Okay, chat, I want you to suggest what punishment Jack should have to endure for suggesting this god-awful test.
Flogging.
Flogging?
Yeah.
It's a good suggestion. What do you guys think? I wanted Gaston. Beating, says Scalus. Jack has to simp for air, but that's interesting. Unpersoned, serving muted for 1 month.
We ban Achilles.
You mean Achilles?
Yeah.
Careful that you don't hurt your Achilles heel, darling. Are you tired by any chance, or just high?
Both.
Well, I'm just one. Kneecapping. Flogging sounds too much like wanking, apparently. Saw says make him a mod. Now we'll make Zayn a mod instead.
That's just not understanding different words at that point.
Yeah, pretty much.
The flogging sounds like wanking. No, it doesn't.
No, I don't think it does. All right, chat. I'll let you debate on how we should punish Jack. And
we should give him like a bright pink name
Mhm.
with like
Actually,
faggot
I
as the
actually
thing.
can. There you go. It's done. it's literally done.
The role
Jack,
is
that's your
faggot or some
punishment.
shit.
You must wear bright pink for a short while. DM Warmonger. You have to DM Warmonger. Jack also proposed take him to Detroit as his own punishment.
Oh no, if he types, everyone just laugh at him for his pink
Actually,
name.
no, here's the thing, right? Ebb is the only other one on the server that has the pink name. Jack is now the only other person. It's Jack and Ebb are in the same category together. So that's a very significant punishment, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Chat, do you think that this is sufficient? He can keep it for like a week or something?
Watch. It's going to be really retarded. He's going to get like a superiority complex because he's the only one with a pink name.
To be fair, he had the ability to request any color anyway, and he just hadn't. Jack and Ebb, you mean Jeb. Very good, Bright. The unholy matrimony.
Don't. Why are you praising them?
I'm not. Jeb is awful. Silence cease.
Got the please clap. I forgot about that.
Yeah. That's
so much has happened, you know?
Yeah, a lot has happened.
Since all the right. Please clap.
Chat, I'm going to end now unless you guys really want me to do the Star Trek Captain test. And you know what I mean by really want, because I'm really fucking tired. I really want to go to bed. So persuade me to do the Starfleet Captain test if you want me to do it.
He said give him money.
No, I never said that.
He said give him money. For the autists that don't understand, like, being subtle, you know?
Oh, Jack wants me to do it? Good night, everyone.
Well done. The pink name ruined it, guys. Gonna let him get away with that?
He is still an object for mockery.
Everyone tag him.
I might happen not to notice if a bunch of people ping him at once. Just make sure you don't ping him in a channel he's currently clicked in. By the way, for anyone that is interested, Young Isaiah is currently going over his Streamocracy party policy, his Fed party in Pit 3. I'm going to end soon, so you'll probably be able to join him. In fact, I will tell him that. Just so that he doesn't get disheartened and not stream. I've noticed that Isaiah has been streaming loads in Cabal recently, and I really appreciate that. That's pretty great. Jack has sent me £5 and sent no, not the magenta name, no. Thank you for the contribution, Jack. Enjoy your magenta name.
Fiver, bro.
Yeah. Now imagine
a fiver to send a plea into the void.
Imagine sending someone money on the basis that they have just done something to you that you don't like. I think there's a meme for this, chat.
This is kind of cringe.
Thank you for the money,
cringe. You know, when your face is scrunched into that, just like, it's a proper cringe, yeah.
Mm-hmm. We have a thing for that, actually. Oh God, I'm so tired I can barely type. I think cringe 2 is better.
I didn't expect to be here this long. I didn't expect. Hopefully I'm not too annoying, chat.
Chat, press 1 if Di is too annoying. And press 2 if you have genuinely enjoyed her as a guest for these 6 hours that she's been here, roughly. Maybe longer, actually.
I put 1 first. Doesn't hurt as much.
Everyone's putting 2, Di. They all like you.
Nah, stop this.
Well, those that have endured the 7 hours of you like you, so I'm in sort of self-selecting.
Wow, Verdant. Wow.
Jack has sent me another 5. He says, I shall commit Sudoku to regain my honor. Jack, your gravestone shall bear the color that you honestly have just like the transgender kids who commit suicide, the parents will bury them with their real name. Your parents will
punishment?
Your parents will bury you with your real magenta color.
Honest question: is it a punishment? I don't feel punished.
What, Jack getting the pink name? I don't feel punished by it. No.
Yeah.
Kaiser Holt says, if I tip again, can I buy a hot pink like Jack? There's actually a workaround. Don't tell anyone, right? There is actually a workaround. If you tip by subscribing on Subscribestar, using fund.oozaloo.net as the link to get there, you'll get the patron role on the Discord server, at which point you will be eligible to merely request a custom color role. You'll also get the Chad icon, which I've now noticed that you already have, Kaiser Holt. So yes, you can just request a color and you'll get it. Just tell me which color you want. You can do it right now if you want, and I'll add the color. If it's an existing color, I can add it straight away. If it's a new color, give me a minute, and I may do it later.
Damn, a patron that didn't have that much confidence in himself.
If you look in the, I think it's the status channel at the top, there is a message about people are allowed to do this. They're allowed, if they are a patron or if they are respected or higher, then they are allowed to simply request a color roll. Humbly request to join the Ebb Dwayne Club. Kaiser Holt, what have you done to yourself? You are now in magenta. I think I may have started a new tribal conflict in Cabal over colors. It was always prone to erupt, but now it might become a race war against the pinks.
I love starting race wars.
Luckily, I'm not the same pink. I explicitly, verbally, and with great aplomb distance myself from the other pinks. Why is Uzabot in this channel? I didn't invite you here.
I assume you actually like the color pink, yeah?
The pink that I use. Like, which, by the way, is FF0060.
Like, was there a reason you picked, like, pink?
It's at least different. No one else uses it. It was also the color of, well, that's sort of the same reason, but I used a very similar color in Magicka 1, which I played a lot at the time that I started using this pink. I was originally using it in combination with gold. It was only later that I noticed that pink and white go pretty well together, and even then for a while I was using gold as well. Then I stopped using gold, and now I've recently started using it again for the Golden Age Cabal, where it's a gold inner diamond and a pink outer one, which I think looks pretty nice. Yes, Duck. I'm so tired, I'm finding myself unwilling to even speak things I'm thinking of that are worth speaking. I think I need to stop. Thank you very much for joining me, everyone. This has been a good marathon stream. I've enjoyed the concept. Thank you very much for all the contributions. This has been good. I hope to do something like this in future as well. But I must end. Thank you very much, Di, for sticking with me for the whole thing. You've been a great guest, as chat agrees.
I didn't think it would be this long. I'm exhausted.
That's what all the girls say. So, had to get that in there at the end. It's also what I said. Right. Yes, no problem, Achilles. Shut up, Jack. Good night, everyone. Thank you for joining me. Please enjoy.
He gets told to shut up.
Yeah. Please enjoy the outro music, which I know a lot of you do. Good night. See you soon.